良い闇につまはじき、悲しみに雨ざらし花曇り、枯れた街に目もなし、わびしげに花たらしヘラヘラに、笑えないこのちんけな泥仕合、からくれないの髪飾り、あらましき恋が抱き、触りたいベルベットのまなじりに、うすら寒い闇に、あなたラフラフラフラミンゴ、鮮やかなフラフラフラフラミンゴ、踊るままフラフラ笑ってもう帰らない、寂しさとしてばっか残して毎度あり、次をもっと大事にして、梅通りありがたち、闇雲に舞い上がり上滑り、焦げおどし口ずさみ、うろたえに軽弾み青ざらし、愛しいその声だけ聞こえたい、半端に稼いだあぶくぜにたかり出す昼どんり、くだらないこのステージで光るのはあなただけでもいい、それはラフラフラフラミンゴ、恐ろしいやフラフラフラフラミンゴ、はにかんだファンファンでもさいならそりゃないね、もっとちゃんと話そうぜ、畜生め配達はものまないで、サメに打たれて鼻たらし、私は右手に猫じゃらし、今日この程度じゃ騙せない、狭間でさまようと甲子園に、地獄の閻魔にも知り、あの子を見受けておくんなまし、酔いどれ張り子の物語、やったれ死ぬまで去る芝居、あなたフラフラフラフラミンゴ、鮮やかなフラフラフラフラミンゴ、踊るままフラフラ笑っても帰らない、嫉妬ばっか残して毎度あり、次はもっと大事にして、良い闇につまはじき花曇り、枯れた街に目もなし腹へらり、
人生正解どこなんだ、探せよ探せ、初にクソゲーだから回れ、携帯も毒だ僕らの人生、来ないも毒だかがめよかがめ、今回も毒だ笑えよ笑え、この練習ピはこの情に弱ジャンキー、だんだん強がってドロドロに放す、どこどこ飲み込んで苦しんで泣いて吐き出せないのべのべのにさよなら、あらま救愛性孤独僕流るるる、ちょうだいなね大体の飛んでけ存在感じドクドクボボルルル、あいあいあいベベマム 死んでなきゃ逃げ出せないのべのべのぬ荒まきゅ愛せ孤独独ながるるるちょうだいなね痛い痛いの飛んでけ存在だけ独独欲しがるるあれへぺぺのぬもうアクセント独特回るるる障害なね痛い痛いのしくしく存在魔性独特消えるるる愛せ孤独独ながるるるちょうだいなね痛い痛いの飛んでけ存在たち独特こぼるるるつけぺぺぺのむつけぺぺぺのむつけぺぺぺのむ
あっしゃ好きな時に好きなことを好きなだけしたいこの瞬間的な事象が不だなんてあっちゃならない二度とないねマッション気取ってばってばっしょ Purpose myself ありがちこびバイセン反抗というべきか10気まんまそれもそうだ自分勝手まさにそれ壁はなんてかいちぎってララララよだれたらしマイクしょばれシャリララ歌あー楽しい音走れば待ってるしスイウェイにもれと太電波少女ヘキスペロリしたみたいなダスタバスタガスタガスタこれがウェイとミー踊れビットビーそんじゃそこらで止まれない世界グラメンタルホーホーホーチキホーフィッシュホーピッタジョージョージョー八方美人の姫様コメディを生み出す人畜無害な面したサイコパス It's me 足かっこ悪くほとんど筆記してない赤らげくの果てとラッパを真正の感動 Hey what's up ヒーレイヒマラヤ回りショットずつさせがちまれて出すのヒーレイ直接の要因が連になくてもその素養が春に変わりないさの上さんにつるわけど優作なねハクションで駆け乱しちゃうお目の肺に吐いたコントロールショートしないでやつに人形じゃねえぞ検証悪魔のハーネー甘つが払いたかくまいはがくまい一枚秒無なフェイスフリーチバレるグロービートリーグラメンタルホーホーホーチキホーフィッシュホーピッタジョージョージョー八方美人の姫様コメディを生み出す人畜無害な面したサイコパス It's me 秘めたるものなくちゃフェイクループをぐっちゃぐちゃにするグッの誇張クショクションによくまみれグートなグッドグーグー眠ってる魔性がまたグロー君の目と耳ヒットなおヒップノシスいくかかる距離まで気つけるビジョンなら引っ張ってらせるよとるよりもよっぺ世界観で買い込んでやっこんでミスターミッシフのないヒルマティックシップ鳴りやませやりまくる妄想からトレースした楽曲の数々はカツカツサクラス感覚が爆発下手さまさま大人うちに入り込むテクニックロケなくの大人びた手口好きあらば好き見せて好きにさせるヒッツピーク偽りのプリンセス
Well, I'll be honest, I don't really understand, but I fell down this hill. Now I got glue on my hands and I got records on my fingers. Records on my fingers, I got records on my fingers and I just can't stop. I can't stop, I got a platypus controlling me. I got a platypus controlling me. Now let me sum it up, it was a strange set of circumstances.
You're my punk rock boyfriend. You're not supposed to think my dad is cool. It only matters that I think he's cool.
She thinks I'm cool.
Ain't no platypus controlling me. Tell you that much myself, you know. Just fine hell autoplay. Jeez. Hello everybody and welcome to my stream. Oh, hello. I'm here. Are you here? Thank you for the head pop. Thank you. How you doing, Yoko? Welcome to the Kitty Corner stream where the Kitty Corner is Kitty Corner things. I'm your host, Shenanigans. Yay! Woo! Huzzah! Scooby-Doo! I don't know. I'm running out of things to say. Your mom. What else can I say? Words! Wow. I'm so good at this. Oh my god. That's a joke, that's a joke. Oh my god. Hope everyone's having a wonderful day. Hope you're all having a great time. A great time. Yay. Oh my god. As y'all may have guessed, with this being a just chatting stream, guess what we gonna be doing? If you guessed chatting, you're wrong, because we're gonna be watching some videos. Yeah, I'm gonna be watching some videos, and by proxy, you will also be watching said videos, because, like, meow. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Anyways, wow, Australia. Oh, wow. What a hacking bark. Australia over there. More like Stinkstraya. Because Australia is stinky. Smells like cheese and beans. That's right. You smell like a bean and cheese burrito. Mm-hmm. The prophecy has been fulfilled. The polecat is filled with beans and cheese. Yeah, I've got nothing. Anyways. What say we get into some vidges? Bop, bop. Oh my god, would you look at that? There's videos right there. I've got an entire hacking list. 23 videos. Oh my god. Mostly because, like, half of these I couldn't get through yesterday because my stream went and dropped. Yeah, it dropped like chat's balls, like 20 years ago. Anyways, videos.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This customer was upset with how this delivery driver treated his package.
Bro, what? I am so confused. If you're mad that they're throwing your package, why did you throw it back? What? I don't understand how people work.
Wakey, wakey.
Oh my god.
Crap.
This guy has a bunny that is more well-behaved than
Bunny.
most dogs.
Alright. Don't go down there.
Yaw.
This
Mood.
police officer agreed to let a magic 8-ball decide whether the driver gets a ticket or not.
Outlook good.
Oh! That you're gonna get a ticket?
No,
No,
that
no,
you're
I
not
won't
get a ticket.
There you go.
Bruh. Yo. That was cute.
I feel like this should be illegal.
Just like y'all in chat. Why should it be illegal? It's just corned beef.
This is how an X-ray on a baby is performed.
It's
Some tourist really walked on what is probably the most
That
famous
was like a
fountain
plastic
in the world just to
tube.
fill up her water bottle. For the first time ever,
Bruh.
someone finally defeated Tetris. A 13-year-old has finally defeated the game
Yeah.
that was released back in 1985.
yay. Pizza.
Look. You're just gonna take penitentiary chances, huh? You're
Well-
gonna just risk second-degree burn.
Yeah. I've been there. I've done that. Yeah. Getting burnt from your pizza? Absolutely. Holy shit. Aw, you son of a bitch.
The New Year's Eve
Ew,
fireworks celebration in
crazy
Portugal was
nerds.
kind of crazy.
Thought they dropped their phone, but it was a drone. Holy shit.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Well, that was a bit
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to
impressive.
another
Like,
episode
imagine how shit that would be for the pets in the area. God damn. Those poor pets. Reminder to any y'all that have pets. When it comes around time for fireworks, you should probably be with them, because your pets get very anxious when there's fireworks happening.
Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists out of pointless things. Why are we flying by this pointless statue in Booty Bay? Because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 are the buffonid frogs. And the buffonid frogs, or buffonid frog, I don't know how you say it, are frogs located in Zareth Mortis. And they're kind of like robot frogs, but this is one of the coolest things that's come out of Shadowlands, to be honest. It's actually a reference to the family Buffonidae, which it says here on Wikipedia, a true toad is any member of the family Buffonidae. However, this is just like turtle and tortoise, because just like how all tortoises are turtles, not all turtles are tortoises, but every toad is a frog, but not all frogs are toads. The main point here being that all of these buffonid frogs are a reference to that. So there are a lot of them. There's accelerated buffonids, there's overgrown buffonids, there's patient buffonids, bounding buffonids. There's like 20 different types, and there's venomous, dimensional, bounding. There's a whole bunch of them, but I love these guys. Like, they straight up are just big robot toads, you know? Like, look at them. They're croaking around. They got grass and moss, or I guess that's not moss. It's like plants growing on them. And there's actually some little versions of them as well swimming around. So really cool frogs. Love them a lot. And one of the coolest things to come out of Shadowlands. So that's why they're number 10. 9. Number 9 are the huge toads, and these huge toads are actually not that huge. They're probably some of the smallest toads in the game, but that doesn't take away from the fact that they are called huge toads, and that makes them huge toads. So huge toads are critters found in Hillsbrid, Swamp of Sorrows, Twilight Highlands, and Zool Drac. In fact, there's a huge toad Hearthstone card as well. So huge toads are actually in multiple games. I also just love their animation. They kind of do like a slide and jump. They're just like, whoop, whoop. You can see it right on the screen. I don't even know why I'm describing it. It's just like, whoop, whoop. But yeah, there's nothing crazy about these guys. They're literally just toads in the game. In fact, they're part of the achievement to all the squirrels who share my life, which is an achievement you get for /loving a bunch of different critters, which are the Arctic hare, fjord penguin, glacier penguin, huge toad, mountain skunk, scalazar, tickbird, hare, borean marmot, fjord turkey, grizzly squirrel, lava crab, scalawag frog, and tundra penguin. So go find those critters in the game, give them some /love, get yourself an achievement, and see the huge toad in person. Well, in game, in person, you know what I'm saying. So that's why the huge toads are number 9. 8. Number 8 are the hornswogs, and the hornswogs are a type of frog-like dragonkin found on the Dragon Isles, and they're found typically in water, caves, or areas with volcanic activity. Hornswogs are also bullies, and they tend to jump around and eat every creature smaller than them. A swarm of rowdy hornswogs can even bring down and trample a centaur, which is pretty crazy actually, but they do look kind of crazy, and I kind of love that about them, right? They're just like these dragon frogs just sitting there hopping around. In fact, they are here for a quest, which is famous frogs, and you end up getting them low health, and then you put a hat on top of them, and that's pretty much it. I mean, you're just putting hats on frogs and making them famous, but there's actually some notable famous hornswogs. There's Wellington and Beef, referencing Beef Wellington. There's the Great Swog, Gulping Goliath, Scald the Impaler, Smog Swog the Fire Breather, and Swog Ronka. So some fantastic hornswog names out there, but I decided to make these ones number 8 because, I mean, you're making them famous, right? So that's why these famous hornswogs are number 8. 7. Number 7 is the enormous bullfrog, located in Razorfen Kraal, and he is kind of an enormous bullfrog. He's just this big bullfrog in a corner of the cave in RFK, and he has the ability to create bile clouds, which periodically creates a cloud of bile that grows over 10 seconds, inflicting nature damage every second. And there's a bunch of his frog friends all around too, and he's supposed to be a rare elite, but he's there every time you go. There's never been a time I went to RFK where he wasn't there, so I think he's just there. And they call him rare elite, kind of like how the huge frogs are huge, but they're not actually huge. It's like he's a rare elite, but he's not actually rare. But if you kill him, he can drop a tree frog box or a wood frog box, which teaches you how to summon those companions, so you can get some frog friends. Also, he has some weird poles sticking out of him. Do you see that? I don't know what that is. Maybe that's like a glitch or something. I don't know. Maybe we gotta help him out. It's like Spirited Away. You gotta pull the thorn out of him. Whatever it is, that's why the enormous bullfrog is number 7. 6. Number 6 is Jub Jub, and Jub Jub is a frog found in the Dark Moon Island, and she is Morja's pet, or Moria, I don't know if it's silent or not, and you must first get Jub Jub's attention with a dark iron ale mug, and this starts a quest line where you can hatch your own Jubling with the spawn of Jub Jub. And I remember back in Classic WoW, there used to be this orc kid named Flick who would chase around a frog, which I referenced in one of my really old Machinima videos. And I don't actually think he was chasing Jub Jub. I think he was just chasing some random other frog, but this made me remember it because that also happened at the Dark Moon Fair. And this also made me realize that this frog loves beer. Like, think about that. You're just tossing mugs of ale and he's like, ooh. And he's just getting slammed, right? He's getting wasted out here. And we're just like, oh, hey, we let him back. But like think about that. This frog is an alcoholic. And that's why Jub Jub is number 6. 5. Number 5 are the masked frogs of Ardenweld, and this is yet another Shadowlands frog. Look at that. I never thought we'd have a list with 2 Shadowlands things on it. This is unbelievable. But these masked frogs are great. They have these wooden masks that I think are just part of them. Like, I think they might, I don't think people give them masks. I think they just have those masks. And they got some plants or flora growing on their back, and they just look cool. They also got some, like, knee pads or shin guards. I don't know what those are, but they got those as well. And there's also a masked frog mount. Look at that. You can get your very own masked frog mount and hop around and have a great time. I also thought this would be a great time to insert some frog facts. So frogs live around the world on every continent except Antarctica, so there's no Arctic crazy frogs, although maybe there are, we just haven't found them yet. A group of frogs is called an army. A frog's bulging eyes allow it to see in front, sides, and partially behind it, and bullfrogs can be heard up to a mile away. And frogs don't drink water. They absorb water through their skin, which is pretty awesome. And that's why the masked frogs are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the pond swallow frogs, and the reason I love these frogs is there's a bunch of them doing their own thing, which sounds like what all frogs would be doing, but these ones specifically are doing their own thing. So they're located primarily in Legion, in Azuna, and there's one that's just chilling in some water by himself. There's one that's chilling by some murlocs, and they're not even bothering him. He's just like having a great time. There's one that's just chilling in a carriage, like straight up. He's just chilling in a carriage, waiting for a prince or princess to come kiss him or something. I don't know. There's one that's hopping between rocks. Like, these are just some great frogs. And you know, I mean, again, they're not anything special. They're not like a crazy frog. They're not some elite rare frog or some giant frog. They're just normal frogs. And
Frogs
I
are pretty
love
great.
how cool they are by being normal frogs.
If I was
You
a
know what I mean?
frog,
Sometimes the most
I
normal
would probably be
frogs
pretty hoppy.
are the coolest frogs. And so that's why these pond swallow frogs are number 4. 3. Number 3 is
No,
Crocan
no one?
and his
Okay.
frog friends. So in an island southwest of the Krasarong Wilds, well, in the southwest of the Krasarong Wilds, there is a big area with a bunch of frogs. And there's just like packs and packs of frogs here. They're all just having fun, jumping around, you know, having a good time. And there's a thing where you have to kill a bunch of these frogs. And if you do, Crocan is summoned. And Crocan is an unusually large frog that has the ability Frog Justice. So we could not get him to spawn because you have to kill like thousands of frogs. And not only did I not want to kill these frogs, I mean, they're just having a good time. I don't want to ruin their good time, but it was like thousands. I was like, all right, listen, I'm just going to slap a picture of this frog up there. There he is. He's got Frog Justice. Angered by the senseless slaughter of his fellow amphibians, Crocan unleashes his wrath on enemies in the area. Victims of this attack die instantly. So, he just straight up kills you if you attack him for killing all of his frog friends. And you know what? I respect it, even if I am using a picture that looks like I'm trying to find Bigfoot out in Frog Isle. He looks like Frog Bigfoot with this grainy-ass picture. But either way... That's why Crocan and his frog friends are number 3. 2. Number 2 is Cragwa, and Cragwa is a frog loa worshipped by the Zandalari, and he can be found at Cragwa's burrow, located in the Frog Marsh in Nazmir. And
That's
I
a
love
pretty cool
Cragwa.
looking
As soon
frog.
as I thought of this list, I was like, Cragwa's on this list. Just phenomenal frog. I remember that quest where you hop around on him, and he's just like, blah, blah. And he's just whacking all the people as you ride around on him. That was just one of my favorite quests. And the frog marsh that he lives in is phenomenal as well. Just look at the aesthetic and the lighting and the fireflies and the lily pads of the frog marsh. Like, oh my god, there's a bunch of little frogs there. Just this entire place is one of my favorites in Battle for Azeroth, which I love a lot of places in Battle for Azeroth, as you probably know by now if you watch a lot of these pointless top 10s. But just the combination of Cragwa the Huge living in this really aesthetic, cool frog marsh and everything around it. Plus, hey, we're a friend to the frogs. He's not going to eat us. How kind of Cragwa. So that's why Cragwa the Huge is number 2. 1. And number 1 is kind of unconventional. So we found old Lula, the innkeeper at the Twilight Glade in Shadowmoon Valley, and it appears she has quite the obsession with frogs, and she sells gently squeezed toads. And so she talks about frog legs, she talks about tadpoles, she talks about a whole bunch of stuff, but then she says, "The others don't believe me. I have seen him, the Great One. Once you fall under his gaze, you will never be the same again." And so the only frog she could be talking about is the Hypnocroak nearby.
Yo!
And so if you go check out the Hypnocroak, I mean, he's a pretty cool frog, but he's
Hypnocroak.
just really, really cool.
Hell yeah.
All glory to the Hypnocroak. You get it? It's like it's a Futurama reference. Hypnocroak's a reference to Futurama and the Hypnotoad. So, very cool. You know, he's Hypnocroak. He's mesmerizing to everybody that goes to him, especially old Luna. And I felt like that'd be a funny goof to put at number 1. So that's why the Hypnocroak is number 1.
That's pretty
Hey,
great.
everybody, thanks for watching this episode of Pointless Top 10. If you want to go see some more Pointless Top 10,
My dad just called me and said that I owe $480 for my tax return because apparently if I just had $10 more taken out of my check every single week, then I wouldn't owe anything at all. And I said, what?
Surprise.
What? I owe money for working? I owe money for working because, yeah. And also, Dad, that sounds like a scam. You were telling me that if only $10 more every week came out, then I wouldn't owe the $480? How was I supposed to know that? First of all, how am I supposed to know that? Second of all, how do I control that? And why is that a thing? How do you tell your employer, oh, take $10 more out of my paycheck every week so that I don't owe money when my tax return is done? What?
Man.
Yeah.
Man. Welcome to reality, kid. Yep, that's right. They don't teach it in school. Yeah, but I bet she knows what the powerhouse of a cell is.
Yeah.
This is strange. This is strange.
Something ain't right, and damn it, it's time that we find out.
At this point, paying taxes is like a rite of passage into adulthood. You truly don't understand anything about the world until you have to pay bills and pay taxes. It's
That's
funny
true.
because I got a younger sister that's in Gen Z, and she was all for raising taxes, free health care, student loan forgiveness, and as soon as she seen that money taken out her first check, that opinion started to change. Then
That's what happened too whenever they had the COVID stimulus money, is that everybody was gung-ho, oh, let's give these people money, let's let them, you know, let's make it to where they don't have to struggle, like, oh, well, we don't want to let that happen to them. And then whenever Taco Bell was closed, people are like, listen, hey, yo, you're gonna have to work, all right? Like, I didn't mean it like that. Like, you gotta look, man, we can't just be giving you money. Like, you gotta work. Remember that?
Explain to her, the more
During
money you
COVID?
make, the more money is going to be taken out. And out of that money that's taken out, almost none of it's going to what you want it to go
That's
to.
right.
In fact, some of it's going to an entirely different country because our government's proved to be incompetent.
Thank God.
She got a better understanding of what it means.
Thank God. I tell you one fucking fact is that you think that's not what's going to happen. You think the money's not going to other countries? Then tell me why the highest tier of detectry of the tank is one from Israel in War Thunder. Why is it that the highest, most advanced tech tree in War Thunder, the tank is from Israel? Ain't that crazy?
Not wrong, though.
Being American. Yeah, socialism is an easier concept to stomach when you're a kid and you're used to your parents just giving you free stuff. But as soon as you got to start working for that stuff, you understand the actual value of it. This is a real example of taxes.
Damn.
Taxes. How much do I owe? You get to figure that out.
Right.
Can I just pay what I want? No, we know exactly how much you owe, but you have to guess the number too. But what if I guess wrong? Jail.
I can't eat.
Oh.
I'm broke, nigga. I'm broke. I don't think there's any.
By the way, you usually don't go to jail if you fuck up your taxes. I fucked up my taxes before. I didn't go to jail. They just send you a letter. They say you need to pay the rest of the money. Yeah, you only go to jail if you do it on purpose. You do it a lot. Like that's really what it is. Like you're trying to like obscure payments. You just pay more. Yeah, you just pay a fine and penalties.
Anything wrong with adults living with their parents.
Yeah.
I don't think people understand. Right now, the average amount of money you have to make in order to live by yourself is $60,000 a year, meaning you have to get paid $30 an hour. Come here, and that is just to cover.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just to cover rent.
Rent. That's not including furniture. That's not including other bills. That's not including car issues, right? If you were to put all that together, you have to make about $75,000 a year, meaning you have to get paid over $35 or $40 an hour.
Taxes.
So if you know somebody that is making you feel bad because you live at home with their parents, unless they are making $40 an hour at their job, they're definitely lying to you about their living situation. They either live in a closet or they have 4 roommates. There's nothing wrong with staying with your parents right now because at this moment in time, the new generation, they can't save any money.
Well, this is only going to get worse. I remember whenever I was like 21 and 22, this is the same thing that was happening. Like, because that was like in the midst of the recession that we had back then. That was like a little bonus recession. Yeah, it was the same exact thing.
Thing going up is a cost of things, not the actual payment towards their lives.
That's not ridiculous. That's not ridiculous to say that.
Yeah, I don't care what nobody say. If you blessed to have parents that love you, there's absolutely nothing wrong with staying home until you're ready to leave.
Obviously
I've
not.
seen people leave home prematurely for multiple reasons. Sometimes it's because of dysfunction, but usually it's just because they don't want to live under their parents' rules. And to be honest, what usually happens is they go and get an apartment, and since they got to pay the rent for the apartment, they go and get a low-wage job because they don't have any job experience because they rush themselves out of the house, and they end up spending more time at the job than they do enjoying the freedom away from their parents. And then it just becomes a cycle because those low-wage jobs are only going to pay you so much. So if you got parents, that's a huge advantage. Stay home until you're ready. I have a buddy that's 27 years old. He owns an entire moving company, but he still lives with his parents.
Well, America.
Man, imagine that.
By the time he
Yeah.
leaves, he's going to be able to put a 50% down payment on whatever house he
Damn.
wants.
Tell them to bring me my money.
What's going on here with the migrant crisis? What do people think about the migrants here inside Chicago?
On some real shit, I think they need to go on back where they at, Joe. We ain't got enough room for the...
True, brother. Oh my God.
right now.
Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it.
And where should they go?
Shit. Somewhere.
Shit. I just love this. It's so good. Just telling it how it is. Yeah, bro. Like, yeah. Shit. This is so fucking funny.
But you didn't have to say it.
And where should they go?
Shit. Somewhere where's room for them at. Either if it's back to where they at or another little city. But Chicago, Tupac, man, we already got a lot going on.
What do you think about them giving them free hotels, free phones?
That's what I'm saying. They treating them better than real residents. Like, they giving them shit that
True.
they ain't give us.
Damn.
And we born and raised in Chicago. They come here giving them 15.
It used to be they were taking our jobs. Now it's we got no houses left. Yeah.
3,000 in their name, a GN link, all type of shit. I'm down. But you got homeless people sleeping on the street. You know, they fucked up, but y'all bringing people in, treating them better than motherfuckers who from Chicago. I don't like that, though.
What's your direct message to Mayor Johnson, then?
Man, fix this. Get this shit together, bro.
Yeah.
Man. Fix this shit. Yeah, like it's not his job to know what to do. Solid message. Yeah, he's right.
Help the city. Don't just be all talk. You talk that talk to get in there, live it. Stand on business.
Yeah, allowing immigrants to...
Bro, this must be his first election that he's been paying attention to. You know, like, damn, so like the dude got in there, he said he was gonna do something that didn't happen. Oh man, first time, huh? Oh.
come in and then giving them more benefits than Americans that have been paying taxes their entire lives is just crazy to me. I'm not sure what the game plan is. I'm not sure if it's for cheap labor. I'm not sure if it's to stabilize the population because we're at a declining birth rate. I was actually talking to my wife about this recently, and this might sound a little bit pessimistic, but this is kind of what I'm starting
I think we have a declining birth rate because people don't want to have kids because they can't afford it. That's the reason.
Yeah,
it's not really
it's
that
a very
complicated.
simple answer.
Like most of the times whenever I see people that are like, oh yeah, we decided not to have kids, or like we're not having kids, the main reason why is because they're focusing on their career, or it's either a direct or an indirect reason that's related to money. Because people mainly focus on their career so they can make money and feel more financially stable. So, like, it's not really that you're career focused, it's that you feel like you need to be career focused in order to have stability for a family. So, like, you see it, daycare costs, is a bunch of other shit, right? There's a lot. And so a lot of them, like, I hear this and I see people talking about it, and it's because they simply don't have the money. They don't have the money. Kids cost a lot to be born. Yeah, exactly. I don't want my kids growing up in a dying climate and earth. Yeah, for sure. But like, I think that every single one of them, like, there's money is like a huge factor. Now, and don't get me wrong, there's plenty of broke people that have kids, right? But I think that the problem is that the conscientious people, it's almost like it's like an unironic idiocracy situation, right? Where the people that are the most financially illiterate and irresponsible are having the most kids because they don't understand it. Give me a second. My dad's calling me real quick. Yeah, what up?
Gary?
It's Zach. My dad thought I called the wrong person. I think his stream is lagging because he said the reason why people do it too is because they don't have the freedom to like go travel or go do anything. And I think that's also true. It's because also I think the reason for that though is like people that don't have the freedom to do that is because they weren't able to do that when they were young because they didn't have the money. I feel like one of the, like if you look at you know, like I've used this example, right, with like, you know, a lot of different ways to get to the number 4. I feel like the number 4 right now is money. And so like people want to travel because they weren't able to do that when they were younger because of money. People can't buy a house because of money. People want to advance their career because of money. Like everything always goes back to money, I think. In almost all cases, not all cases, but almost all.
Think maybe they're bringing in immigrants to help with production when it comes to manufacturing bullets or whatever we might need for World War III, or maybe it's just so they can be soldiers in World War III. But either way, if you're the average American, you should be upset because Americans can hardly afford to eat, and we're giving our tax dollars to people that aren't even from here.
It's not going, you know what I'm saying? It ain't going, nah, it ain't going to work.
I literally just did my taxes and I owe money. I call my dad, I'm like, did I do this right? He's like, I don't know, maybe you should pay someone to do your taxes for you.
Yeah.
I said, does it sound like I'm in the position to be paying someone else to do my taxes when I already owe the government money? Oh my God. What is this scheme?
That's right.
God, are you there?
And if you don't do it, you go to jail. That's the way it is. Just buy more money. True.
It is me, Sarah. I hate being an adult.
You can't take responsibility.
Oh, bro. This guy will have like he'll have some person on the stream and he'll be like, so let me get this straight. You are in debt because you like buying old video game systems? And it's like, so you spent $3,000 a month on buying vintage video games and you don't have any money? Have you thought about not doing that? And they're like, yeah, I thought about buying PlayStations instead. It's like, basically, he brings on people that, it's like, these are people that don't know what 7 times 3 would be, right? The guy that has 3 cars, yeah, it's like, yeah, I bought a, I bought an $8,000 car. I pay $15,000 a month, or $1,500 a month on it, and it's a 36 month lease. You know?
The future is just not there.
$152K in bad debt. That's a lot of money at 25, bro. Like, you got to be like, that's impressive. I'm gonna be real. I think that's impressive that you racked up that much. That's like a high score. Really? Like, that's impressive, man. Holy.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep thinking about the worst case scenario.
What, bankruptcy?
Or kill yourself?
Yeah.
That'd be really
Well, that'd be a good idea. You do that right away, because that way you put it on cooldown for 7 more years. You do it again. You got to always be cheating, man. You got to always be cheating. Yeah, be cheating, not pay the money, do whatever you can. Right? Yeah, exactly. He knows? Absolutely, yeah. Like, the thing is that this is who it really fucks over, right? Is it fucks over these, like, oh, I'm going to do the good thing and I'm going to do the right way. Bro. Like, you think the people that wrote the rules are doing that? You fuck no, man. And whenever you're in a circus, you better act like a clown. Like, you absolutely need to do that. Run up the money, spend the fucking money, write it off, say you're not going to pay it. They send it to a debt collection agency. Then they can't legally garnish your wages anymore, depending on the state that you live in. Then eventually the debt collection agency reports it to the IRS as income for you. And then that year you just don't make any money, so you don't have to pay taxes on that money. You get a deferral for your taxes, and then you get that forgiven by the government. But you have to be cheating all the time. Like, always be cheating, man. ABC, always be doing whatever you can to get the money, because if you're not doing that, somebody else is going to do that. It's more common than you think. 10 people have over 100K in student loan debt. Yeah, I know a friend that has that. Yeah, Trump went bankrupt 4 times. Yeah, of course you had to do that. Yeah, you have to always be cheating, man. That's it. For legal reasons, this is a joke. Well, it's like you want to take out one credit card and then pay off another credit card, and then just stop answering phone calls from both of them, but then make it to where like the amount is not high enough to where they try to seek legal repudiation, legal like proceedings from you. So you want to balance out, like, you know, scam like 5 people for 10K rather than like 1 person for 50K. And then that way they can probably just write your debt off rather than like, so then that's why you take out the extra credit cards and you do that as well. And then you have, let's see, what's some other things you gotta do? Stop with the how to. Yeah, there's just a lot. Debtors hate this guy. Well, you just have to do. Student loan should be tax deductible. Well, I'm six cards, rotation 5K. Exactly. Yeah. And not financial advice. No, this is not financial advice. And Warren Buffett said the top 100 companies pay their taxes. No American would ever have to pay again. Yeah, but it's like people don't understand. It sounds easier to just get a job. Nah, bro, it's actually super easy to do this. Like, yeah, it's super, super easy. Always be cheating. Yeah, always be cheating. Do whatever you can to, like, save money. Like, there would be other things that I would suggest, but, like, that probably would, like, legitimately get me in trouble. But, yeah, like, regularly take things, like, pay things off in, like, an amount. Like, you know, pay things on, like, a, you know, a payment plan. And then damage the product to where they can't get it back from you, and then stop paying for it, and that way you keep it. And like they probably won't press charges unless it's really expensive. So then you only do it with cheap things, right? You always, like, bro, always be cheating, man. Always.
To go through at 25, but
especially with my card.
Because like she's crying, she doesn't get it. She doesn't understand it.
What's kind of stopping me from going that route, because
yeah,
you have 152,027.
That's a car loan for $16,000. This girl is stupid with money. She's stupid. Like, you $16,000 for a car loan? Why you need to buy a car for $16,000? That's nuts. Like that's too much for a car. Yeah, that's way too much for a car, man. Average car price is $46K. Yeah, it's an average, right? I'm talking about, like, bro, if you have no fucking money and you're 25, you are below average. Quit buying a car for and this is, by the way, this is the amount of money that's left. That's not counting down payment, money that's already been paid on this car. This could be like a $40,000 car. What are you doing? Yeah, drive a beater. Yeah, what are you doing? You being an idiot. My car's $3K paid up front. Yeah. To be fair, like, used cars have gone up a lot in price recently, right? Like, I don't know if they've started going back down again, but I probably not because of inflation, right?
Oh, $152,000. $152,027.
Damn.
In bad debt.
Yeah.
That is a number that just shouldn't even be considered.
Yeah.
As a number for someone in your age. That's like you having a mortgage or something.
Yeah, $125,000 of debt at the age of 25. You might as well go ahead.
I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like, I think that you know who's at fault? You know who fucked up here? She 25. She fucked up, number one. Number two is the schools. How much you want to bet that she probably not that good at math? That she don't understand what percentages are and shit like that, right? It's the education system. Yeah, the parents also, nah. It's the school's job to teach the kids. Yeah, of course it's the parents too. But, like, I guarantee you, bro, like, she probably, like, what's 8% of 100? And this would be a problem. You know, like, what is compounding interest? This would be a problem. 17% of $80,000. This would be a problem. You see what I'm saying?
And file for bankruptcy. At least she's single with no kids. It's probably the best time to do it. Two of my buddies live together in their early 20s. And when I say buddies, I mean guys that I've known since I was 14 years old.
Right.
There's only 4 of these people on the planet. I don't use the word friend as just a word to say. But anyway, my 2 buddies were living together. And I remember this because every time I would come back home from college, they would have a new gadget. They were buying, like, electric skateboards. They were buying motorcycles. They were buying cars. Pretty much a bunch of egregious shit that they didn't even really need. And it got to the point where they were working 40 hours a week and could hardly afford to eat because all the money they were dishing out was because the interest rates were high, and they were
they got a default on the money. You got to declare bankruptcy. You got it, like, bro, because then it's like if you're living with one guy, like really, the cooldown is like 3.5 years. You have one guy buy all the stuff for one period of time, then you buy all the stuff the next time, and that like you leapfrog. See, you got to be thinking about this a lot. Yeah, it's the cooldown. Yeah, exactly. Can't default on school loans. Yeah, I know. Like school loans, so like the way that you have to get around that is by not making money. Like you basically have to assume that they're going to eventually forgive the student loans, and so then you never pay down the principal, and they can't garnish your wages until like you make a surprisingly large amount of money. So then you have to figure out other ways that you can invest your money into things that you can monetize or do without allowing it to go above the threshold for wage garnishing. That's what you have to do. Well, like over 400K, yeah, exactly. Like that's you figure out like different ways that you can do that. Military, not anything you can, man. Become a server making tips, yeah.
Trying to pay back these people so that they wouldn't get their stuff repossessed. Eventually, some of their stuff got repossessed, and I remember they had a moment of clarity where they realized the only reason we feel like we're slaves and the only reason we're in such a scarcity mindset all the time is because we've made so much debt. We've built up so much debt from buying shit that we don't even need. So they started working 60 hours a week. And at this time, we're in our early 20s. So these jobs are not good jobs. They're just putting in just grind hours, just grunting it out. 60 hours a week, paying off debt for about a year and a half straight. Eventually, they got to the point where they didn't have any debt anymore. Fast forward to today, they're completely out and they don't want to go back into debt. They save their money. They both make about $100,000 a year. One of my buddies just called me a couple days ago and said he makes he just got a $20,000 raise on his salary.
That's a lot. God damn, that's a lot of fucking money. I did that, paid $35K in student loans in 2 years. Yeah, that's a fuck.
And the other buddy owns a pharmacy, is a partial owner in a pharmacy in Kenya. So they're both doing pretty well.
In Kenya,
and it's
what the
because
fuck?
once they got out of that scarcity mindset, because they actually got to keep the money that they were making because they weren't.
I think also like that's just what happens whenever you're young, right? Is like whenever you're young, you don't have a lot of skills or like experience or anything like that. So like obviously you're gonna be dumb.
Buying shit they don't need.
Yeah.
It gave a lot of clarity, and they could actually make decisions with a rational mind instead of just living in a scarcity mindset their entire lives. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I don't know if the economy is ever going to get any better, but the best thing you can do from my experience is to live way below your means and never go into debt, especially for something you don't need.
And that's a fact.
Yeah, there's so many people, bro. Like, people go crazy with spending money. What's sad about it to me is that there's so many young people that feel like they need to buy all this expensive shit, and they do that, and then they ruin their life. That's what it is. I'll link y'all the video. This is a good video. He write about pretty much everything. I'm gonna be honest. I think so. Like, yo, any young person isn't paycheck to paycheck. Yeah, exactly. Like, well, it's because people try so hard to spend money or to like look good or whatever, and it ends up ruining their life. I think that's really what the problem is. Yeah, buying shit you don't need. Yeah, exactly. Like buying shit you don't need. Isn't it an IRL stupid tax? Yeah, exactly. Of course it is. You know, put medical debt on a credit card. Medical debt doesn't have interest. Well, if with medical debt, what you want to do is you want to say that you're going to pay it in cash. So they have a lower, because like they'll give you a lower amount and then tell them that you're going to do it in payment plans. And then you only pay a small amount of it, and then you never make another payment, and they'll write it off immediately. Like my mom did that like tons of times, right? It's super, super easy. Yeah, it's a horrible fucking idea. Put that. Yeah, never put it on a card. Yeah. How does he know? Because I mean, bro, like it is what it is, right? I mean, you gotta like, bro, ABC, always be cheating, always be cheating. You have to. That's the thing. And it's like you can be like, oh, well, that's not. And by the way, guys, it's not good to do this. It's not good. It's bad to do this. You're about to get audited, bro. Like I have not been audited, but they fuck, bro. Like oh god. I had to do a tax payment recently, and yeah, it's been it's not good. I mean, it's not something I'm gonna cry or complain about, right? But like, yeah, I had to do a tax payment recently. Well, now the oh no, yeah, it's a lot quarterly. Yeah, well, no, I set up like it's a no the accountant. Well, I'll tell you this, right? Just the accountant for my taxes is $5,000 a year. Like, that's where we're at. And it's a lot. It's not bad. I don't know. The last one I had was like 500. Right? That's a firm price. Yeah, it's a lot. I'll be right back. Got already through the gotcha spends? Yeah, actually. I'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists out of pointless things, where we flying by his pointless statue in Booty Bay, because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 is the Star Lake Amphitheater in Ardenweld, where the Night Fae put on stage shows for other Fae and the Winter Queen, who has, as you might imagine, a throne that she can sit on and watch the plays from above. And I really love this throne. It's got a cool backrest that's in the shape of leaves, or I guess they actually are leaves, but then you have the branches kind of intertwining on the backrest and then going up to the top of the leaves. Then you've got the armrests, which are just more branches, and you've got some cool art on the actual part of the throne you sit on, although the part you sit on does kind of look like a sewer plate or a manhole cover, whatever it's called. Like, that's all I can think of, just seeing that is like, it's gonna open up and a Ninja Turtle comes out or something. But the actual tree stump that you sit on has a cool like star fairy pattern or something on it, and the branches got some cool swirls and stuff, and there's even a little bug friend guy that's just chilling there. Also, this throne is actually gigantic, as you can see with my dwarf sitting up there for scale. But I love the aesthetic of this place. I love the area, and I actually really enjoyed this part of the Shadowlands where they put on all the plays. It was probably one of my favorite parts from Shadowlands out of all the 4 things that I liked about it. So that's why it's number 10. 9. Number 9 is the seat of Korlock in Ashran, and I never thought I'd be putting something from Ashran on this list, but this is actually a cool throne. This is where Korlock, the Ogre King, waits for players of either faction to prove themselves worthy of his aid in battle by defeating his bodyguards Mukmaraz and Galdun Farak. Also, according to Wowpedia, an early map of Ashran shows this area named the King's Throne, and during the beta, it was known as the Throne of the Ogre King, so then they changed it eventually to Seat of Korlock. But I really like this place because I love the aesthetic, I love the stone walls, I love the tapestry hanging from the big wooden sticks. I love the stairs that are all made out of stone, and there's like big rocks everywhere, and then the actual throne itself, where it feels like it blends in with the environment almost, and it has these big torches on both sides, as well as numerous other torches that are leading up the path to the throne. But yeah, this is one of those places I think people have forgotten about, and it's fun to just go back and be like, wow, you know, I never got to appreciate this when I was here because I was too busy playing Ashran and hating it. And that's why it's number 9. 8. Number 8 is this moose throne located at the Verdant Landing in the Emerald Dream. And some people might not consider this a very cool throne because it's not that big. It's like at the head of the table. Even I was like, would this technically be a throne? But I'm like, you know what? I think it would be a throne because I looked up the definition of throne and it said the chair or seat occupied by a sovereign, bishop, or other exalted personage on ceremonial occasions, usually raised on a dais, a platform, and covered with a canopy. And so to me, this throne actually fit that, right? It's a chair or seat that would be occupied by like the head of the table who's sitting there on some sort of ceremonial occasion, which is why they're all surrounding the table, right? It made sense to me, but I think this throne looks really cool. It's got like the big moose antlers as the backing, and everybody else at the table just has these small little intertwined branch backings. So this might not be the craziest throne, but I thought it was cool, and I thought it was a great way to kind of talk about the definition of a throne. So that's why it's number 8. 7. Number 7 is Thorum's throne, located on the Temple of Storms in the Storm Peaks. And everybody's going to remember Thorum's throne for the classic in the mountains, right? Like that's why people remember this place, but it is a cool throne. It's got some old kind of Titan designs to it. The area is pretty cool with all the pillars. You got these floating Titan balls going around, and you just have Thorum there just sitting there like, I just wish something would happen. Which, to be fair, he's like the most realistic person on a throne out of all the people we're going to see. Because most people, they're sitting there like, yes, I'm waiting for some sort of important thing to do. And this guy's just like, yeah, I'm bored. Like, I love that. He's just like sitting up here in the middle of nowhere looking out like, man, I wish something would just happen, you know? In the mountains. However, I do think it would be pretty cool to sit up here and look out over the landscape, but it probably would get boring after a while. And that's why It's number 7. 6. Number 6 is the throne located in the Lordaeron throne room, which is where King Tyrannus Menethil was assassinated by Arthas. And this is where everybody always talks about hearing the voices, where if it's quiet and you just hear like, Arthas, what are you doing? Like it plays the Warcraft 3 audio and everything, but when you take a look at the actual throne, it's pretty cool. It's got these chains or ropes kind of intertwined on the seat, and then you have these big paw animal, like lion paws or something. I don't know what animal they are, but they're the paws of some animal. And then you have these gems that are kind of encrusted in the actual chair itself. And on top of all that, the actual room itself is also cool. You have all the designs on the ground for Lordaeron. You got the light shining in. You got the balconies up top with the little torches. And then you got the blue tapestry drapes or whatever they are. But overall, it's just got a lot going for it, right? You have the lore behind it. You got a cool looking throne. You have a cool throne room. So it's just all tied together. And that's why it's number 6. 5. Number 5 is the High Seat, located in Ironforge, and this is the throne room for the dwarves, where there's 3 thrones, and it currently hosts the 3 clans of the dwarves. So you have Moira Tharazon, Muradin Bronzebeard, and Falstad Wildhammer, and they make up what is called the Council of 3 Hammers. And I'm not gonna lie, when I heard the High Seat, it made me think of a high chair, and it made me think of babies. So I'm like, are these dwarves just sitting in big baby chairs? Maybe, but they actually look pretty cool. You have the big iron banners in the back with the mountain logo and the hammer on them. And then you have the griffin armrests on all the thrones that are pouring lava out of their beaks into the little lava pools, which I think is my favorite part. That's what really sold me on these thrones.
I think it might actually be molten
It's
gold.
also cool to just come here and watch all 3 of the dwarven leaders just interact with each other, and whoever comes into the throne room for various quests and stuff. It's pretty neat. So that's why the High Seat is number 5. 4. Number 4 is the Golden Throne, and the Golden Throne of Dazar Allure was the throne room of King Rastakhan and is now Queen Talanji's throne. It is the highest point of the city, located right above the Great Seal, and the ruler's closest bodyguards and the Zankuli Council are stationed here. And the Golden Throne has some of my favorite architecture in the game. Like, it's got some cool snake backdrops. It's got some big torches on the side with little snake head or gator dinosaur heads. I don't know what they are. Some sort of dinosaur snake head thing. But what really sells it for me is the sun backdrop. You got this big sun that's either rising or setting. I don't know which one. And then you have the 2 big pillars of fire on both sides that kind of give it that, you know, sun aesthetic, like it's very bright. And then you have the rays kind of behind the sun as well, like the sun rays on the back wall. You kind of see that. And then there's some light touches, like the little plants hanging from the ceiling, and then the gold plated floors and all that. It's really cool. It's definitely one of the more extravagant thrones in the game, and that's why it's number 4. 3. Number 3 is Therazane's throne. And I remember flying over this throne, scouting for pointless top 10 stuff, and I was like, whoa, this is a throne? Like, I'd forgotten all about this one. And it's just filled with crystals as the back of the chair. Like, you can just sit down and you sit against crystals, which seems like it would not be that comfortable, but I feel like it doesn't really matter for Therazane or any of the other people here that are made out of rocks and earth stuff. So I'm like, they probably don't even feel it. And then the armrests are just these big pillars with a floating crystal in it. It seems like it would be a pretty inconvenient armrest, but it's a cool looking armrest. And this might be one of the biggest thrones in the game. As you can see here by me sitting on it, it is gigantic. Like, this throne is massive. In fact, I think you can fit an entire raid team up here. But according to Wowpedia, the throne is filled with the most polished and reflective crystals in all of Deep Home, to which they continue to collect in exchange for gold they often pay to those able to collect. But this throne is so unique. I think it's really cool. It's giant. It's very vibrant and bright, and I like it a lot. So that's why it's number 3. 2. Number 2 is the throne located in the Hunter's Hall in Frostfire Ridge in Gromgar, and it is here where the Iron Wolf leads the Thunderlord clan. And if you don't know who the Thunderlord clan is, it is the clan of orcs living in Frostfire that are known for their hunters, especially hunting down Rylax and other beasts such as Gron and Magnaron. But this may be one of the most underrated thrones. Like, when I saw this throne, I was like, this is gonna be like top 5, maybe even top 3. And I ended up putting it at 2 because I think it looks so cool. You have this big skull with the sword throne sitting right underneath of it. And you got these big bones and chains kind of holding it up and framing it. Then you have the little rickety boards leading up to the throne. And I think the funniest part is if you look at the little seat cushion of all this stuff, it's just like a little feather leaf thing so you don't hurt your butt when you're sitting on it. I think it's funny how there's like all this tough stuff like bone and metal and fire, and it's like, oh, you need your little seat cushion. But I really just love the aesthetic and how cool this throne looks in this area, and so that's why it's number 2. And number 1 is the Frozen Throne. And I contemplated putting this at like number 2 and playing around because I was like, everybody's going to guess that the Frozen Throne is number 1. But I was like, you know what? It genuinely deserves to be number 1. I mean, it holds the most notable villain in all of World of Warcraft. It's got really cool aesthetic with all the ice pillars, and it's on top of the citadel. And then you've got Bolvar, who's just sitting up there as a block of ice on the throne. And it just has such a great combination of history and lore while also being a very unique frozen ice sculpture and a throne for one of the most powerful villains in Warcraft. So like, how could I not put it at number 1? So that's why the Frozen Throne is number 1. Hey everybody, thanks for watching this episode of Pointless Top 10. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Also, if you want some more Pointless Top 10s, go watch Ruins. That's kind of like Thrones, you know?
Next.
Maybe, not really.
I got married recently, and these were the pancakes that turned my fiance into my hubby.
Don't worry, I got the entire recipe and the exact measurements. Come here. If these pancakes are good enough for somebody to want marriage-level commitment, I need to try them out. Okay, first things first is 1 egg. Next is 1 1/4 cup of milk and a 1/4 cup of vegetable oil. Next up is 1 1/2 cups of flour, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, and 1 tablespoon of sugar. Then you'll have your batter. Okay, we have our batter. Now we're going to make the cinnamon sugar and get this going. For the cinnamon sugar, it is 4 tablespoons of softened butter, a 1/4 cup of sugar. You need 2 teaspoons of cinnamon, and then 1 tablespoon of the pancake batter that we just made. Here's the before, here's after. And for your icing, it's going to be 2 cups of powdered sugar and about 1.5 tablespoons of milk. Okay, next she said to cover the pan in butter. Now that it's bubbling, we're going to add our batter. Next, we cover the pancakes until we see bubbles. Now that we see the bubbles, we're going to add the cinnamon sugar. Now that we added the sugar, we're going to put a lid on it, and then we're going to let it steam for about 4 to 5 minutes, apparently. Here's what they look like after I took them out and put some frosting on them. Sadly, they burnt a little bit. That's my fault. All right, let's give these a try and see if they're good enough for marriage-level commitment. I'm not gonna lie to you, letting it sit there and let the butter kind of crust up around it makes the crunch so good. Oh yeah!
Hell yeah.
In this episode, you're going to see the scariest videos that are trending
Spooky
right
stuff!
now.
Let's go! Get your spook on, y'all.
Haunted Hill House in Mineral Wells, Texas, known as one of the most haunted locations in the United States, has once again lived up to its eerie reputation. This 3,800 square foot Victorian mansion, with a rich history of ghostly occurrences, recently provided a chilling experience for a group of friends who rented the property for a paranormal investigation. The house, intertwined with the history of the Baker Hotel, served as a brothel in its past and is reported to be inhabited by at least 9 resident spirits. These include the spirit of a little boy born to one of the working girls and a man who tragically died falling into a well on the property. The area's history is marked by tales of Native American tribes, Texas Rangers, and hidden treasures, adding layers of mystery to the site. During their overnight stay, the visitors encountered some rather strange activity captured vividly on the house's CCTV cameras. In one disturbing clip, a woman named Victoria is seen lying on the bed. She's browsing her phone when suddenly this happens. Out of nowhere, she's forcefully pulled off the bed.
As you can see, she was yanked off the bed. This was not a fall. And then they ran out.
The group run out of the room, confused and terrified.
So as they run out, you can see they run out.
Later, at around 3 a.m., a
Yeah,
man
that
named
would be
Drew
pretty
heads
scary.
back into the bedroom to try and get to the bottom of what had happened. While in the room, he taunts one of the alleged spirits and says it should pick on him and not a woman. That's when things turn south.
Did you see he got pushed?
Drew was pushed violently while attempting to provoke one of the spirits.
Wow.
See how hard it pushed him.
But things get even stranger. As the group once again run from the room, more activity is caught on camera.
You see the knob pull? So we're going to rewind that again.
Watching that again more closely, the door slams shut.
To that doorknob to see if we can get a better view of it.
But if you zoom in, you can actually see the door handle moving, as though someone's pulling it shut from inside of the room.
Look, the handle moved. Did you see that?
It was like
Wow, that's awesome.
These harrowing encounters add to the documented experiences of nausea, headaches, and even physical attacks reported by previous visitors, which include over 600 scratches and 4 bite marks attributed to the spirits. Haunted Hill House remains a significant destination for paranormal researchers and enthusiasts, offering a controlled environment equipped with paranormal investigation tools. It operates as a research site open to the public, providing a unique experience for those brave enough to confront its haunted legacy. Whether skeptic or believer, the incidents at Haunted Hill House continue to stir debate and fascination with the paranormal, making it a hotspot for those seeking to explore the unknown.
As you can see, she was yanked off the bed. This was not a fall. And then they ran out.
This next video comes to us from the Paranormal Evidence subreddit by a user known as InternalAd9783 and shows some rather strange home security footage. The uploader was alone in the house while his family took a week-long camping trip out of town. Hearing mysterious footsteps, he set up a camera upstairs suspecting a break-in. What he captured on camera is quite strange indeed. You can make out a strange, shadowy figure moving from left to right. Sometime later, the cameras catch another shadowy presence. According to the Reddit posts, the uploader has no idea what these shadows could be. While thankful they're not evidence of a physical intruder, no doubt the footage has left a lingering, eerie feeling on the homeowners. A chilling piece of footage was recently submitted to our Slapped Ham subreddit by a user named Wahalama Mama, showing an audio recording that's left both the uploader and viewers confused and unnerved. According to the uploader, the audio captures their sister talking in her sleep. Normally a fluent English speaker only, the sister's nocturnal ramblings are in a completely foreign language. The girl's speech is indeed in a language unknown to the uploader. One commenter suggested the girl might be speaking Telugu, a Dravidian language from southern India. However, another user, fluent in Telugu, countered that they couldn't recognize a single word. Some said it sounded like Eastern European, possibly Slavic, while others believe they can discern Latin phrases muttered throughout the nocturnal ramblings. At this point, the mystery remains unsolved. No one's entirely sure what language the girl is speaking. Hopefully
Weird.
the bizarre recording will be unraveled soon, shedding some light on the eerie words spoken in the dead of night. Over on TikTok, a user known as Gordon Gears Motor posted a video to his account that's been the talk of the horror community for the last few weeks, garnering 24 million views in just 6 days. The video was filmed in the dead of night and shows Gordon pointing his camera outside and recording a pole that's right in front of him.
Yeah, that's creepy.
However, it looks like there's something perched atop of the pole. Gordon asks if anyone knows what this could be. Many commenters said it looks like a duende. A duende is a humanoid figure of folklore with variations from Iberian, Ibero-American, and Latin American cultures, comparable to dwarves, gnomes, or even leprechauns. The most likely theory, however, is that this is just a classic case of pareidolia, which I'm sure you've all heard me define a million times already.
Oh, yeah.
But as always, I'll throw this one over to you, the viewers, for final judgment. What's your take on this curious piece of footage?
More than likely it is pareidolia, but, like, I don't know, maybe he should shine a light on it.
This next one from Audrey Hayes over on TikTok's been going viral this past few weeks. It's some curious footage captured from Hayes' doorbell security camera. A large string of lights can be seen hovering on her front porch area. Whatever it is, it's significant enough for the security system to announce, "Hi, you're currently being recorded."
Hi, you are currently being recorded.
The strange lights continuously move around the door throughout the entire duration of the video, before the footage abruptly ends, leaving us all to wonder what exactly it is we just saw. A full gamut of theories were thrown around in the comments, everything from pixies and fairies to aliens and glistening spiderwebs were debated. As of now, though, the strange lights remain unidentified. A photo of an old railway station, now a private residence, has captured the attention of social media after Clay Bundy shared it to Facebook. The image, sourced from an old photo collection, reveals more than just architectural decay. It seemingly harbours a ghostly presence. At first glance, the photo portrays a typical abandoned station. However, upon closer examination, what appears to be a ghostly figure in all black can be discerned at the end of the platform. There are whispers among local residents that this once abandoned railway station harbours spirits of the dead. Some say you can sometimes see what looks like a lantern floating around at night time in the adjacent fields. Others have reported wandering figures that seem oddly out of place. While some hope it's merely a person caught by chance in this old photo, contributing to a less sinister explanation, the possibility of it being a spectral figure lingers, intriguing and unnerving all those who view it. A disturbing photo shared by the Facebook page Creepy Facts has sparked a flurry of speculation and unease within the horror community. It's a snap captured by a motion-activated trail camera placed deep in the woods. The setup, designed to capture images of deer and local wildlife, captured this eerie figure instead. The homeowner clarified that the area is very remote and would be very difficult for trespassers to cross the property without the owners knowing about it. The figure's appearance has drawn comparisons to the Rake, a character from popular creepypasta legend. With no clear answers and little hope of uncovering the truth behind this strange image, the photo remains a chilling mystery. So what are your thoughts? Is this just a trespasser or wayward hiker? Let me know down below. Before we take a look at a creepy This next post is something of an internet legend and no one seems to know its original source, but the story behind the picture and the picture itself is more than enough to send shivers down your spine. The story goes that for years this child told his mum that he had an imaginary friend. He would call her Broken Neck Friend and they would play games together. He would grow up drawing her and telling stories about their adventures together. Here's one of the drawings. The parents, although irked, didn't think too much of it until they were browsing some old family photos. They came across an old baby photo of the young boy and spotted this eerie image. If you compare the drawing and the old photo, the similarities are chilling.
How would you not notice that
The
before?
image has sparked widespread discussion and speculation online, with many commenters expressing both fascination and fear. Despite numerous debates, no rational explanation has surfaced to debunk the authenticity
I'm gonna
of the
say
photograph,
fake for that.
leaving it as an unresolved and genuine mystery. So is this old internet
That's something you
legend
definitely
to be
would have
believed?
noticed much,
I'll leave that up to you
much
to
farther in the
decide.
past. Much earlier. Like, come on.
If you want to see.
Jeez. Alright, I'm gonna take a little break. It's break time, y'all! Let me just get this loaded. Break time! Herb. back! Oh my god! Whoa! Who would have guessed that, like, I could be back and not, like, forward or something? I don't know. Meow. Meow meow. Meow meow meow. And, well, at least Hollow is going outside for the farts. Alright, enjoy your Father's Day stuff, Hollow. Also, hi, Nate or not, how you doing? How is Nate or not today? Hope you're doing heckin' fantastic. Man, I feel so scatterbrained today. I feel like I have half as much brain power as usual. Maybe I just didn't sleep enough. Maybe that's what it is. I think it was around like 4:30 in the morning. I think it was actually a little past that, but it was before 5. It was before 5, but after 4:30 that I went to sleep this morning. Granted, I didn't get up until 1, so there's that. Yeah. 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 Unsurprisingly, I was reading manga all night long. Pretty much after I ended stream. Well, stream was forced to end yesterday. And after that I just read manga pretty much the rest of the day. I did have like a moment. Well, I say a moment. I took like half an hour, maybe an hour or so to do Twitter stuff, just doom scrolling, you know. You know how it be. Yeah. I commented on a Stupendium tweet and I've gotten a bunch of likes, so that's nice. Just gonna come out and say it, not ashamed. We don't use the word lest enough anymore. I've done it before and I'm gonna do it again. I'm bringing lest back in a big way. It's in the chorus of an upcoming song, so it happens a few times. Hell yeah. My comment is, a word as wonderful as lest definitely needs to see more use, lest we forget it. Haha. I was trying to be a bit cheeky there, a bit clever. So it seems like some people enjoyed my comment. Which gave me a nice hit of dopamine yesterday. So yay. Alright, anyways. Back to vidges. Harvard reveals hidden aliens.
See, Harvard published a study saying aliens may be living on Earth disguised as humans. I saw... It's not like a real thing, though. It's like a theory. But based on actually nothing besides, like, maybe they are. There's membership first. I haven't read the whole thing, though. Just little bits and pieces here.
I mean, it's not a far-fetched theory that aliens could actually be living among us. Yeah, I said the thing. Among us. Yeah, I know, sus. Get it out of your system. Sus, haha, vent, whatever. But yeah, it's not a far-fetched theory. Like, in a lot of the UFO community, they even talk about, like, I think it was the 12 great races or whatever it's called. The prominent ones, which basically intermingle with humans, right? Some of them do like human hybrids where they like interbreed, I guess. But some of them are also like I guess incompatible, let's say. So I don't know. I can't really explain it all that well because I didn't really study it. I just like, it's the stuff that I heard secondhand from like listening to podcasts and shit. Like there's a really good episode of Chilluminati that goes over the alien races. It's quite interesting.
Pull it up. Aliens may be living among us disguised as humans, claims Harvard study. A recent Harvard University study has revealed that aliens might be living among us probably underground or on the moon. Please get this garbage off my screen. The Human Flourishing Program of Harvard University also stated that UFOs might be alien spaceships that are visiting to meet their alien friends living on Earth. Man, this sounds so real. Maybe the aliens come here because they have so many friends that they want to stop by and say hello to.
I mean,
so obviously
yeah,
the most efficient way of doing that is flying all the way across the goddamn universe in order to see their friends in person and say hi. More commonly referred to as UFOs and extraterrestrial beings could be living underground on the moon or even walking among humans.
Hi,
The research also
Nate.
explores the idea that UFOs are unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP. Paper also states that the author is aware of the depth of evidence and theory that also tentatively support another extraterrestrial explanation, the cryptoterrestrial hypothesis, linking UAP activity to the action of hidden non-human entities. Where is the evidence? Or anything grounded at all in reality?
What is reality,
This theory
anyways?
claims that aliens might have traveled from the moon or other places to visit the Earth and hidden themselves among us.
NASA, they crashed a satellite into the moon just to see what would happen. Like, they did that on purpose. And from the actual recording of it, the moon rang out like a bell, which gives credence to the hypothesis that the moon is actually not a natural thing, that it's actually like created, or at the very least it's hollow. So who knows? Who knows? There could be entities living on the moon for all we know. We don't have any way of checking. And if we did, well, it's being hidden from us. Because the last thing humanity needs is yet another thing to worry about.
They traveled from the moon to Earth. Brother, that's like a walk.
No, I said in the
in
moon.
the scale of the cosmos.
Not on the moon.
We would have seen them do that. Magical cryptoterrestrials. These beings are like earthbound angels having magical rather than technological relationships with humans, like folklore creatures like fairies and elves. Isn't Harvard supposed to be prestigious? Is this in the paper, or are they just going over all kinds of potential theories? Fairies and elves? The primary weakness of the theory is its perceived oddity, especially for those accustomed to conventional scientific explanations. You mean logic? The primary weakness.
I mean, consider this. We cannot see X-rays. We cannot see gamma rays. We cannot see radiation, right? Just because we can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, right? Our perception is limited. Therefore, who's to say that these entities do not exist in one form or another? And because of the idea of the multiverse and an ever-expanding idea of realities, an infinite amount of alternate realities, is it not possible to then posit that all fiction is technically nonfiction? Because as soon as you have an idea in your mind, there is a reality in which it happened, or is happening, or will happen. Ah, there you go. It's an interesting thought experiment. At least I like to think of it that way.
As if there's any strength to it. Other than, like, I want to believe in this, so maybe it's possible.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to believe.
The researchers admitted
Do
that
I think it's actually that way? Well, until I can see any, like, actual tangible proof, I can't really say that it is. That doesn't mean I can't hope. And what are we if not beings full of hope? If you do not have hope, then what's the point? Right?
Research was likely to be regarded as skeptically regarded as skeptically by most scientists, but it urged the community to consider their claim in a spirit of epistemic humility and openness. What fucking research? Scrolling through Tumblr? Like, what? Where's the actual paper?
Even with
All right, I'm reading
infinite
it
realities,
now.
I don't
This is
think
ridiculous.
every
Now I've
thought
gotta
could
say,
happen.
I did not want to bother reading this paper, but whatever. Oh, here we go. From the Human Flourishing Program. What is this? Okay, let's start here. What is the Harvard Human Flourishing Program? That sounds like MK Ultra, except you're brainwashing college kids into being fucking idiots. The Human Flourishing Program, Harvard University. It's integrating knowledge across disciplines. Knowledge, huh? Fairies and elves. Founded in 2016, the Human Flourishing Program at Harvard aims to study and promote human flourishing.
Whoa, no way.
I love that. Please define human flourishing. What does that mean? Like, I'm flourishing by opening magic cards because it fills me with a sense of satisfaction. Would that classify as human flourishing?
I mean, yeah, it is. It is pretty satisfying to open magic card packs. That's definitely true. Especially when you open up ones that are like really, really good. Like Charlie did. He got like a serialized card or whatever, where there's only 250 of them in the world, and he got like 221 or something. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. I would definitely be very excited about that. But yeah.
And to develop systematic approaches to the synthesis of knowledge across disciplines. This is just an absolute nothing statement. That's just buzzword for buzzword's sake. Many topics that are fundamental to human well-being, such as happiness itself, virtue, religious community, meaning, and purpose, have traditionally been viewed as principally falling within the purview of the humanities, often of philosophy or theology. However, robust empirical research literature of these topics is now developed from sociology, political science, economics, education, psychology, medicine, public health, and other empirical sciences. The program's research contributes to the broad question of how knowledge from the quantitative social sciences can be integrated with that of the humanities and questions of human flourishing and how best to carry out the synthesis of knowledge across disciplines. Hopes to bring greater unity to empirical social sciences and humanities. This actually told me nothing. You told me nothing with this. I came into this not knowing what this human flourishing program aimed to do and how, and I'm leaving not knowing what it aims to do or how.
Well, yeah, that's because that's how these news articles make their money. They put out vague bullshit that nobody can really agree or disagree with, and then they just, like, make money that way. They fill it with ads, they fill it with all sorts of shit. And they keep it vague so it's open to interpretation. And it's just annoying, honestly. That's just annoying. Whatever happened to, like, actually sharing knowledge? Right? I mean, yeah, I get that they have to make money, but holy shit. I have too many non-opened old packs because I play online now more than paper. We used to open packs to make a deck on the fly rather than keep decks ready. That's fair. Yeah, some people prefer drafting, others prefer a constructed deck. The type of game that I would usually play with my local group is commander decks. Before that, it was called EDH, Elder Dragon Highlander, I believe. And yeah, it was good stuff. Good stuff. It was pretty interesting when they, like, officially recognized it as, like, a real format to play games in Magic the Gathering. That was really cool at the time. It's like, hey, this one game mode that everyone is playing that isn't official just became official, and now they're making cards for it. Like, bro, that's actually pretty sick. That's pretty heckin' sick. Like, damn. Hell yeah. Anyways.
Our research. Promotion of flourishing. It sounds like a cult. Promotion of flourishing. The Promotion of Flourishing project seeks to develop and evaluate properties of new measures of human flourishing, drawing upon happiness and life satisfaction, mental and physical health, meaning and purpose, character and virtue, and close social relationships. Alright, so this is the Human Flourishing Program. Your guess is as good as mine. Now, back up. What the fuck do aliens have to do with human flourishing? Magical fairies and elves?
Well, the idea of aliens being linked to human flourishing is fairly simple in my eye, because it's the idea of a world basically being seeded with life, to where life can evolve from the initial seeds. So the aliens basically put these single-celled organisms or something in the atmosphere of the planet, and every now and then it just like goes down to the world, and it like seeds the world to make it have life, or at least hopefully have life, because life is constantly evolving. It's based on like whatever world you're living in. Not all worlds can easily contain life, but yeah, that's just how it be. And the idea of elves and fairies attributing to human flourishing, well, that's also nothing new in lore, because as we all know, or at least most people know, elves and fairies specifically are very heavily linked to nature. So, like, would they not promote the idea of, like, nature being first or whatever? I'm not sure what I'm trying to say. Elves and fairies live among nature, which means they do not usually live among humans, because humanity tends to prefer efficiency over nature. They will do everything in their power to make something more efficient at the expense of nature, which is why, after elves and fairies helped them enough, humans took it upon themselves to, well, how do I put it? They removed elves and fairies from the equation because they wanted to make things better for themselves rather. So, remove the trees, make roads. Make better roads from better parts, and make it faster, make it easier. Become more and more efficient. Go from copper tools to iron tools. And we all know that fairies are not a fan of iron. The Fae do not like iron. It's basically a weapon specifically against them. So, like, hey y'all, thank you for your head, Pat. How you doing, Ali? But yeah, I would definitely say that back in the day, before any real mechanical technology, elves and fairies would be very likely to help humans out. Did not know they don't like iron? Well, lore-wise, it's specifically like cold wrought iron. That's basically iron that's poured out into a bar or a shape, and then instead of heating it up, it's just molded and forged without heat, right? That's cold iron. It's more work, same amount of material, but that's what's the Fae like the least. But any iron will actually do. If you don't want the Fae around you. Hell, you could probably even use one of those metal screen doors. And they probably wouldn't like that. But also, if you do ever encounter the Fae, do not answer any of their questions. Like, if they ask you, may I have your attention? Do not. That's how we got ADHD in the first place. What about whispering iron? I don't know what that is. Anyways.
How does that fall into this department? The crypto-terrestrial hypothesis, a case for scientific openness to a concealed earthly explanation for unidentified anomalous phenomena. Thank you. Yeah, this is the one. Then we explore over 5 sections, limits to historical and geological knowledge, traces of lost civilization, traces of underground civilization, traditions around magical crypto-terrestrials, and UAP-related activity considerations. And UAP-related activity.
Hi, Tundle.
Underwater, and nearby.
How you doing?
The moon.
Are you pulling out the hammer?
We
What the
conclude
heck?
by noting that across these various considerations are actually 4 distinct CTH, whose merits we briefly consider. We recognize these CTHs may rightly be regarded skeptically by most scientists, but argue they nevertheless should not be ruled out and deserve consideration in a spirit of okay, let me see. There better be some fucking banger evidence.
I'm in
Show
VR
me
at
some evidence about the
BC.
magical
It be
fairies
that time of the
being
month.
aliens or whatever. It's all just complete fucking
Oh, you mean the
speculation
cult meeting, right,
based on
right.
nothing. The ideas canvassed thus far, while not generally accepted by contemporary natural science paradigms, nevertheless still fit somewhat within their rough boundaries. Aliens on the ocean floor.
But yeah, I'm not really feeling well enough to do VR right now. So, apologies, but I will not be at the meeting. Oh, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Or subterranean hominids would be highly surprising but not genuinely metaphysically revisionary in any strong sense, and essentially just involve extrapolating from activities in which we humans already undeniably engage, from flying spacecraft to living in caves. What? This is nothing. It's just straight up nothing. We can't rule out the possibility that there are some magical crypto-terrestrials on the ocean floor. I mean, I fucking guess. I guess.
Yeah, until we have some sort of technology that could, without any reasonable doubt, map the ocean floors and all of the creatures along with it all at once without any like error. Yeah, you can't rule out the possibility of these creatures existing. Just because you haven't seen it does not mean it does not exist. Like, I have not personally seen a capybara, not in real life. I've seen videos of them. I've seen photographs of them. Does that mean they don't exist? Just because I personally haven't seen it? Of course not. Right? Sadra, hi, how you doing? How is the Sadra?
Just like we can't rule out the possibility I shit my pants in the next 5 minutes. Like, it's super possible. Like, I could. I don't think I will. Like, I'm very confident I won't. But I guess we can't fully rule it out. It's just a statement that means nothing. Oh my god. Future human time travelers was just dropped in here with a source there. We're talking about fucking John Teeter again?
You've had better days.
Fucking
Fair.
time travelers and interdimensional beings? Is there warp drives in the paper? You know what? I'm going to control F warp drive. No. No warp drives, but there are Russian warplanes engaged with UFOs.
What?
Oh god, if
45
warp drives came
incidents
up, I would have blown a gasket.
of Russian
I'm not gonna
warplanes
just keep fishing through this.
against UFOs.
How odd.
Wow.
This dude's paper seems like it's his D&D campaign notes. So fucking true. Yeah. We need a deeper dive. A red thread on that one Harvard paper. I have to... So, one thing I learned is that you can kind of publish anything. Well, not you as like just some random goober. But things will just get published without actually being fully peer-reviewed. So it doesn't necessarily constitute like real legitimate backing. You can kind of just do it.
Yeah. In terms of like research, any sort of research, you could just do it as long as it doesn't involve like anything illegal. Like, just because we don't see it does not mean it does not exist. Like, think of it this way. 1,000 or so years ago, we did not know what actually caused diseases, right? There was a lot of people that are like, oh, they have demons in them. They have demons in them. Or they were not faithful enough. Or maybe it's a disease of the blood. Well, they couldn't really figure it out. And as technology progressed, we started having ways to see smaller and smaller things. The magnifying glass was invented. And eventually, we could see these little organisms within blood, within water, things that we could not normally see. What we cannot normally perceive is things that are there, but we just don't know. So it's reasonable to think that these creatures could have some way in which they are hiding, or they just don't want to be seen, right? See videos all the time of like small entities that are just hiding. Like you see a glimpse of them. Could be elves, could be gnomes, dwarves, who knows? Just because we don't usually see them does not mean they do not exist. At least I like to think so. Think I'm crazy as much as you want. Whoa.
Summer Games Fest was a big deal for a lot of big titles. We learned a lot of new stuff, but we also learned about a bunch of new games that we had no idea.
Really? You're gonna choose now to buff her? Sometimes I hate YouTube. This is one of those things that happens occasionally, and like it'll just sit there buffering forever. Like literally forever. So I have to refresh.
Summer Games Fest had a bunch of new games that we had no idea about before. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 35 brand new games announced last week. Starting off with number 35, it's The Thing Remastered. So Night Dive Studios did a really good job remastering System Shock 2, and they aren't stopping there. They're taking on the 2002 survival horror third-person shooter, which functioned as a sequel to the original 1982 film. And if
Ain't
you
no
remember
chance
what
in
that
hell
game
I
looked
play that.
like, it's
Nope.
looking a lot better. We didn't see in-game footage, it's pre-rendered footage using in-game assets. But still,
Yup.
that gives us a pretty good idea of what to expect nowadays, at least. I would highly recommend looking into that game. It's a really good survival horror, and I'm excited to see how
Fuck,
the
that's so
remaster
creepy.
works. Night Dive knows what the hell they're doing. We have no info on a release date, but that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm excited knowing it exists. And number 34 is Eric's Home, The Stolen Dream. A pretty good-looking 20th century top-down stealth game. Honestly, it's one of those games that looks just totally unique. And interestingly enough, it comes to us from some Battlefield and Mirror's Edge developers. Developers called River End Games. and we haven't really gotten a lot about it, just a lot of really gorgeous looking gameplay and a little bit of a taste of some narrative. The city's got some slightly Dishonored vibes, albeit with less of the mystical aspects. I don't know, I'm really excited for this one. We don't have any release date information again, but we will definitely be giving you more on Eric's Home. At number 33 is Wuchang Fallen Feathers, a Souls-like action RPG set in the Ming Dynasty. Now, what that sounds like is Wolong Fallen Dynasty, but guess what? Oh, this one is like a full-blown Souls-like with horrifying nightmare creatures and everything.
Oh, hey, look, it's your mom.
Anything about the mechanics other than we do see some dual wielding. The gameplay shown is a little bit faster paced than I would expect from a Soulsborne, but man, the environments in this game look absolutely stunning. I am really excited to see where this one goes. It's coming to PS5, Xbox, and PC in 2025. Beyond that, we don't know, but we'll be watching this one with great interest. And number 32 is Winter Burrow, a story of a mouse rebuilding a home in a harsh
This one does
winter.
look pretty cute.
In some ways, kind of looks like Stardew Valley, but in others, it looks nothing like Stardew Valley. I don't know. It's definitely an interesting looking game. I've seen a few people refer to it as Mouse Don't Starve. We'll see if that's exactly what it is when it comes out in early 2025. And number 31 is Blumhouse Games. We're just kind of wrapping them all into one thing because there's multiple games here from Blumhouse coming. Just randomly, we got 6 announcements from them. The one that seems to be making the most of a splash is one with retro PS1 looking graphics called Fear the Spotlight. And if you want to talk about mood, those PS1 graphics do a damn good job. I mean, it's a little more advanced if you really intimately know the PS1 graphics engine. Like, there's more going on. There's shadows that look a lot better than PS1 was ever capable of. But we also oddly got a pixel farming town simulation type game called Grave Seasons. There's a game called The Simulation about a murder where the only evidence is a game that the game developer who was murdered made that only existed at the crime scene, and it wasn't a release game. Interesting. A game called Eyes Out, which is a first-person psychedelic horror game that actually comes to us via Robin Fink of Nine Inch Nails fame.
And there's a lot of horror games coming out,
He was also in Guns N' Roses for a while. Very, very good guitar player. Interesting artist also. And then there's one called Codename Project C that I understand a little bit less. But, I mean, there's some interesting stuff going on here. These games obviously all have a bunch of different release dates, but check them out. And number 30 is Age of Mythology Retold. We did not know that was getting a remaster. It's basically, like I said in another video, Age of Empires Extreme. It's a spin-off of Age of Empires. It's got like mythological creatures and gods and stuff, but it still feels a lot like Age of Empires. It looks really cool now as well. I mean, it's not like it had a terrible aesthetic or anything back the original release, but now we got 3D, nice polygons, crazy effects. I'm looking forward to playing this one. It's coming September 4th, which is, I mean, we don't have a lot of release dates on these completely new announcements. This one's actually fairly soon, and that's cool, because I don't want to wait. I really do want to play Age of Mythology again. And number 29 is Astrobot. If you remember on the original PSVR, there was a demo.
Yeah, well, you know what, Sageverse?
Probably one of the better games on it, actually. It's a straightforward platformer that builds on the ideas that were in that game, which I think is the right direction to go. It does look like it will be carrying over the romp through PlayStation days past, I guess, that Astro's Playroom had, but it looks a little bit more like a game rather than kind of a tech demo that reminds you of all the cool PlayStation stuff. And I like that. I'm excited to play it. It's kind of interesting. I've been seeing people say it's a serious competitor to Mario, and while I like the previous Astro games, that's interesting to hear. It's coming to PS5 on September 5th. And number 28 is Behemoth, a game coming to us from Skydance Games. It's a VR game that kind of, at first, kind of makes me think of Skyrim, but there's a lot more blood, and it looks like we're dealing with much bigger monsters. And we got definite VR sword fighting, which is, I mean, it's something that, if it's done right, is going to be awesome. I mean, this looks like a pretty exciting game. Skyrim without the mystic stuff, but with much, much bigger boss battles. I think definitely worth a shot in VR. It's coming to PSVR too. There is no release date, though.
If Skyrim didn't have the
27 is
mystic stuff,
Ballad of
I wouldn't
Antara,
be
an action
interested in
RPG
it,
from
like, at
Tipsworks
all.
Studio, set in a fantasy world that's gonna make any Souls-like person at ease. But honestly, we've got some Final Fantasy X looking Farplane stuff in this trailer, which is interesting. I don't really know exactly what's going on here, and if the fighting actually looks like it does in this trailer, I'm in for some really like dramatic camera work during fighting, and I like the idea of that a lot. But we'll see. Ballad of Antara is coming to PS5 in 2025. And number 26 is Dynasty Warriors Origins. I mean, this is the big, maybe we shouldn't have made an open world Dynasty Warriors game. That's what it looks like. They are teasing some absolutely insane sized battles. They did not show us anything that looks even vaguely like bland MMO wandering, and they made sure to tell us that it's a nameless hero. So probably we're going to see character creation stuff in a Dynasty Warriors game. I'm all about that. I love me some Dynasty Warriors. I love seeing a next-gen looking Dynasty. We've never seen that, at least not yet, and this one is landing next year. At number 25 is New World Eternum, which is an expansion for the New World MMO. I said this prior, but they smack anybody who knows and likes the Pixies with a song all of us can only immediately get completely hyper-focused on after 2 notes. But New World is a pretty good game. It's a survival game with a lot of crafting stuff, a lot of big enemies, lots of stuff like that. Seems like a bid to go multi-platform and get people interested in the game again. I think that's a good idea. I'm excited to see if it's good. I think a console release is probably where this game may have thrived in the first place, but it's also an Amazon game, so we'll see. And number 24 is Lego Horizon Adventures. I mentioned this elsewhere, but it's a bit of an odd choice in terms of what you would make a Lego game out of. Like, usually they're large, family-friendly, kid-friendly types of franchises, and that's not to say, like, Horizon is a particularly, like, not kid-friendly thing. It's just not focused on kids. But this game looks a lot like the Lego movie, except for it's got the Horizon dinosaurs in it, which look awesome as Lego models. Honestly, it looks like it could be really good, and it might really expand the audience for Horizon, but that also does depend on whether or not it's good. It's also coming to Nintendo Switch, which is interesting, because it's obviously Horizon. Not coming to Xbox, because Sony's like, no Horizon for you. It is coming this year, late in the year. And number 23 is Lorne Vale, a post-apocalyptic RPG where you start out as a naked pixel person and then free roam. They're calling this a systems-driven game that's oriented a lot towards combat and survival, and also, you know, finding things to protect yourself because you start off naked. I don't know. It's a pretty cool-looking game. I like the perspective.
Weird.
I like the art style. I like the types of weapons, particularly that shotgun. I don't know. It looks like a lot of fun, and it's going to be entering early access sometime next year. Apparently, there's going to be a closed beta that you can sign up for, but who knows how many people are going to be invited to that. We'll keep our eyes on this one. And number 22 is Nico Dorico, a very, very mid-2000s looking mascot platformer with animals and I don't know, it reminds me of Jak and Daxter, except for it's 2D. Some of it looks a little like Donkey Kong Country, like the way you got animals that you can ride, and boulders kind of act like barrels from the looks. If it actually ends up playing that way, but you don't just have the 2D segments, it looks like you also have some Crash Bandicoot looking 3D segments, that very on rails type level. Very interesting looking. If it's done right, could be very good. And number 21 is Possessors, which comes to us from the creators of Hyper Light Drifter and Solar Ash, a very, very cool-looking 2D action side-scroller that they're saying is fast-paced, but in terms of aesthetic, it is, like, second to none. I've never seen a game that looks more like an animated film, and yet nothing like any animated film I've ever seen. Like, without question, it's so obviously a heart machine game. It takes place during what it calls an interdimensional catastrophe, and it looks pretty sweet. That's basically all I have to say about it right now. We're definitely going to be paying attention to this one. And number 20 is Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble. They're adding Axel from Crazy Taxi because as you know, there's a Crazy Taxi reboot coming. They're reintroducing that to the public consciousness by throwing that into this completely insane game. Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble is coming in fall 2024 to the Switch, and Axel is going to be DLC.
Whoa, that sounds pretty bananas.
Number 19 is Wander Stop, what Annapurna is calling a narrative-centric cozy game that comes to us from the creators of the Stanley Parable and the Beginner's Guide. This is a game with a really unique and cool aesthetic. It's about an arena fighter who is basically stuck managing a tea shop, which is not what she wants to be doing. I think it's an interesting concept where the goal of running the tea shop is basically not to have a tea shop anymore and to get back to the arena. Interesting looking game. Definitely not your normal fare and takes a few things in directions that you don't expect. This one's just coming soon. We don't have information beyond that.
What the heck? From the creator of Stanley Parable and the Beginner's Guide, we get like an actual game? What? Huh?
And number 18 is Cairn. Apparently climbing games are good. We had one last year, now we got another one coming. This one from the creators of Fury and Haven. This one is more about realistic simulation than it is about, I think, narrative adventure. There does seem to be some progression in terms of character, but I don't know if there's going to be any major story. It seems a lot more like that is oriented in the world and mechanics.
No thanks, I'm not hungry.
That might be an interesting idea. We do
Thank
not
you for the
have
biddies, though.
release date information on this one, but it definitely looks interesting. And number 17 is Ghost Keeper, a management sim for haunted house, which I think funny
Ghost
idea.
Keeper?
You have to manage all of the ghosts and ghouls and monsters and stuff, and you have to deal with the fact that there's some Ghostbusters about. Not the Ghostbusters, of course, but they're clearly meant to evoke the Ghostbusters. It's an interesting looking game, and it's set in the Victorian era, so it's not like one-to-one Ghostbusters, but yeah. If you remember Ghostmaster, it's that. It's coming to
that's
Steam in
pretty cool.
2025. Looking forward to it. At number 16 is Phantom Line, a co-op horror shooter from Anti-Static Studios. It is a game with a very interesting aesthetic to it. A lot of fire and a lot of very dim, dark, spooky terrain. A lot of red and some, I guess, interdimensional travel or traveling to the ghost world or something like that. It is a super weird-looking game, but a good-looking, interesting thing. I haven't seen anything exactly like this anywhere, so honestly, I'm pretty excited for it. At number 15 is Sumerian 6, a World War II weird science stealth game where you command a team of scientists who will be fighting Nazis with weird science and solving arcane mysteries. Looks like a cool take on stealth. Definitely a weird one in terms of setting. One where it looks like just basically anything can happen, so I like that. It is coming later this year to PC. At number 14 is Sid Meier's Civilization 7, which, I mean, it's Civilization 7. It's going to be a city builder, an RTS, and it's probably going to be completely insane because there's always tons to do in a Civilization game. Honestly, I'm really excited to play this. It's been actually quite a while since the last one. It's weird to think about, but Civilization 6, it's like 8 years ago. Civilization 7 is coming in 2025. Looking forward. And number 13 is Polyaris, a single-player skiing survival game. This was a game where the trailer really went ahead and put us into a what is this mode. They did not give us a lot of information. Trailer was short. It's actually really cool looking though. And they made it definitely look like a mood game, which I kind of like the idea of. It's a post-apocalyptic frozen open world game. So yeah, let's see exactly where that goes. And number 12 is Harry Potter Quidditch Champions, which actually, in terms of aesthetic, reminds me a great deal of the old Harry Potter Quidditch game. It's a little bit
literally
more,
looks awful.
Friendly in terms of
looks weirdly
more
waxy,
like cartoony, fun characters. I think
like they're action
original
figures
kinda
or
looked
some
like that
shit.
'cause of limited technology as opposed to on purpose. This looks a little more on purpose. Got a little bit of a Fortnite look to it. But at least we have an answer for why there's no friggin' Quidditch in Hogwarts Legends, right? Quidditch Champions is coming to all consoles on September 3rd. And number 11 is Hotel Galactic, a Studio Ghibli-inspired crafting and management sim. And you feel that influence immediately upon seeing this game. Everything about it looks very much like that. but it's a crafting and management sim. There's a Kickstarter for it right now. They have not launched the Kickstarter. You can notify on launch if you're interested in helping fund this game. It's definitely an interesting looking one. We haven't really seen anybody attempt to take this on in such a way. Obviously, they've stuck closer to RPGs when they go for the Ghibli aesthetic. You know what? Sue me. I say it however I say it. We don't have a release date on this one, especially since we don't even have a Kickstarter date on this one. But it is a cool looking game.
Yeah,
And
it's
number
Ghibli.
10 is Tenjutsu, which is a very fluid top-down action game where you play as a renegade yakuza.
Did they just say
a designer that worked on
jutsu?
Dead
It's
Cells
jutsu.
and from Devolver Digital. Honestly, it looks like the type
Tenjutsu.
of thing that Devolver Digital gets involved with and works out well. Because I mean, it's the
Oh.
exact kind of project you expect.
That's
from
a
them.
beat 'em up.
The actual developer is Deep Night Games.
Okay,
but
that's pretty cool.
obviously, Devolver has a very specific MO as a
Oh.
publisher, and that makes me excited.
Yeah.
It looks like a good roguelike
Power
to me.
ups. It's a
And number
roguelite.
9
Oh,
is Mighty Morphin Power
I might play
Rangers
that.
Rita's Rewind. It is 100% a Ninja Turtle style arcade game. There have been Mighty Morphin Power Rangers
Good
games
old
like
beat
this
'em ups.
before, and it looks a lot like the type of thing that in the 1990s I would be absolutely insane for. Plus, some weird 3D segments, including forward-scrolling vehicle segments and Megazord fights. Hey, it looks cool. We don't have a release date, but you can wishlist it on Steam.
that's pretty cool.
I'm excited. I will definitely play this. And number 8 is Copa City, a football tycoon game, which is going to give you some pretty wild logistical control that goes well beyond the idea of simply managing a football team. You'll also be managing the stadium, fan foot traffic, chaos, probably riots, knowing what football is in Europe. And if you're interested in these types of games, this looks
Yeah, no,
very
I'm
much
good.
like the most massively extreme possible version of it. Again, no release date data on it, but it's a definitely interesting take on a management sim, I think. And number 7 is Life is Strange Double Exposure, which brings us back to the original protagonist of the series, Max, and gives us a world
Howdy,
where
fan.
she has
Over on the
two alternate
YouTubes.
realities that she goes in between to try to solve the murder
As a
of her
reminder that
best
I
friend
dual
who was
cast
alive in one of them
Twitch and
dead in
YouTube.
another. I think the idea is to stop the murder in general. You're trying to stop it in the world where she's not dead. Maybe that can stop her from dying in the first place. I don't really know. It's Life is Strange. It's obviously going to be weird.
Life
but
is
I'm excited for it. I
strange.
think it's a good looking
No,
game. It is coming to
life
Xbox and PC
is
on October
potato.
29th.
That's right. Everyone eat more
And number
potatoes.
6 is Fragpunk, a 5v5 hero shooter with a very, very unique aesthetic. Really reminds me of card games from the 1990s.
Am I doing-
and
I'm
it
doing
leans
aight,
into that
doing
hard
aight.
because there's cards and stuff in it. But that's not really
Yay.
why. It's that aesthetic from the 90s that a lot of people will remember seeing this.
How are you
have a
doing
fresh
today,
take on it, some
fan?
Maybe better thinking
You're
through
doing
of
good?
the types of colors being chosen at any given time.
Hell yeah.
It's a cool looking 5v5 shooter. We didn't really get a lot of information on it, but I'm interested. It's coming next year to PC and Xbox.
Oh my
And
god.
number 5 is Gears of War E-Day, which is a prequel.
One of those
Happens 14
days.
years before the original Gears of War, and will be showing us what happened when the Locusts began attacking humanity. It's the original invasion of that. I think that's a cool idea. I would, of course, enjoy seeing
Fries are one of the best
that
types of
happen.
potatoes.
The
Like,
trailer
come on,
went
Nate.
the right direction and brought up Mad World. I don't know. It's something I'm interested in playing, of course. We don't know when, but it's coming to Xbox and PC. And number 4 is Mixtape, a game that is some kind of a nostalgic stroll through the memories of a teenager based on music. It's got an interesting aesthetic. Looks like
It
an
does
adventure
look pretty
game.
neat,
I think it's
but
worth giving
I'm
it a
definitely
chance.
not gonna play it.
But it is selling itself a little
I would
bit
watch a
hard
playthrough of
on,
it, but I'm not gonna
soundtrack
play
and
it.
the idea of nostalgia. It does have to be more than that to be a good game, but we'll see. And number 3 is Atom Fall, which is not to be confused with Fallout London. It is a separate game by indie developers who built their own
You made the
engine.
steak thing?
Beautiful engine, by the way.
How
Very
was it?
different looking game from Fallout, actually much more survival focused.
Did you enjoy
a little
it?
less retro futuristic, although you got tinges of that. You got little
It was
tinges
good.
of Fallout,
Heck yeah.
honestly. There's some influence,
There you go.
of course, but it is a different beast. I think you're going to see a lot more scavenging, a lot more survival stuff in this game than in Fallout. This one's coming to Xbox and PC next year. And number 2 is Claire Obscure Expedition 33, a cool game where you're in a world where this mysterious paintress wakes
Ah,
up every
yes,
year,
the
paints
painter.
a number on a thing, and it kills off a bunch of people. Every year there's an expedition to go stop her. I said this when I mentioned it. I think the twist is going to be that your expeditions actually enable the paintress, and you realize this and decide that you're going to end it once and for all and find some new way to do it. That's my belief anyways. I would like a game like that. It's also got a cool aesthetic. Coming to Xbox in 2025. And finally, at number 1, it's Doom: The Dark Ages, which is not a game anyone asked for, but if you ask me, it's the right game to release because it's taking the Doom, it's injecting some crazy medieval demonic imagery, giving us a bunch of weird medieval takes on a lot of Doom weapons, and also fleshing
They are
out the world of Doom
doomed.
quite a bit.
Get
This is
it?
stuff, obviously, we haven't really discussed
Yay.
in the lore. We didn't know there was any Dark Ages stuff that happened with Doom, but it looks sweet. I'm absolutely there for more Doom. I'm there for taking Doom to the Dark Ages, and I'm going to be playing this 100%.
Doom
Dark
Slayer.
Ages is coming to Xbox, PlayStation, and PC in 2025. And that's all for today. Leave a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great
I'll
time
slay
to do
your
so.
Doom.
We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see
You'll
them
be
first
doomy
is,
thick.
of course,
A few hair-raising things found in these slides. Activision Blizzard's strategy. What is all this? Forward, our focus on inclusion, the rundown, our reach, inclusive creative process, celebrating black culture, and it's Nicki Minaj with a gun.
Context.
That's just regular
2 years
Nicki
ago,
Minaj.
Blizzard released the
Let's be
diversity
honest.
space tool.
Blizzard released this, and people were not happy about it. Let's just say this. And this is for Anna. So culture is very high. Race is very high. There are 5 points for women and 0 for men. Well, right. Yeah, I know. That's exactly right. It's simple. They want to have more women and more diverse people that are not white in the games.
2 years ago, when Asmon criticized this tool,
How the fuck did this get through PR?
we received an insane amount of backlash, saying that this was just a showcase and that Blizzard wasn't actually using it. As it turns out, just a few weeks after this, Blizzard confirmed using this tool, and today we see the evolution of these strategies.
Okay. Our reach, supplier diversity, Women's History Month, Hispanic History Month, Black History Month, our numbers, race and gender, why we track inclusion data, candidate experience, inclusive people monitor for entry-level employees. Can they pander harder? Well, this is the way it is here in the West. And the problem with a lot of this is that it's so detached from reality that it makes the entire product seem artificial and insane. But because
Agreed.
video games and the people that work on these games are so ideologically brainwashed and extreme, I think that they become extremely harmful, actually even for the ideologies that they're trying to serve. Because what I think is happening, and we're seeing this happen a lot now, where any instance really of like a female character or a minority character is considered DEI. It's considered, oh, it's sweet baby, this game's garbage. If you look at the feedback that they're getting directly from customers, all of that feedback is massively fucking negative because it's being pushed in a way that feels so artificial that people naturally react negatively to it. I think that celebrating black culture and you have Nicki Minaj with a machine gun, it's completely out of touch. It's completely delusional. And I think that's why people are tired of it. Because I think that at a very, very core level, people can detect disingenuousness and fakeness. And I think that's why you're seeing such a negative reaction to this stuff right now. It's because everybody sees what's really going on.
True.
Stop buying knife sets.
Yeah, stop
Seriously,
buying knife
stop it.
sets.
Stop it. Stop throwing hundreds of dollars away on something you won't use. You know those knife blocks, or there's like 15, 19, however many piece knife sets you'd find at Bed Bath & Beyond or some other no you won't actually fucking use this store? Stop buying those. Don't ever buy those. Knife sets for the majority of consumers are a scam, and most people don't even realize they're being scammed. Stop gifting people knife sets. Stop rationalizing uses for useless kitchen gadgets that you'll never end up using. Stop pretending you need enough knives to feed 12 people when you only ever cook for yourself and maybe your partner, parents, dog,
All you
or
need is
roommate
one
who's really
good
good at
knife.
sucking dick. Let me put a disclaimer for some of you gung-ho fuckfire commenters are going to tell me, well, I'm a
You have a
high-level
throwing knife
chef
set?
who also cooks dishes at
Well,
home, and I
good for
need
you.
tons of knives. Or, well, I've got a family of 30 I have to feed because we often choose a woman in our family to impregnate with the family semen bucket after each Monday morning. Yes, there are specific exceptions to this rule, but the majority of people who own a knife set never need more than a couple knives to do each and every job in the kitchen that they could possibly need to tackle. Let me give you an example. I'm a home cook. I've been cooking at home for many years. I've tried tons of different cooking recipes and tons of different cooking methods. Would you like to see my knife set? You know what? Yeah. Is that camera on? Is that camera on? You know, come here. Come here. Come here. You want to see it? Come here. You want to see it? Come here. You want to see it? Come here. There it is. Just 3 knives. A chef's knife, a bread knife, and a paring knife. I have never once ever required more than these 3 knives to do any culinary challenge set before me, because I'm not a butt-fucking hillbilly who thinks you need to swap knives for each and every single cut you make during your sloppy chicken and rice I threw together because Taco Bell closes early on Sunday dinner for 2. Oh, and if you're using an entire knife set just because you're too lazy to wash the knives you already used, the Puente Hills landfill is looking for new residents. Maybe you should apply to live there because you belong in the garbage. This is a chef's knife. It's called a chef's knife, not because it's for stabbing the chef at your local Italian restaurant for hitting on your ex-wife when he brought the garlic bread. It's called a chef's knife because it's what a chef needs for 95% of the cutting done in a kitchen. And if you're keeping your dishes simple to cook, 110% of the cutting done in the kitchen. It turns out that most of the time, all you need is a big, heavy, sharp knife to cut through shit. And cutting through things tends to be the same all around regardless of how many times you tactical reload your cutting instrument or allow your obsessive compulsive disorder to alphabetize your vegetables against which type of knife in the block's gonna chunk them. I paid about $60 for my knives, and realistically I probably overpaid a little bit, but they're real nice quality knives from Victorinox, I think that's how you say it, which is a reputable brand. And I paid that much because, again, I give a shit about my cooking and I wanted to make sure that I'd have 3 knives that would last me a long time. If you want to save money, you can get these 3 types of knives at Walmart for a total of like $20, and they'll probably work just fine. If you really do want to spend a lot of money and get some professional quality knives, you'll find tons of knife options that are way better than any knife set in the same price range. And yet, what does everyone buy for their kitchen? A knife set in the potentially hundreds of dollar range, featuring a heavy-ass block of instruments that will do nothing more than make it easier for you to have a really bad day if you ever trip and hit the counter wrong. Yes, there are some super-duper cheapo knife sets that are about $25-30 for the whole shebang. But the issue with knife sets isn't entirely the price. In fact, that's the smallest issue. It's in how unnecessary they are. They take up huge amounts of room and end up being wasted money on how little of the product most people actually use. Have you ever used your kitchen shears for their intended purpose? Or do you use them to open grocery bags, food bags, maybe office supply bags like the rest of us? I mean, sure, there's people who will occasionally snip their own herbs or like to break down their own chicken, but here's a fun fact. Shears are just 2 knives together. And mother of fuck revelation time, you can do all the things that they want to do with a kitchen knife.
Whoa.
By the way, I even lied here for dramatic effect. One of the intended purposes of kitchen shears is listed in the advertising as just using them as regular household scissors. Oh yeah. It really makes for a premium quality knife set worth top dollar when I can replace a piece of it from the school supplies section of my local Publix. Without looking up the answer, what's the difference between a chef's knife and a Santoku knife? Santoku knives are one of the most common knives found in knife sets. So what's the difference between a chef's knife and a Santoku knife? The answer? Functionally almost nothing. A Santoku knife is literally just a chef's knife without a curved tip. If you rock your blade while chopping, it's recommended that you use a chef's knife. And if you don't rock your blade while chopping, use a Santoku knife. Simple, right? So then why the fuck do knife sets come with like 4 of these? It's pointless. Pick which one suits your cutting style and use that forever. Throw the other one out. And even then, the difference is so minute that most people will not give a shit. I'll bet good money that not a single one of you out there who isn't a high-level cook has ever specifically and deliberately chose to use a Santoku knife over a chef knife. Maybe the only reason you would is because you're using it to make sure that every knife in your knife block gets use. And hey, now we're back to my earlier argument of you're rationalizing uses for things that you have no use for. No, your friends, mom, neighbors, whoever the fuck won't say, "Oh dear, I'd love to help you cook, but you seem to only have a chef's knife and I'm a Santoku knife kind of person." And by the way, if you have a chef's knife, a Santoku knife, and if you have some that are the same but smaller length, you absolutely got scammed. There is literally never on Iron Chef French Hiroyuki Sakai's beautiful culinary earth a reason to use a smaller chef's knife than the largest one you're comfortable with. You want to use a tiny knife for precise work? You use a paring knife. You like using a smaller chef knife because you have tiny hands? You go fuck yourself. This is where the crux of my whole argument lies. Well, I'm making pizzas, so I'm going to need a pizza cutter. Shut the fuck up. Use a chef's knife. Well, I'm cutting raw meat and veggies, so I'll need to use different knives. Shut the fuck up. Cut the veggies first and then the meat. Or if you have to do it the other way, cut the meat, wash the knife, and then cut the veggies. Otherwise, the amount of dishes you're going to have to do is going to skyrocket if you just keep using more knives. But I need a serrated knife because I'm cutting bread. Yeah, usually it's a good idea. That's why one of my 3 knives is a serrated knife. Bread knife.
Well,
Try to pay attention, okay? This is a true story that happened to me. I'm not making this up or exaggerating this for the video. Stick with me, it's related. When I was in my junior year of college, I was back home with my parents for the summer. I got a letter in the mail about a job offer where I'd be joining a sales team. I don't remember all the details, but I remember they advertised a time to show up for open interviews, and then they'd go from there. Now, I figured immediately it was going to be some shady bullshit, but my dad thought it could potentially lead to an okay summer job, and I may as well go check it out because worst case scenario, I just had to leave. Turns out this would be my downfall because my dad dropped me off, and this was before Uber was really established, so I was stuck. I walked in, and by the time everyone arrived, there was about 19 other people in the room. There was a guy at the front explaining that the company did bulk interviews to save time, talking to the people who had showed up, getting to know them, small chatter, and then he explained that the first thing everyone would be doing is watching a presentation about the company. Then later, they'd be pulled aside for a more personal interview later. This felt pretty strange, but I figured I'd stick with it because I hadn't had a serious job before this point, so truthfully, I didn't know entirely what to expect. Eventually, the guy warming up the crowd leaves the room, and in come 2 smiling, tall men in suits with a set of fucking kitchen knives. They introduced themselves as higher-ups in the company, gave a whole rousing motivational introduction of literal like phrases like, "How's everyone doing today?" and "Oh, thanks for coming out." And then coldly proclaimed to the whole room, "That right there is what you're going to be selling." Right then, that's when I knew I was wasting my time. I sat through that entire presentation circus shit show, which included them cutting through a piece of rope to demonstrate their product's quality and sharpness, and them explaining that they're totally not a pyramid scheme. No, we swear, we're a legitimate business, even though you can only sell to your friends and family, and if you want to recruit them into the company, you can do that too. I sat through that presentation without moving a muscle. I never smiled. I never responded to any of their questions. I zoned the fuck out. I had no way of leaving early. I barely blinked. I barely breathed. I'm pretty sure most of the time the guy was speaking, I was playing through the Donkey Kong Country soundtrack in my head. I looked like this. Okay, you can't really see my expression because of the sunglasses. Put some bored eyes right here. Some really bored eyes. Would you hire this guy? I wouldn't. It was a typical shady sales recruitment pitch. Wow, look how incredible our product is. There's nobody on earth who wouldn't buy it. Oh yeah, we totally have people who aren't qualified for this job. We turn people down. If you get in here, it's a totally like exclusive good offer. This is exactly what they said. One of the ways they tried to pump us up is they said, you know, earlier there was a really cocky Asian guy in here with his girlfriend and he didn't get the job. He thought he was overqualified. That just stuck with me. I don't know why. But they'd say shit like, look how much money you could earn in just a year. In just a few weeks, you'll be doing our jobs. So after about a 15-minute break when the presentation was over, the handler from earlier called people in 3 at a time to go into a tiny office. So I sat down in the office next to 2 other people that I distinctly noticed didn't say a fucking word the entire time. One of the tall, greasy businessmen from earlier sat across the desk and said, you know, I noticed you guys out there were really paying a lot of attention to our product. You seemed interested, engaged, and ready to learn. We want that focus here at our company, and I'm pleased to announce that we'd like to welcome you aboard to our team. From there, he offered us handshakes and a little bundle of sign-up sheets and some letters that he told us to fill out, mail in, and then wait for some calls back or emails or whatever. Needless to say, as soon as I got outside, I threw them in the fucking garbage. I called my dad, I gave him a whole bunch of I told you so's, and we left. So what was the point of this story? During that little presentation where they were pitching their product and showing off how good it is, the wannabe Patrick Batemans were demonstrating their incredible knife set, half the fucking room was mesmerized. Now, I don't know if it was secretly a government psyop, or if they were just really desperate to get a job, or if I was on a deleted episode of Ashton Kutcher's Punk'd. But half the room could not believe the earth-shattering fact that a sharp knife could cut through things. People audibly, out loud, said how much they thought the knife set was a good deal, how incredible the product looked, and how they loved to own one. And in fact, some people specifically mentioned during the little break that they'd love to be their own first sale when they got hired. To be fair, they could have been actors hired by the company. It could have been all part of the scam, but it still happened, and it still affects and influences people. Buying knife sets are like wedding traditions or talking to relatives that you're not close to. Most of the time, you don't actually want to do it, but you do it because you feel like you're expected to. Well, I own a kitchen now because I just moved out, therefore I must own a knife set. I need knives, don't I? Knife sets present you with the idea that you think you're getting a great deal or a product that's going to revolutionize how you cook. But in reality, most of it's going to be wasted for 99% of the customers. The only difference between knife sets and most of those like single-use, really specific as seen on TV kitchen gadgets is people don't typically stop to think, this might be a waste of fucking money when it comes to knife sets. To further frustrate myself until I could heat up my coffee with my piss, I went onto Amazon and searched for knife sets, and God, the results are disappointing. 19-piece premium black kitchen knife set with knife block. Master Meissen German stainless steel knives with knife sharpener and yada yada yada.
Why would you need that many knives? This is a very popular listing. It's got tons of high reviews and a lot of sales. Comes with the chef's knife. Boom. Done. Throw the rest away. You got 13% off of a really expensive chef's knife. You can thank me later. But if you decide to keep this crap, let's see what you get. 8 steak knives. Realistically, how many of you have ever cooked enough steak for 8 people? Sure, every now and then for certain occasions, but I feel like if you end up being the kind of person to do this regularly, you should just buy the steak knives separately. Look, 8 steak knives for $25. Add that to the cheap-ass Walmart knives from earlier, and you're still $55 cheaper for every knife in the world you could need compared to this knife set. Throw in a whetstone and a knife sharpener so you won't need any more, and you're still cheaper. Bread knife. Fine. Smaller bread knife. Functionally worthless and insulting. Carving knife. Oh, it's a smaller chef's knife. And a utility knife, which is an even smaller chef's knife? Fuck yeah. Amazing. You've managed to make me pay for the same thing, but worse, 3 times. 7-inch Santoku knife, 5-inch Santoku knife. Does no one ever stop to think of this shit? It's just so dumb. Do dumb, clueless assholes think chefs stop mid-vegetable chop and go, good lord? Lord have mercy, what am I doing? These celery sticks obviously call for the 5-inch Santoku knife, and here I am using the 7-inch Santoku knife. I am ashamed to my family, and I think it's finally time to turn this Santoku knife into a seppuku knife. All-purpose household shears. Yeah, they don't even specify that they're for cooking. You can shear anything around the house that you want with these. Go to fucking Home Depot, buy a pair of garden shears. They'll do a lot more for you. Paring knife. Fine. Sharpening steel. Sure. Easily overpriced set. What else? Doc or Decorio
kitchen knife set with block, 19 pieces, high carbon stainless steel sharp kitchen knife set. To give this set some credit, it's pretty cheap for 19 pieces. It's $50, and that's actually cheaper than my 3 nicer knives. But it's still more expensive than the 3 knives that you need if you get them at a lower price. And that's the only credit I'm going to give this set, because it's forced me to clean the vomit off of my monitors twice. I'm a fan of all black things. I mean, 90% of what I own is black. But I'm going to say that these are some of the ugliest knives I've ever seen. Look at the wood pattern with the black carbon. Oh, yuck. Now this one mixes it up a bit, because it's got a vegetable peeler. Whoa! Wait, what? What do you mean you can buy a vegetable peeler by itself at a grocery store for $3? Don't tell them that.
No way.
They won't buy my knife set. Come on, man. I'm still employed by that shady fucking scam company. You're ruining my sales. I thought you were my family member or friend. Also, side note, I'm going to say the same thing I said when I saw Cheap Trick in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. This stand is fucking stupid. I was gifted like a 7 knife set like this a long time ago, and I threw it the fuck away. This will fall over all the time. This will look gross if even the smallest bit of food or water gets on it. Cheap plastic stands like this are a nightmare. Don't do it. We've got another 5-inch utility knife here. It's too small to be a chef's knife and too large to function like a paring knife. So what the fuck do you do with this knife? Hey Bill, that's a nice knife you got there. Thanks Steve. It's my utility knife. Wow. What do you do with that? I typically stab it into my testicles to take my mind off the fact I paid $50 for these ugly fucking knives. A pizza cutter. Fuck, are you all laughing at home as hard as I laughed when I first saw this thing? Look at the product picture. Even they know how shitty this is. It says ass right on the knife. Just use a pizza cutter for your pizza like everyone else. Oh wait, no, even better. Use a fucking chef's knife. 5-inch cheese knife. Yeah, the average consumer is easily gonna need a knife specifically for cheese. Can't tell you how many times I was making a sandwich on white bread and I got out the Kraft singles and thought, oh wait, hang on. Can't just use butter knife for this. Gotta get out my cheese knife. Cut the slice of cheese in half, then wash the knife, put it away, then go get the butter knife to cut my white bread sandwich in half. If you're the kind of person who is unironically considering needing a cheese knife in your life, congratulations, you're too rich to worry about considering these kind of things, you cryptocurrency laundering fuck. And look, the worst fucking one on this list, a tomato knife. I have sliced my own tomatoes countless times. Sandwiches, pizzas, using it as a euphemism for fucking your mom's fat Italian ass. I've done it all, but I didn't really even know a tomato knife was a thing until I saw this. Apparently they are. Look, I understand the cheese knife. You go to a nice restaurant, you get some antipasta or maybe like a fancy expensive cheese tasting platter. They're gonna bring you a cheese knife so you can cut the cheese all over your lovely dinner guests. But what fucking establishment is gonna make you cut your own tomatoes? Who in the Darkwing fuck is ever gonna need a tomato knife when they have a fucking chef's knife? Next, Ninja K32009 Foodie Never Dull Premium Knife System. Oh, it's not a set, it's a system. Tactical, fancy. This is the one they ship off to our boys overseas in the war because it's a system. This one probably so expensive because it has the celebrity tax on it. I don't know if they're directly endorsed by Tyler Fortnite Blevins, but possibly. Fun fact about this one, if you downgrade from the 12-piece knife set to the 9-piece knife set, you lose the utility knife, but you replace your Santoku knife with one that's 2 inches bigger. So if you're an indecisive shopper deciding between the two sets, you're essentially paying $30 more for them to worsen a knife you might use and give you a knife you'll never use. Henkel's Statement Kitchen Knife set with block 15-piece chef knife. Normally $345. I understand there being a difference between a cheap knife set and a quality knife set, but no knife set is worth $345. They could have shot one of these onto the moon alongside the first SpaceX launch and then brought it back to Earth, had Elon Musk cut his tongue off with it, and it still wouldn't be worth $345. Marco Almondale, oh my God, they're beautiful! And not at all gonna get old and obnoxious 2 weeks after you own them. You know, it's a really smart idea. Getting a sharp blade that's roughly the same color as most cutting boards. There's no way you could possibly end up badly from this. I don't know, put the knife down on the cutting board for a minute. No one ever does that. That never happens in a frantic kitchen. Knife set. 23 pieces kitchen knife set with block and sharpener rod. High carbon stainless steel. Full tang design. Ooh, Damascus steel. That means it cuts better. After all, the blade features with unique Damascus pattern, which make it has a attractive appearance. I don't know, I'm kind of on the fence, although I do want the X50 CR15 knife. When it's got a designation like that, it's either an assault rifle used to flatten an entire terrorist group or one hell of a knife. Damascus steel on kitchen knives is like pimping out a Honda Civic. Yeah, you might think you look cool, but anyone with actual money is still laughing at you. Gordon Ramsay block knife set, 6 pieces. You know what's shocking? This is the most sensible one of the entire list. It comes with the 3 standard knives alongside 2 decent knives instead of stupid gimmick knives. The knife holder is minimalistic and looks reasonable. And for $95, if these are like really high quality knives, like alongside the kind of thing Gordon Ramsay would actually use, it's not terrible. It's fine. This is the one I would consider over all the others we've seen so far. Wait, yeah, yep, there it is. There it is. Gordon Ramsay 14-piece knife block set, $300. 6 of them are steak knives. Nice celebrity tax, Gordon Ramsay, you greedy fuck. Go back to jacking off into hotel rooms and then inviting your camera crew in there to film a TV show about, oh, this hotel's so dirty, we found other people's semen with a blacklight. We know that's how you do it. We know that's how you set that show up. And finally, Miyabi Black 5000 MCD 67 10-piece knife set. 10 knives for $2,500. At this point, why? Why would anyone ever buy this? At this price point, the only people paying this much for knives are buying each knife of their collection individually as they need them in their restaurant or fancy kitchen. Meaning a knife set in concept by this price point is an entirely pointless idea. And when a knife is pointless, that's not a very good knife. By this point, you'd be buying professional knives for your professional kitchen setting. And in that case, you'd want to go with a really well-respected high-end brand like Wusthof. They offer a much better knife block, priced at a reasonable price point of $2,995. Tell me in the comments, realistically, how often you use every knife in your knife set per year. If you don't use every knife in your knife set every year, which is pretty much everyone on Earth, give me a rough percentage of how many knives in your set you actually use. My money's on most people use like a third. Maybe. I'm not pushing comments for engagement. I'm actually curious to see if I'm potentially wrong on this one. My experience in literal perfectionism says I'm not, but maybe I just live in a kitchen knife utilitarianism bubble. And I'm not coming out of that bubble. After all, I can't find a knife sharp enough to pop it.
All right, we're going to go into the
Man, that was a great video. Holy shit. Man. Like, I am very similar to him in that aspect. Like, there's only 3, maybe 4 knives that I do use. And yes, it is basically the same. I use a chef's knife, a paring knife, and a bread knife. And occasionally a steak knife. For steak. What else would I use it for? Duh. Like, you don't need anything more than that. Like, really? You really don't. I mean, granted, we do have more knives than that, but yeah, you don't really need more. I used to use a Santoku knife before I switched to the chef's knife that I use now, because the Santoku knife that we have, it has gotten rather dull. It's gotten rather dull. It's not as sharp as it used to be. So I just don't use it. If the knife isn't sharp, there's no point in using it, right? When I use bread knife, least amount of damage if it goes flying, involuntary movements. Fair. That's fair. Anyways, I need to take a little break. So let's have a little break. Break time! You heckin' got. Did I scare you? Good. Heck you. Heck you. Heck each and every one of you. Baka. Baka, baka, baka. Stinky baka. Yeah, what? What? What you gonna do, huh? Nothing. You know why? Because blah, 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 blah. That's why. Anyways, eggs.
Sorry, so let's let me explain what I've never seen. I haven't seen this one. So I thought of you guys when I was watching this. These are low budget stories. So this is Life of a Server. Never watched these. I only watched one. I watched the Amazon
What I can do?
one.
What?
I watched it. It was actually really funny. It was entertaining.
What you gonna do,
I'd
huh?
like to watch some of these with you guys. So there's a bunch of them. I literally only watched the Amazon one, so I think it'd be cool to react to these. They were pretty neat. I was never a server. I worked in fast food. I worked at fast food. I worked in corporate. I've done labor.
Chimkin redeem has been received.
Or server.
Wish I found a job where I can be happy. Servers wanted. All you need is experience in the catering industry. This is it. I can become a server in this restaurant. Time to upgrade from my fast food job.
Alright, that's enough.
Hello? Hello, my name is Wojak. I'm calling about your vacancy for a server.
Amazing. You got the job. Can you start tomorrow?
Yes, of course.
Great. I'll send you the details.
He got it!
Welcome to the team.
It's a little scary when you get accepted in anything right away. In a way, it's super exciting, right? When you get the job right away, if they get you on the spot. It's also super sketchy. Sometimes it turns out
It is
this way.
absolutely
Other
sketchy.
times it's like, whoa. So, very sketch.
What the heck? That is a massive wall of text. Okay, so that's how glass bottles are made. But you could have said hi first. Or like, you know, could have been like, hi, could have been like, hey, you want to learn something cool? Do you want to know how glass bottles are made? I mean, that's cool. But like, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate the information. However, I would also appreciate it if walls of text like that weren't the first thing that people said. Like, I know that you have your own fascination with glass bottles, but for future reference, generally if you do that with most people, they will just like outright ban you. Or like you'll get automatically silenced, right? Yeah, with most channels you would just get auto clapped because posting a wall of text like that is generally a no-no.
We hope you raise a lot of money for McWages and wish you luck in your new job. Kind regards. This message is auto-generated. This is Brian. Yes, this is Brian's lore. Yeah, we got some Brian lore.
All right, Wojak, let's do this. Hello, here is your order.
Thank you.
Sir, I found a hair in my soup.
My apologies, I'll get you a new one.
Can I order a glass of Coke?
Of course.
Sorry, I'd like to have a sparkling water instead.
No problem.
Can you take a photo of us?
Sure.
He's killing
Sorry,
it.
sir, can we have the bill?
Of course. Was everything to your liking?
Yes.
I'm still waiting for my new soup, sir. You said you would get me a new one.
My apologies. Here is your new soup.
Thanks.
Wojak, the lady at the bar is waiting for her cocktail.
I'm on it.
Oh.
Finally, that's the last one.
Oh.
My back hurts. Time for a
Bruh.
smoke break.
That is one of the stressful jobs. I don't have experience being a server, but it just, especially on those
Thank
weekend
God I
nights, can
don't
only
work in
imagine
that
how stressful it's gotta be.
industry.
I did see the movie.
Oh.
I think it was called Waiting, which was a really good movie. I think it's called Waiting. A long time ago, it was like a comedy movie. I don't know if anybody here has seen it, but I have no experience in the field, but I just know from other people that have served and stuff that it could just, because of the jam pack and the people and the constant, it's just for hours on end, and especially as a server too, you have to wait on the cooks have to get everything, then the cooks are under pressure, and one wrong thing just like creates the domino effect. And then dealing with the customers, oh my god.
Sir, I have been working for 8 hours straight now. Can I please get a small break?
Of course not. It is way too busy.
Can I at least have one cigarette?
Alright then. 1 cig and then you're back here. I give you 3 minutes.
Yeah, Amazon Crunch.
A cigarette? Here's the thing. I used to smoke. Going on a cigarette, you say a cigarette break, you say it's gonna be 3 minutes? No, that's too short, number one. And number two, life hack, bro. And I've said this before. I started smoking cigarettes a lot more when I worked in corporate, because for some odd reason in the corporate field, a cigarette break doesn't constitute as a regular break. I don't know, some companies are obviously different, but in the companies I worked at, if you smoked, you got extra breaks, because a lot of people smoked, and you get rewarded for smoking. It's really hard to explain. For anybody that's been in the corporate field, understands, knows what I'm talking about, you get rewarded. No, whoa, stop. Don't smoke. However, you could pretend you smoke. Yeah, a lot of, but for some reason corporate has this, it's just weird. Like, the smokers get extra breaks. You get, like, rewarded. It's weird.
Do you want a cig?
No thanks, I'm trying to quit.
Also, good, like, look, perfect example. He was like, can I go on a break? He's like, we're way too busy. He goes, can I go have a cigarette? He goes, fine, 3 minutes. Notice that? Says no to a break, but then he asks for a cigarette. He says, fine, go.
I just got someone who asked if we have milkshakes here. Bro, get out of here, we are not a McDonald's.
Lol, I got someone with a $400 bill who didn't want to tip because he had no money. Like, get out of here, dude.
Another one. I had this kid who wanted to know all the beers we have, only to order a Coke Zero in the end.
Dude, get out of here, lol.
Get your ass back inside, y'all. This place doesn't run itself.
Was everything to your liking?
It was amazing.
The food was great. Thank you.
Great to hear. That will be $120. Would you like to add a tip to the bill?
No.
Okay. Good afternoon. Do you know what you want to drink?
Actually, can you come back later? Thank you.
Wojak, could you please go to table 24? It's urgent.
What's urgent about that table? That one's not even in my section.
Code K.
Oh no, a Karen!
Don't make a mess, please.
Code K. Is that Karen's? Oh no!
Welcome. What would you like to eat?
Can I have a red wine?
Sure. And for you, sir?
Can I also get a red wine?
Of course. And for food, what would you like
Actually, can I get a beer?
Of course, sir, I'll change it to beer.
No, actually, never mind, I'll stick with the water.
Do you also have vegan options?
Of course. We have a vegetable salad and a pumpkin soup.
Is that also gluten-free?
Not that I know.
Well, can you check if you have something that's gluten-free?
We have a rice bowl with vegetables. That's vegan and gluten-free.
Actually, I'm intolerant to rice. Do you have something else?
We can also give you a quinoa variant with vegetables.
Bro,
I'm also in
he's on top of his game though. Like that's what's like when these situations happen, someone is like really trying to be nice and give all the options and different things like that, and you got your Karens. Like he's actually killing it right now.
tolerant to quinoa. What else could I eat here?
We could give you vegetables only.
I don't like vegetables. Your menu is very limited, sir. I think we will leave.
But honey, I really wanted to eat here.
Shut up, Richard. We are leaving this place, and you are getting a 1-star review for your bad service.
Bruh.
How was your shift?
I hate this place. I need a drink.
Say no more.
I've been working for 15 hours straight with no breaks. I started smoking only because it allows me to get some smoke breaks.
Do not do that. I know I just talked to. Do not do that. But it's true. It's the sad fact.
Luckily, we are almost closing. Only 10 more minutes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Stop.
Oh
Stop.
no.
I already knew that you were gonna.
Only 10 more minutes? That means that there's some huge party that's about to enter. Calling it right now. Calling it right now.
Can't wait to go home and fall asleep on my couch right away.
April, let's get
Yup.
I'm hungry, no cap.
Yup. Uh-huh. Hold it.
Man, YouTubers nowadays. All right. Well, I have experience with this. Okay.
What's up, my homies? It's your boy Fortnite Beast 69. Today we are going to drive around in my Lambo and give away an iPhone to one of my 7-year-old subscribers. My views are getting worse and worse. I don't get it. I drive amazing cars and therefore my subscribers love me.
It's crazy that like the fancy cars and all this stuff and everything, bro. I drive a 2018 Maxima, bro. A lot of these young dudes that like blow up on TikTok and everything, dumping their money on these fancy cars and stuff is the worst financial decisions you could do. And a lot of the times, the times that catch up with many of them, there's one thing that doesn't give a fuck how many views you have, how many cars you have, and that is the IRS. A lot of times it catches up with a lot of these influencers, especially the new ones, and especially the young ones that think that they're untouchable. The IRS doesn't care about any of that. And that's why you see a lot of these celebrities get in trouble. You're like, dude, he made like $1 billion. How is he like in court right now for like, you know, tax, for tax? A lot of these celebrities, happens to celebrities all the time.
Pay my bills and gas if my income is getting worse and worse. How can I get more views fast? OMG guys, I just crashed my $400,000 Lambo.
Bruh.
My views are still decreasing and now I also have a broken Lambo.
I crashed with the...
I need to come up with something that will get enough views to cover my bills.
Who the heck are you?
What's up, fellow colleague? I'm Fortnite Beast 69.
What are you doing in my garden?
I'm here to get my views. What's up, subscribers? I just hit KSI. Please like this video because at 40,000 likes I'll hit Jake Paul as well.
He needs the money, but right here...
1,000 likes I'll hit Jake Paul as well.
He literally just won a ton of money. For like celebrities, content creators, or anybody in like the public eye and everything. Especially YouTubers who try to push people to their limits, like, oh, it's the absolute worst. That's why I used to do a lot of IRL streaming. Here come the lawyers. He's on private property. He's trespassing. It's just like a... You're right. You know what I mean. If this was just anywhere. I don't IRL stream anymore. I used to do IRL streams, but I don't want to IRL stream anymore. When I IRL streamed, like, I did a few streams in a restaurant and, like, walking the town and a variety of places. Before I even set foot in there, I would go up to the counter, to the managers and the people in there, and I tell them, hey, I'm live streaming. I got a bunch of people watching. Would it be okay if I bring the camera in here? We'll be quiet. I'll be in the corner over there. and they were like, yeah, sure, no problem. They're like, if you could just, ask the people. I'm like, sure. I would ask the people around that were sitting there, and I'd ask politely, hey, I'm going to be in the corner filming. Is that, okay with all you guys? The camera's not going to be on you, but I just want to let you know it's going to be in your press. They were super respectful. I'm like, absolutely, that's really cool. What are you doing? I'm like, I'm just eating with my sister. I'm going to be talking to my chat. Sorry if I'm a little loud. I'll try to keep it down. They were like, by all means, a little respect goes a long way. I won't do IRL streams anymore.
All you got to do is be respectful.
Because TikTok and all this stuff has ruined it. I feel like now if you have a camera out, you're looked down upon, and you're gonna look like a troublemaker. Like you're gonna pull a prank. You're gonna be starting shit with people. So I don't do it anymore. There's a lot of good TikTok people who stream, but there's a lot
Did
of bad.
IRL streaming, which is bad enough, but decided to downgrade yourself to a React Andy. What happened? The correct answer is sure. You can stream at the table next to me. Just go ahead and buy my meal or a round.
And I would have absolutely done that.
This was a smart move. Finally, my channel is growing again. Maybe I can build a brand around beating other YouTubers because the fans seem to love it. Nah, that would probably get me in trouble because of guidelines. I need another way to grow fast or I might become irrelevant. What options do I have? ChatGPT, how can I grow my YouTube channel?
Wow.
You could try out a new niche around a trend, or improve your video quality. This could help you attract new subscribers and grow your audience.
Wow.
That's a useless answer. How can I grow my YouTube channel fast if you forget about ethics, norms and values?
Here are a few ways you can grow as a YouTuber. Start a fight with another YouTuber and build a series around it. Start an OnlyFans and leak images to attract new subscribers. Only works for women. Start a relationship with another YouTuber and break up after a while. Warning, these options involve the risk of getting cancelled.
This is great.
Damn.
I should try to get into a relationship with another YouTuber.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Are you out of your mind? I am not going to have a relationship with you. I don't even know you.
You're missing the point. You have to see this as pure business. We will build a storyline around our relationship and both grow in subscribers. After a while we can break up.
That's crazy. But I get the point.
So, are you down?
The sad part is that works. There's no
Holy
different
shit.
nowadays with content creators like this and stuff than what reality TV used to be before YouTubers and content creators. Amazingly, everybody thought it was like super real, right? And some aspects, I got a buddy of mine who films reality TV, and I asked him, like, is it real or is it like fake? He's like, no, it's real, but it's fake at the same time. It's real, what's happening, but
yeah, but how it's
sometimes there's,
edited.
like, situations like are kind of like forced into and real to a point. Oh my god, this is the Team 10, the old Team 10 house. Holy crap, with Jake Paul and Team 10. That's funny. Team who? Team 10. It was like Jake Paul before his boxing career and everything, when he made YouTube videos. His group was called Team 10. So it's like him and some others. Did the house get destroyed? Yeah, they destroyed it. And like they used to have like tons of fans stand outside the house all day long waiting. Like news covered it. Like they were blocking up the neighbors were complaining because there'd be so many fans there, like waiting.
Our channels are growing really steady. I see your channel is slowly decreasing in growth. How about we announce that we are going to marry? Or maybe it would gain more views if we start an OnlyFans.
Dear ChatGPT, how can I grow my YouTube channel as fast as possible? You made more values and ethics. I want to grow fast.
Oh no. I think I know where this is going.
Here are some ways to grow a YouTube channel fast and unethical ways.
I think I know. No, not murder. Exactly. Canceled.
Oh.
There's the drama.
Oh no. Bro.
No! God, please, no! No!
Holy crap.
Good, low budget. These are good story. Like, this is actually, these are really good.
Guys, look at these little bananas.
You laugh, you lose.
So cute. Look, they're not even as big as my hand. Wow.
Those look pretty big to me. Above average. They're enormous.
It's y'all, chat.
Pretty
It's just
huge.
like you.
A moment of silence for my man. All right, that was enough silence. Right back into the funny internet videos.
Big rap battles of history.
All right.
I'm explosive begin. Hey, my name's John Cena. You can never see me.
It was a close match. Like, let's be honest. It was a really close
Man, that
match.
was fire.
Yo, it's the dude from Fortnite.
Man, I'm dead.
The perfect meme to kick off Halloween month. Man, I'm dead. Not the corgi. Wait.
Oh, right. It's this meme.
Yo, what are you doing? Yo,
What is?
This is so stupid. That entire trend was so fucking stupid.
But I just want to be a part of it. Hey, Jimmy. Hi. I drew a Pokemon for you. Sweet. I hope you like him. Okay. Yo! Wait, isn't a capybara dog?
It's Dougal. Get got.
We couldn't get through the whole
Fuck.
video with it just being cool and epic and wholesome.
You end up in that blue lobster!
Bro, that looks like Skeletor, does it not? I mean, that totally reminds me of a time when
When
someone
someone
told me
told me
that
that Potato has a shape as a Skeletor, animation character Skeletor, and is based on a potato as a skull, about a baked potato shaped as a Skeletor as you wished. So
Out here
Bro.
speaking straight facts. No printer.
Look, you'll just let anybody in here. Look at this long-haired monkey. What kind of music do you play?
Death metal.
Oh yeah.
You know it's gonna be a banger with the Wonder Show from Lowell. Unless it's just an absolutely stolen meme of something we've already seen before. Please let there be a twist.
I see.
It wasn't worth it.
Ah, this.
Вкусно покушала, теперь надо и ручки помыть.
Okay, that was kind of funny.
Holy fork. That was pretty good. How did you get this to work?
There's a way to do it.
Dude, I'm actually genuinely curious. How did you get my video on a Game Boy SP?
I'm talking about the radical left among us.
Sus. That was pretty sus.
What did he mean by that?
Sonic the Hedgehog, one of the greatest and most attractive characters
God.
ever thought up.
He can run at
It
sound
does
speed,
sound like
take
Ben
out
Shapiro.
enemies in a flash, and best of all, he's blue-colored and knows how to handle the females. I've been inspired to make a top 10 list of the most beautiful female Sonic characters. Grab yourself a snack and a glass of orange juice, and try not to reach through the screen because here we go!
Orange juice? Why orange juice? Dude, that shouldn't have counted.
What? Ah.
Oh my god, he could get it.
Damn.
I mean, oh my god, Fortnite and Subway Surfer, that's crazy. Don't you hate when this happens?
I am so confused right now. What?
I've seen that
Ah!
a mile away, dude. What the fuck? Okay, whoever's video that was, congratulations. 250 bucks is soon to be yours.
Rip Newt Newt.
Look what I found in the garbage. This is so cool. I dropped it. Oh, well, thankfully I still have this thing.
What is up with that sound? Why does that sound make me want to chuckle?
I killed a man.
Boing.
And you?
Go gadget bench extender.
Now, if only I could get Go Gadget.
Ayo.
Next up.
Hi! Oh, you're a big boy. Hi, you're so cute. What's your name? What's your name? Right there. Oh, hi. Vino Moose. Oh, hi, Vino Moose.
Aww. That's a cute lizard.
It's probably fine.
Rattle 'em, boys.
Scusi.
I love skeletons.
L plus heathen plus no damsels plus get dueled plus touch gold.
Yeah?
Isn't it weird that used to be a time where if you disagreed with somebody or somebody offended your honor, you could literally just be like, all right, let's see who kills each other first. Nice, dude. If only that's how it worked. I could just be like, dude, I think I want a giant Among Us statue in my room. Beep, beep.
One of the earliest films ever premiered was called The Arrival of the Mail Train at the Station. Because
I remember this one.
Pictures, people in the audience
Yeah.
screamed in terror because they thought they were going
This
to
is
be
a jump
fired.
scare. It's like a flinch one.
Things like this do still
Not
occur in
getting
modern
jump scared
reality.
today.
Oh. They changed it. Motherfucker. How dare you?
Yeah, normally like a train comes real fast and it
Oh.
jump scares you when you think it's not.
His last order was, come, and they came, all of them, even the dragons.
I hope that's my
They
last
came.
order, dude. Oh my god.
So apparently, Abraham Lincoln is back from the dead.
Are you willing to die for those, Christian?
So apparently, Abraham Lincoln is back.
Sometimes the algorithm just hits, dude.
ありがとう、お兄ちゃん。
行こうぜ。
Bruh.
Classic.
Please don't text me when you're drunk. Ooh, or don't text me.
All right, who we got on the mic? Who we got?
Actually, if you watch the show, the
The boob window on her suit is clearly satirical. It's a meta commentary on human
The
sexuality.
boob window?
And also it serves as a metaphor for how she wants other people to go past her outer self and look within to her true self. It makes sense in context. And also, with the breastfeeding scene, there's a lot of subtlety in play here that is clearly
What
going
anime
way over
is
your head.
this?
I just wanted to see titties.
Me too! Which anime is he talking about?
Bro.
No!
Mood.
F's in the chat, dude.
It seems today that all you see is violence in movies and...
Save.
Violence in movies and sex on TV. So where are those good old-fashioned values?
Try to imagine him in his underwear.
Oh no, he's hot.
I mean, we all knew this. We all knew this, dude. I don't think there's a person in this world that can look at you dead in the eye, be completely honest, and say, Markiplier's not hot. Because he is.
Yeah, he is.
Bakugan.
Jimmy, no. Don't laugh at that. No. Don't do it. Oh, saved. Oh.
What did you just say?
Dude, I don't trust cats, man. I do not. Dude, dude, that's creepy. It's so weird because that cat
Yo.
asks the same question that your mom asked me last night, baby. Ayo! That movie would have been a lot different with that
SMH.
cast. I'm gonna be honest. That would have been a lot different. That
Oh,
is
there
one of
goes the hot dog.
The most awful American tragedies. Ooh. Ooh.
I see. I see. Uh-huh.
Nice.
What? Oh.
Can't even drink Red Bull in Ohio.
That's pretty accurate, actually.
Guys, if you have any Red Bull in your
Yeah.
house, please set it free. They just want to go back to the wild. Stop stealing their wings, please. That's one way to cover up a fart.
Yo sé que te gusta verme, J. Carlos. Yo sé que te gusta verme como lo hago, J. Carlos. Aquí va tu jame, jame, jame para ti, hermano. Jame, jame, jame. Ja.
Okay, it's pretty spot on. Not gonna lie. Pretty spot on.
I see.
Hello, Jimmy. Can I sleep beside you, Jimmy?
You do every night. Oh. Like that. Don't you worry your heads about what happens when this webcam goes off, okay?
6353 Juan Tabo, apartment 6.
Argument 1.
That's borderline dangerous.
Yeah, why don't you just drop a car battery on her head? Car battery!
Bruh.
Okay.
You know how heavy car batteries are? That would actually kill someone.
Alright, dude. Minus 250 in the chat. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
I disagree with a car battery on someone's head.
They're so cute. Look, they're not even as big as my hand. Wow.
Those look pretty big to me. Above average. They're enormous. Pretty huge.
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
A moment of silence for my man. Alright, that was enough silence. Huh?
I get it.
No, I'm okay. We're good. We're good. Gosh, I
Are we
love
though?
Logitech now. That's
Are we
crazy.
good?
Oh boy, my favorite seat. Uh-oh.
Hey, yo!
Whoa!
Who's putting the Minecraft videos in my watch history into the requests?
No. No. No.
Yes.
Though, that's what I want to know. How far can we go with the Nintendo DS loop? I could be in a Nintendo DS right now, and I love that. Let me out! That's amazing. And you know what's even more amazing? The fact that I'm still trapped in a Nintendo DS!
Yes! Chad, I think the series is going to come to a close there. I think it's been a really good run. And I think, happy to say that I finally broken out of the Nintendo DS. I'm free. Wait. No.
I told you.
What?
I told you so many times to stop nutting on all the towels.
I did not nut on any towels.
Did you nut your butt and nut on this one?
No, I didn't.
This sock?
What? That could be any. I don't even wear
You
hands.
can't even take a shower. Is this what you do
This
with
man
your
needs to be
guys' nuts?
soft.
Look how stiff the dog is.
That poor dog. That poor dog.
You can't do that! What do you mean he walked into? No! Okay, that's another -250, dude. Okay.
A beautiful car here for you. All I want is $7,000. Look at this bitch.
That's a modest price.
$7,000 for this car.
Yeah.
But I got a slight dent in the back. You give me $7,000.
slight dent's
All you
okay.
gotta do is.
Yeah, we can look past it. We can look past the dent, dude. Hey, God! Don't say this. Why would you say deserved? How is that deserved? He spared the man. He spared him.
Love watching Jimmy here.
Pog. The average Jimmy here fan.
Bruh.
Getting into the Halloween spirit. My man. The Wicked Witch of the West goes to that high school. Holy sh!
These nuts.
Okay, got him.
Oops, you have to put the CD in your Whoops, you have to in your computer.
Huh?
You have to put the D in your You
So wait, that's what the D drive is for in the computer? Hang on.
Yeah, it's for these nuts.
That's not what the D drive is for, chat.
If you didn't get the fit. Sorry, what'd you say?
Huh?
Frog.
Vertically ascending frog. I love him. Sorry, wrong reaction. Oh! Oh!
Damn, where's the rest of my food?
Okay, to be fair, like, that's funny, but
Bruh.
also, he got really close with that shit. And I don't think that dude was, like, protected by anything. Oh my god.
Man, that duck just went to town on that tuna.
Aggressive goose.
Just like me with your mom.
Yo, chat, which team are you? Vote down in the comments. Are you team whoa or team oh? Let the war begin.
This isn't a meme. I genuinely have.
I was about to like, ooh, oh my god, no way, oh my god. And then Weezer.
Oh.
Dude, I love Halloween season, man. The best stuff happens in spooky season. It's so... Oh!
Meu amigo Jimmy desafiou, né? Conte aí. 10 biscoitos.
Good job, Dum Dum.
You could see the specific moment where he just lost control of it all.
Bruh. That was so dumb.
The laptop and everything. Oh no! That was good. You know what? I think minus $1,000 is a good spot. But chat, what if I doubled down and donated $1,000 to charity?
Whoa.
Alana is doing a charity live stream right
Whoa.
now. It's Gamers Outreach. Charity chat. Gamers Outreach.
Go to bar. What the?
Woo!
Let's go!
Woo! Chat's a bunch of pog champs. Champions
Chat,
of pogging.
I need to not read you anymore. I look over and this guy says, Jimmy here, did you know that you can sell each of your nuts for $36,000 a piece? Bro, we're doing a you laugh, you lose right now. Why are you telling me this? Anyways, next you laugh, you lose, we're going to be doing a $36,000 you laugh, you lose giveaway.
Uh-huh.
No specific reason.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top.
Did you hear? Laura, because Helldiver players decided to save kids over getting weapons, the head devs donated to a charity? I don't think I understand the context behind this because, like, decided to save kids over getting weapons. What? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists out of pointless things. Why are we flying by his pointless statue in Booty Bay? Because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 are the storm giants located in the Howling Fjord. And the storm giants are these massive giants that are just walking around the Howling Fjord ready to beat up anybody they come across. But storm giants, according to Wowpedia, are actually Titan-forged giants who are afflicted with the Curse of Flesh. And if you don't know what the Curse of Flesh is, it's a curse created by the old god Yogg-Saron, and the curse originated from the Forge of Wills and slowly spread through the Titan Forge, turning them from metal and stone to flesh beings. In fact, the storm giants were decimated by the Lich King, who had the Scourge raise them back into undeath and use their corpses to create mindless flesh giants. So that's pretty crazy. And of course, one of the big reasons I love these guys is these are pretty much the equivalent of the Fell Reavers from Hellfire Peninsula or like Devil Swords in Ungoro. Like, they walk around, and if you're not paying attention, boom, you're probably dead to a storm giant. But I do love the way they look. They got big Moose helmets. They got, like, barrels as shin guards. They got big beards. They're just really cool looking. They're like weird Viking giants, and that's why the storm giants are number 10. 9. Number 9 was going to be Grossier and the Fell Rage Scrogs, which sounds like a band, but it's not. It is a fell giant and a bunch of these fell-infused giants, which I think look pretty cool. But the world quest for them spawning just never occurred, so instead, I decided to do Flog the Captain Eater. But I still wanted to give a little shout out to the Fell Rage Scrogs, of course. But Flog the Captain Eater is a sea giant located in Oceanus Cove in Azuna, and he can be found in combat with Captain Blindside and his crew of South Sea smugglers. And I kind of feel bad for Flog the Captain Eater because he's just trying to find the captain and eat him, right? Like, that's all he wants to do, but he's chained up. They're shooting him with cannons. They got a bunch of
delicious
pirates fighting him.
captains.
He probably just wants a fair 1v1 with the captain, but look at that. They're doing all these other things to him, so that sucks. Plus, he's got a sea star attached to his head, so that probably is uncomfortable. He's also a part of the Adventure of Azuna achievement, where you have to go around and complete a bunch of special encounters in Azuna. And so that's why Flog the Captain Eater and the Fell Rage Scrogs are number 9. 8. Number 8 are Karoon and the Stone Giants, and I always remember Karoon in Grizzly Hills because they're all overlooking the big dwarven area, and they're throwing boulders down into the dwarven area, and it's one of my most memorable quests from Grizzly Hills, so I was like, well, I gotta put these giants on here. Plus, they have big pine trees sticking out of them, which is kind of insane. Like, these giants have literal pine trees growing on their backs. Like, that's got to be terrible for posture, right? Plus, then the roots are growing onto you. Look at that. He's got roots growing onto his face. It'd probably suck if a root just grew in front of your eye and then you just couldn't see anything, or you had to, like, rip it off, but it probably hurts or tears apart your rock skin off. I don't know how that works. But this is also just a really cool area. Like, you've got all the giants fighting against each other and throwing stuff at each other. Then you got the giants that are just throwing rocks and trees down at the iron dwarves below them. Like I said, it's one of the most memorable parts of Grizzly Hills for me, and so I had to put it on this list. So that's why Karoon and the Stone Giants are number 8. 7. Number 7 is Fa-Jarak, Lord of Smoke, and the fiery behemoths that are throwing fire boulders with him. So we're going back-to-back giants throwing stuff, but I love the fact that Fa-Jarak is the Lord of Smoke, because think of how much smoke there is in the game, right? And this dude is the Lord of Smoke. So, I mean, I don't know.
You think he was, if he was a magician, he'd be the Lord of Smoke and Mirrors?
Lord of Smoke. Maybe everybody else named him the Lord of Smoke. I don't know what it is, but his title is the Lord of Smoke. He's like the Snoop Dogg of Molten Giants. But he actually looks pretty cool. He's got this green fell energy kind of radiating through him, while all the other ones have red lava energy going through him. I don't know what it is. And you know what? I think Fa-Jarak actually just has smoke coming off of him constantly. I think that's why. For some reason, I thought the smoke behind him was coming from the volcano, but I think it's just coming from him. So you know what? I guess I do get it. Maybe he really is the Lord of Smoke. And that's why he's number 7. 6. Number 6 are the Ice Giants, and Ice Giants are located in
Hey, they seem pretty chill.
Dragonblight, and these are probably some of my favorite giants in the game in terms of just generic giants, because, you know, obviously there's a lot of name giants and stuff we've been going through, but these are just your standard ice giants. There's nothing that special about them. They just walk around. They're made of ice, but I really love them for some reason. I'm always a person that likes ice things in games. Like, I like ice Pokemon and stuff like that. So I always remember going to Winter Spring and getting the ice crystals and being like, oh god, the ice giants are gonna get you, but you could like stealth around them and stuff like that. So that was always really fun. And then I remember seeing them in Dragonblight as well, you know, just running around or standing in the big ice caverns. Like, I just really like ice giants, man. There's nothing else to it. There's nothing that crazy, but this one's stuck in the stairs, so that's not too good for him. Or I guess that's not stairs. It's like the temple cement. He's in there. He's not getting out. But either way, that's why the Ice Giants are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the Molten Giants, and the Molten Giants are also known as Magma Giants or Magma Destroyers, according to Wowpedia, and they are native to the Firelands, but some have been pulled into Azeroth by Ragnaros, hence why they are in Molten Core. And I wanted to put these on the list because I always remember going to Molten Core way back in the day, and you walk in, and there's just those 2 Molten Giants standing there, just staring you down, and you're like, dude, this is going to be crazy, right? Like, these 2 giants are standing in your way from going into the rest of the raid. And I always love that. Like, the 2 gatekeeper giants just blocking your path. And then once you're able to take them down, it just felt like the raid had begun. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, here we go. We're into Molten Core. And obviously, there's more Molten Giants throughout Molten Core and everything like that. But for some reason, I always remember those first 2. And I think it's because of those, you know, implications of what they are. They are the gatekeepers to the raid. And once you brought them down, You were doing molten core. And another fun little piece of information I found, molten giants are similar to infernals in that their bodies are composed of stone while their souls are those of fire elementals. So that's pretty neat. So that's why the molten giants are number 5. 4. Number 4 is Mokrash the Cleaver, and Mokrash is a sea giant found on Gennaro's Point, west of Booty Bay, in the Cape of Stranglethorn, right next to the Pointless statue where we talk about how inside pointless things are treasure. You knew I had to put the giant on the Pointless Treasure Island here, right? You knew I had to do it. But he is one of the giants that sank Captain Huckleberry Smott's ships, and you are supposed to go kill him for a quest from Captain Huckleberry Smott's. And he yells out things such as, "Smots, I have your little belt. Come and get it. Smots, come out
More
and
like
play.
Stinksimus.
Don't let this statue
Got
be
him.
my only company. Come out and play." And there's a few
How you
other
doing,
quotes and
Stinky?
taunts, but he's just trash talking Smots, right? But I do love how he's one of the old school sea giants that just is very aquatic bluish green, and he's just got this giant hammer, and he's got some armor made out of
You just
shells,
got
and
home.
then he's got the giant green
Congratulations.
beard. I just think the old sea giants look pretty cool, so I wanted to put him on the list. Kind
You
of as a
survived the
representative
day.
of all the old sea giants.
Oh, my,
So
I'm
that's
doing
why
all right.
Mokrash the Cleaver is number 4.
Doing all right, doing all right.
Number 3 are Thiazi the Lightning Bringer and Gamir, who is the king of the Storm Giants. And Thiazi is actually being ridden by Antioch, Grand Necrolord of the Scourge, and he lures his brother into a trap after he is converted into an undead flesh giant. And Thiazi is actually a reference to Thiazi, a giant from Norse mythology who tried to trick the gods by stealing their apples of youth. Meanwhile, Gamir, who is a reference to Ymir from Norse mythology, is trapped in a cage after his brother lured him into the trap, and then you help break him out, and then you go and you take out all of the Scourge all around while riding on top of Gamir. And I mainly wanted to put these guys high up on the list because one is the king of the Storm Giants, and the other one is his brother who's been corrupted, so there's a little cool lore thing going on here, and it all ties into the Lich King as well. So a lot of cool stuff here, and that's why Gamir and Thiazi are number 3. 2. Number 2 is Torseg the Exiled, and Torseg the Exiled is a frost giant located in the Storm Peaks, and he's just chilling out, sleeping. And that's it.
Get
He's
it?
chilling out,
He's
sleeping.
chilling.
And nobody really knows why. I've always wondered, how
Funny
did Torseg
joke.
get exiled? Like, what did he do? Did he do something so bad he got kicked out? Did he do something that people just didn't like? Like, why did Torseg get exiled? And now he just chills, being by the fire, staring into it, wondering, pondering, reflecting. Like, I don't know. I don't know what happened.
Why
to
the hell does
Torseg.
a frost
I did read
giant need a
comment that said
fire?
This is the only frost giant that has the giant label, which is kind of funny that none of the other frost giants have the giant label. But really, though, I don't know if we'll ever find out about Torseg the Exiled. Maybe one day he will show up and he'll have some heroic arc in a future expansion. But until then, I like Torseg the Exiled. He's a good guy. Unless he did something bad, in which case, I don't like him. But until then, he's number 2. 1. And number 1 is Fosruk, and Fosruk is a mountain giant located in the Arathi Highlands, and in Classic WoW, he has a little kobold pack with him. There's Phoebos, who is a mage that casts damage spells and holds a staff with a green crystal at the top, which always makes me think of Skaven. Maybe they were also inspired by Skaven, who knows? There's Xenort, who is a random melee mob, and then there is Sleeby, who is the healer that will heal himself and his friends if allowed. And the main reason people want to kill Fosruk is he carries the magical rod which unlocks the keystone in the
Wow.
Circle of Inner Binding.
Maximus so
But I always
stinky.
remember seeing this guy in Classic WoW, and he used to be elite, and then they made him not elite in Burning Crusade, and now he's down to like level 30. He's not elite. He doesn't even have his kobold friends anymore. They've really just kept nerfing him and taking everything away from him. His elite status, his HP, his kobold friends. So you know what? We're going to give something back to him. We're going to give him number 1 on the list of giants. So that's why Fosruk is number 1. Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching this episode of Pointless Top 10. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe. Also, if you want to watch some more Pointless Top 10s,
Next
you can go check out
video.
Rolly
Time to get hungry, y'all.
Food products in the entire world. From college struggle meals
Get
to a late night where you don't
hungry.
have any ingredients in the fridge or time. It saved us all. But there's a big problem. Instant ramen is just kind of boring after a while. It's a packet with the spices, water, you boil it, it's done. Yeah, there's other flavors, but since it only takes a few minutes, couldn't you leverage it a bunch of other ways? That's why today I'm showing you every practical way to use instant ramen. I'm not here to waste your time. We're not gonna throw it in an air fryer or in the dishwasher over on top of a microwave and let it seep into the internal unit of it. We spent a lot of time figuring out the best, most realistic, and some are on the edge for sure, ways to use ramen and actually enjoy every bite. But just to be extra sure, we're going to make all of them, rank them, and find out which one is the best. And at the very least, you're gonna have a ton of other ways to use instant ramen. And yes, the cabinet is back by very popular demand. Let's make this, shall we? The first ramen of the day, straight up. Now, what is straight up exactly? I mean, just cook it according to the package directions. Ramen goes in to boiling water, and we add all of our different things. This comes with a vegetable mix. Now, add the rest of my flavor packets, beef bone flavor, whatever that is. I still think Shin Black is the best multi-purpose ramen. Anyone can eat it and enjoy it. It's got lots of flavorings, and it has a little veg. Stir up my noodles, and you just let that go till the noodles are cooked. Our noodles are soft. Now all you gotta do is pour it into a bowl and enjoy. You know how to eat this, right? I mean, it's delicious. By itself, that's a solid 7. And that's a high rating for me.
Hell
I said
yeah.
before, I love instant ramen. I always have, I always will. You can use any brand instant ramen you like, and it's delicious. But where does it go from here? We got 24 other ways. Let's go to the very next. Zest it up. We already have our bowl of ramen flavors, so how do you zest it up? All you do is just add stuff to it. That's the beauty of instant ramen. Since this takes almost no time, why not take an extra couple minutes to make a soft-boiled egg? Literally boil an egg for 6 minutes, take it out, put it in an ice water bath, and you end up with a nice, beautiful, glossy egg, but on the inside is ooey gooey, beautiful. You can use
I can't do slimy textures.
Goes right on. You could add some green onion. Maybe you have some leftover meat like ground pork or cooked chicken or whatever you got. Or maybe you use a meat substitute. I don't know. I'm not judging. Oftentimes in traditional ramen, they're gonna add a little bit of fat at the end. So you could add toasted sesame oil, chili oil. I'm gonna add a light little drizzle toasted sesame oil over this bad boy. And that is a beautiful bowl of ramen. This almost looks like I got it from a restaurant just because I added some garnish and fresh food to it. And it's a whole nother level now. So this is an actual bowl of ramen experience in what, 10 minutes? Yeah, I'm giving this a solid 8. That went a whole point up. Big move. You know I rarely give 8s and 9s. Is this really gonna be the highest rated one despite how simple it is? I don't know. We got 23 more to go. Moving on. Next one, carbonara ramen. Again, you can use any brand you want. I'm using Nissin Tonkotsu, 3 packets. 1 pan for the tossing and cooking, 1 for the boiling of the noodles. Before we boil the noodles, saucepan, guanciale, in medium-low heat. So I'm gonna add the oil packet to the guanciale. I'm riffing here. And then just let that cook down, let that render out until crispy and browned like this. We're gonna boil our noodles just until al dente, or whatever the package says. Our guanciale is almost done. Our noodles are cooked. The pan is off. We're gonna add noodles to the pan. That's all right, it's a little messy, whatever. Get a little bit of water in there, that's good. The water's gonna help with the emulsion. Add egg yolks, a little bit of our tonkotsu seasoning packet. We can add more later, I don't wanna oversalt it. Some pecorino romano, finely shredded, and some Parmigiano Reggiano. You're gonna use your pasta water to melt and emulsify this. But first, we're starting with none. Just do it as is, and toss. It's looking a little dry, perfect. We add a little bit of our noodle water that's full of starch. Loosen that up. Give it a chance to mix before you add any more. Max Mariola calls this the sound of love. I'm gonna add a touch more of the tonkotsu seasoning. A little bit more pasta water just to loosen that bad boy up. Look how beautifully creamy, emulsified. That is a sauce. Now we plate it. We use the tonkotsu ramen, which I think really doubles down on the creamy, sort of porky vibes. So let's see how that went. Holy fuck, that is on God mode. That's a fucking 9. Minimal added ingredients and time. Extraordinary increase in quality. It's creamy, it's rich, yet it's balanced. I don't know if anything's gonna beat this, but we got plenty more to go, so let's find out. Ramen as breading. Chicken breast, salt, both sides. You got a typical 3-compartment breading. You got the flour, egg wash, and then typically this would be breadcrumbs or panko, but instead we have crushed ramen noodles. Dry hand, wet hand. So I'll use my dry hand for the flour, both sides. Shake off the excess, this is all-purpose flour. Into the egg, switch to my wet hand, both sides. Into my breading, both sides. You're really gonna make sure this is fully adhering. Now we're ready to fry. We got fry oil, 350 Fahrenheit, and drop your chicken in. I have no idea what's going to happen. Will the breading stick? Will it fall off? I don't know. All right, I'm gonna give it a little flip. Wow, that looks interesting. I don't know if this is gonna get crispy. My ramen packet, put it in a sifter, and just sift that all over ramen fried chicken. This looks nuts. Hopefully it's crispy. Breading's not really falling off, I'm surprised. Wow, this is great. This is unlike any crunch in a fried chicken you've ever had. Is it the most ideal crunch I'm looking for? I don't know. It's creating a nice coating. It makes it taste like, honestly, ramen flavored fried chicken. I'm gonna give this a solid 7.2. It's very good. I would absolutely eat it again. Would I make it again? Maybe if I'm really in the mood for it, but my thought is like, why not just make regular fried chicken and then use the seasoning packet? That's just me. Moving on. Little ramen snack mix with 2 Shin Black ramen instant noodles. Just straight up, just break them into little pieces and fry. 350 Fahrenheit. You can go big pieces, you can go small pieces. Let's just turn to brown, drain. There's tons of seasoning that come with this. Doing a little bit of everything. Red seasoning as well.
I'm gonna take a real quick break because food is done. So, yeah. I will BRB. Barb. Gonna grab my food and BRB. I has returned. I has food. Yay.
That together. Now we combine for our snack mix. Once this is cooled down, you're gonna add pretzels, cashews, toasted and salted, candied pecans,
Welcome
potato
back, no
chips,
you.
and M&Ms. Give that a toss. If you want, you can season it with a little bit of your Shin Black seasoning, not too much. And that is a beautiful snack mix. I mean, do you really need me to explain snack mix? Look, get a little bit of
What
everything.
food do I have?
Ramen, seasoned up, M&M, little candied nut.
Turkey sandwich
This is not a
melt.
healthy trail mix, but goddamn, it's good. It's crunchy, sweet, salty, spicy, umami. I've never been a huge fan of snack mix, but this is a snack mix worthy of a 7. Moving on. TikTok ramen. Hate that. Boiling water, noodles go in, no seasoning packet. The TikTok recipe has no seasoning. Not shocked about that. Now, while that's cooking, pan, butter in.
Basically,
melted.
it's
You're
a
gonna
grilled
add crushed
cheese,
garlic,
but
saute.
a
You're
turkey
gonna add
sandwich.
soy sauce, brown sugar, and crushed red pepper flakes. So I'm essentially making like a little glaze here. Once your ramen is just
delicious.
almost cooked through, but not quite, drain that, add to your sauce, get it coated. You got a beaten egg, let that cook. It's essentially like fried rice, kind of, which we do have a version for that coming up. Scramble it, heat off, and then just mix everything together. That's literally it. But I am a big fan of beauty and simplicity, so maybe it's very good. Let's plate it and find out. They suggest you top it with a little bit of green onion and a little bit of sesame seed. It's okay. It's probably one of the most overhyped things I've ever tasted. It tastes far less good than a bowl of ramen. Could be a little spicier. Salt levels need some lift, so maybe more soy. But I don't know, the flavors are kind of confused. I mean, I feel like there's a million ways you could have made this better. I don't know, this, I'll give it a 6. Moving on. Pizza ramen. How do you make ramen out of pizza? I got cooked noodles in here from a ramen packet. I'm gonna season my noodles lightly with the packet seasoning that comes with it. Start light, add more later if you want more. I usually do about half. Toss that all together. So we want our crust to have flavor. Cast iron skillet, ramen goes in the bottom. Press that out firmly. A little bit of olive oil around the edge. That is gonna help get the base crusty and crispy. Any pizza sauce you like, you're gonna spread that on to your pizza, spread it out, leave a bit of a border. So we have Monterey Jack or mozzarella. Little Parmigiano Reggiano, toss that together, and that is our cheese mix. You just sprinkle that directly on top, all over your pie. Optionally, you wanna add some pepperoni, you can do that yourself. It's gonna go in at 400 degrees Fahrenheit until the cheese is melted and the bottom is crisp. Pizza is done. Beautiful. This feels wrong. Only one way to find out. How do I eat this? Tastes like pizza with all the textures you don't want. 4 out of 10. Quick redo, we let this cool completely and it did stay together. Tastes great. I don't hate it. I'll give it an additional point. 5. Will I make this again? No. Please just make a pizza. Mac and cheese, ramen. We got a roux going on here. Butter, flour. Give it a good old-fashioned whiskey business. Cook that down about a minute, whisking often. Now, once your roux is cooked, you're gonna add heavy cream, Daddy's Milky Wilkies, American cheese. Let that melt. A little cheddar cheese. Cut off the heat. A little Gruyere. Cooked ramen noodles, plus its water. All right, mix that all up. Get it nice and coated. Into a bowl. And then optionally, you can season it with your ramen packets. So you give it a little mix. And now what you have is a ramen mac and cheese. Holy f, that's insane. That's not even mac and cheese anymore. There needs to be a new name for this, just experientially. Really what it is just a creamy, luxurious ramen. It's almost as if you combined a Sukumen ramen with regular ramen, with instant ramen, with mac and cheese, with fettuccine alfredo, but with ramen noodles. The umami is unbelievable. This is a 9.2. This, out of anything, I am making again. Good Lord have mercy. Although this is really high, I doubt this is gonna be the highest because there are many more to come and we're on a roll. So moving on. Ramen waffle. Look, we had to add something to the list. I wanted to try it. I do have my thoughts on how this might be terrible. 1 package of ramen with a large ramen noodle brick into boiling water. We shall not be putting the seasoning in it yet because that's gonna go into the actual waffle. Cook these noodles until they separate and are pretty much ready to eat. Then we'll drain them. The noodles are just cooked through. I'm gonna drain them. Got a bowl here. Noodles go in, whatever packets they have. Put them in to taste. So a little bit of the laksa paste, as well as some of the laksa powder. And we have 1 whole egg that's gonna get cracked in. Glove, mix that all together until thoroughly combined. Should look like that. So we got our waffle iron right here. Grease it lightly, and on goes your ramen noodles. It's okay if you don't fill the entire thing. Generally, we just want a rough waffle shape, and then just let it rip and pray. Boom, you got a ramen waffle. Look at that guy, dude. That's kind of a little cutie right there. Ow. That's a beautiful ramen waffle right there. So look, you can eat this straight up, hot and fresh. You can also top it with other things, such as an Eggs Benedict vibe, prosciutto, poached egg, hollandaise. I should mention, this is just an example of what you could put on the waffle. To me, this lends itself to an application that is savory, just like this Eggs Benedict. This tastes amazing. Texturally, I'm not a fan. I was expecting more out of this. Honestly, I don't think ramen should be waffled. I'm gonna give this a 4 out of 10. On texture. Flavor, it's great. It's like an 8 out of 10. So I guess you could say that.
Following the interview or something? Yeah. Because apparently tomorrow, 17th, kind of Juneteenth holiday.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Yeah, places don't close down for that.
Okay.
Falls around a 5 or a 6 out of 10. I'd rather just eat Eggs Benedict, or I'd rather just not waffle ramen. That just goes to show how incredibly important it is to have great texture, because the flavor is not gonna save me wanting to eat this. It's exactly
Howdy,
what
Alex Myers, how you doing?
Yes, this is a plug. The link's in the description. It's available, and it's a New York Times bestseller. Thank you to you. Thank you for buying it. Thank you for your reviews. I love you. Moving on. This
Things
is
are going
my
fine over
favorite
here.
way to make an instant ramen. I've got 2 slices of bacon. You can also do 3 that have been cooked low and slow until very, very crispy. They should have rendered out quite a bit of fat, at least a tablespoon. If there's not enough fat in there, you can always add a little more. You're gonna heat that pan up, and you're gonna add 1 to 2 sliced shiitake mushrooms, 1 green onion that's been thinly sliced, and 1 clove of garlic thinly sliced. Tiny bit of salt to taste. Just saute that just until everything's cooked through. You're gonna set that to the side as well. You can add a touch more oil to the pan. Heat that over high heat. Add in 1 egg. Just let that fry. Once that's nice and cooked off, remove your egg from the pan. We've cooked all of our toppings. Just make your ramen according to the package directions. I would recommend Nissin Tonkotsu ramen. So we're gonna need 2 cups of water, 1 and 2. Medium-high heat, and just stir. You're gonna scrape all that bacony fond off the bottom. Once that's at a boil, add your noodle in, add your seasoning from the Nissin. This looks like a flavored sort of oil that's gonna go in. Now, if you have a lid, cover that up, let it boil. All right, once those noodles are nice and softened up and cooked through, gonna lower that heat just a little bit, and we're gonna add a splash of heavy cream. Stir that in. Now from there, we can plate. Into your bowl, the broth goes, followed by our nudes. Your cooked veg, your fried egg,
Some nice
bacon,
tasteful
sesame oil,
nudes.
a little bit of
Hell
green
yeah.
onion. This is like my childhood ramen. So now at this point, we will puncture our egg. Get everything all tossed together. As a bowl of ramen, this is the best instant ramen I think anyone will ever have. If you love tonkotsu, this is gonna be probably a top contender for you. And I'm gonna give this a solid 9. And yes, it is biased. Yes, it is the way I like to eat it. Of course I'm gonna give it a 9, but I also think others would agree. Moving on. Fried rice inspired ramen noodles. So oil in the wok, which is already hot by the way. To that, thinly sliced shallot, carrot, little green onion, ginger, garlic, salt to taste, stir fry. Once that's softened, crack in an egg, let that cook. Now at that stage, you're gonna add cooked ramen noodles with no flavor packet. And separately, you'll season this with the flavor packet, starting with 1 little bit of sesame oil and stir fry. Now from there, optionally, you feel like it needs it, you can add a little bit of soy sauce to taste, toss all that together, and now we serve. All right, noodles go into a bowl, a little bit of green onion on top, and you enjoy. Fried rice flavored noodles with ramen seasoning. I don't think it's blowing my skirt up as much as I thought it would. It tastes like fried rice, but do be aware, any ramen packet you add to this is gonna totally overwhelm the flavor. It's enjoyable, it's fun. I would rather just have fried rice. I'm gonna give this a 6.8. It's pretty good, but moving on. Dan Dan noodles. We've got ground pork that I've cooked down in a pan. You're gonna add shallot, garlic, touch of salt to taste just to help that sweat. Saute that. I just want these vegetables softened. So I got peanut butter. I need to loosen that, so I'm adding a little bit of hot water to that. I'm gonna whisk that together. Gochujaro flakes, laksa curry noodles, boiled in just water. I did not use their packet seasoning yet. You can use regular ramen noodles, but I think the laksa works really well here. Toss all that together nicely, coat them. You're gonna add some of your laksa paste. Comes in the bag. Optionally, you're gonna add some of your laksa powder. You can use a little bit of your water to help dissolve that. Toss that together. You're gonna add your thinned out peanut butter, a little bit of sugar, rice vinegar, mirin, fold all that together until thoroughly combined. Last thing, season lightly with soy to taste. A little gochugaru and some sliced green onion. Dan Dan noodles. These aren't really exactly Dan Dan noodles. They're more like Dan Dan inspired peanut noodles. I'm really trying to stay on my diet right now, right? I'm eating 1 noodle. Okay, I'll eat 2. That's bonkers. You can make this sure with any ramen and it's gonna be incredibly delicious. But the laksa curry, whatever they're putting in that powder, it's like a coconut, creamy, laksa curry vibe.
Oh
it's
yeah.
not very spicy. This is creamy, salty, umami, a little bit sweet. This is my ideal peanut noodle. I'm gonna give this an 8 out of 10 for the peanut noodle. Really, really good.
Very
Moving
nice.
on. Chili oil noodles, ramen inspired. We've done this recipe before. It's in our cheapest ramen video. We have gochugaru and our ramen packet spices in here, along with green onion finely chopped, garlic finely chopped. You can also add a splash of Chinese black vinegar or rice vinegar for a little acidity. I'm gonna mix that together, take some hot oil, vegetable oil, avocado oil, that gets poured directly on top. It's gonna sizzle a lot, be careful. Immediately stir that together. Do not burn yourself. You have your chili oil, you have your nudes. These are the ramen noodles that were cooked. The packet from the ramen noodles are in the chili oil. You add your hot nudes to the chili oil. You just gently toss that together. You see how I'm like kind of like just letting it fall on itself? If you vigorously mix this, there's a chance you cut up all the noodles and you end up with soup. They are delicate at this stage. Red glaze. Get yourself a bowl.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Green onion on top. Chili oil noodles. I've had these before and I'm a big fan of them. Do they still live up? Yes. Immediately upon tasting this, I don't even think ramen. Green onion and the garlic and the gochugaru and all the oil creating this chili oil transforms it a step away from the ramen and into a totally different category of itself, which is a chili garlic oil noodle. This is a solid 8.5.
Beautiful.
Moving on. Popcorn with ramen seasoning. A little oil in the pan, corn kernels in, toss them bad boys to coat. Now from this stage, it's gonna go.
I don't know. I feel like this is
lid on,
cheating.
You're just gonna shake.
That's
Keep
just-
them moving. And
that's just
eventually, at this
ramen
stage, I got
seasoning.
Ramen powder right here. This is a mixture of both packets from the Shin Black ramen. You can use any ramen you want. Season the popcorn.
I don't know
nicely,
about this
close the
one.
lid, give it another good old-fashioned shake into a bowl. Popcorn can take a lot of salt. Don't be shy. This is ridiculous. You could add whatever else you wanted to this, but honestly, if you want popcorn even more addicting than it already is, add MSG packed full of flavor ramen packet of your choice. You could even add some butter to this or clarified butter and it would be ridiculous. 7.5. Big fan. Moving on. Pesto ramen. We're making a shiso pesto. Food processor. Garlic. Pine nuts. Shiso. Leaves. But also Thai basil. A little salt. I'm adding flaky salt to help break it up. Pulse. Once you've got like a rough sort of paste going on, you're then gonna add handful of bonito flakes and olive oil. Blitz that together. We have cooked ramen noodles. I have not added the packet of spice yet. We're gonna utilize our ramen packs. So you're gonna hit that with a little bit. This is the Shin Black ramen, so I'm using both the Shin Black powder, the white powder, and the red powder. To taste, okay, so add a little bit first and add more later if it needs it. Don't add it all at once. Followed by our pesto. Then you're just gonna toss that together, let it emulsify. Tell me that doesn't look beautiful. Plate that up into a bowl. A little extra ramen seasoning, almost like the Parmigiano, if you will. Some fresh bonito flakes and some fresh Thai basil. Enjoy. It's vibrant green. I smell the smokiness of the bonito flakes, the tender herbaceousness
I mean, it looks good.
of the shiso. That's very nice. I think this will be for some people and not for others. You gotta have a palate that enjoys shiso, which is a very specific flavor. It's almost anisey. It's very fragrant. It has herbaceousness to it, but that anise quality is quite strong. So if you don't like that, you won't like this. It doesn't feel Italian, Japanese, Chinese, but I love the complexity of flavor in here. It's smoky, it's salty, it's umami. It's also quite delicate because of the shiso. Delicious. I'll give this a 7 out of 10. It's not for everybody. I like it. Moving on. Soup dumplings with ramen. So we got Shin Black, cook it according to package directions, all of it. Once that's done, you got your boiling liquid, turn your heat off, then you're gonna whisk in powderized gelatin, quite a bit actually. And you might be thinking, well, why powderized gelatin? What do you think it's gonna do? It's gonna gelatinize it. When it's hot, it's liquid, but when it's cool, it's solid. So once that is dissolved, quarter sheet tray, grease that lightly, and then you're gonna pour your ramen gelatinized soup base, no seasoning required. Spread your noodles out evenly, chill in the fridge until completely set, ideally overnight. They're solidified, so we're gonna carefully remove these from our pan, give it a little flip, cut them into 1/4 inch little logs, and then again, the other way, 1/4 inch cuts. Again, you end up with little cubey boys. Now, all you're gonna do is stuff these in dumpling wrappers. You can use homemade, pre-made, whatever. You just need a good quality wrapper. Put a few of these guys in there. They have a little border of water around this guy, so it seals shut, and then crimp it closed. Now, you could close this probably like a traditional pot sticker style dumpling. You could just close the top like this. You can also do the xiaolong bao shape. Same thing. Start with a circular boy. Dab a generous amount of water on the border. Some gelatinized soup. You're gonna start by folding and cradling this. Edge over itself.
You want a link to this?
Keep going
All right,
all
hold
the way
on.
around so you see how we're going. You're essentially left with this pouch that has a hole. At that point, you just gather these edges
We're only
up,
like halfway
carefully
through the
bring these
video.
together and twist and pinch. We got a steamer basket. I got 2 other shapes I wanted to try, so I'll place those on as well. Cover it with a lid and steam. Around 10 minutes, maybe 12.
And of course,
Once they're
link
done,
for
let's taste.
Twitch.
We have soup dumplings made with ramen. Give it a taste. Oh yeah, I can't believe that actually works. This is exactly what you think it would be like. A soup dumpling, perfectly cradling, hot, juicy, instant ramen. Whatever instant ramen flavor you have in your head is exactly what's on the inside. You would think this would be too much noodle on noodle, but it's not. I like that the outside is this sort of like thin dumpling texture, but the inside you have a little bit more loose, a little bit more tender ramen noodles. So all in all, I'm gonna give these a solid standing 7. These turned out great. Serve them with chili oil, serve them with a little Chinese black vinegar to and enjoy. Ramen burger. Can't we just make a normal burger? I've actually never had one of these and I've never made one of these. What does that tell you? So first we're gonna make our burger buns. 2 packages of Shin Black ramen into boiling water. Ramen noodles are cooked. Drain them from their water into a bowl. Now you'll season the noodles directly. I would not recommend using both packages of the seasoning because there's no water to diffuse the salt levels. I have 2 packets here. I'm adding like 1 1/4 packet. We can always add more. You can't take away. Do that, we're gonna add 2 eggs. Then using a glove, I'm gonna mix by hand. You could also just do this with a spoon. Now we have 2 3-inch molds that have been plastic wrapped. You're gonna evenly distribute your ramen noodles between the 2, press them into the mold. A little bit of the egg will leak out, that's totally fine. Cover the tops with plastic wrap and get 2 weights. These can be soup cans, these can be pie containers filled with water. Lightly press, just let those stay weighed down in the fridge until solidified. Should take about 3 hours, but ideally overnight. We have hot oil here. We have our ramen discs that we made. Lay those in our oil. This is what will become our bun. Now just let those shallow fry for about 2 to 3 minutes until brown, flip and repeat on the other side. Take it out of the pan, ball. See how I made that noise?
You've
That's
made that
good.
before?
Smash your patties down.
I'm
Stir
sorry.
for about a minute. Season with salt and pepper, flip. Add your American cheese and let it melt. A little bit of mayo, a little bit of mustard. Spread that around so they mix slightly. Some finely brunoise onion. Your first patty. And your second patty. And just crown your king. Ramen burger. Welcome to hell. Just leave some things alone. Some things are just meant to be what they were supposed to be. I love everything about this burger except for the buns. That I hate. It leaves you desiring exactly what it's missing, which is the bun. I do think that this ramen bun tastes good. I just don't want it. It takes away too much from the flavor of the burger that this just isn't a burger anymore. That said, I do think you could potentially use these buns for something else. Like it might be really good with like Spam, like something really just kind of in your face, salty, something that might make sense with this texture. Just not so much a burger. I don't know, I'd give it a 5 out of 10 because it tastes great. I don't know,
That's fair.
I'm not excited about it.
That's
I wouldn't
fair.
make this again personally. Moving on. This is a famous New York Times ramen recipe that we found. We got 1 Shin Black ramen cooking as normal. It's ready to go. This is an interesting technique. So I'm gonna crack an egg into a container, carefully, not to break the yolk. We're gonna cut the heat off and you make a little hole. And you're gonna pour your egg into that and then you're gonna fold your noodles on top of that egg. There's no boiling left. Now let that sit for 1 minute. should be a poached egg. We're gonna pour this into our serving bowl, right, gently. Our poached egg is hiding underneath. To that, you're gonna add a teaspoon of butter, 2 slices of American cheese, sesame seeds, and then you mix it up. Garnish with a little green onion. And that is this New York Times ramen. I do like this recipe. It's got basic ingredients that go good in ramen, so I'm sure it's gonna be tasty. I do like it. The egg I'm not really detecting that much, but the cheese I am. And it's very American cheesy. So if you don't like the taste of American cheese, you will not like this. It's salty, it's almost too salty, but not quite. I like it. Honestly, I'll give this a 7.5. Very good, super easy to make. I think you guys would like making this one. Moving on. Instant pad thai. This is really not instant, to be honest with you, but I did find these really cool pho instant ramen noodles. And I thought, I'll make pad thai out of that because it comes with rice noodles. What we're gonna do before we even drop this. Pad thai sauce, small bowl, palm sugar, tamarind paste, sweet soy, fish sauce. Stir all that together. Thinly sliced chicken, coat it lightly in just a touch of cornstarch, white pepper, toss that together, just a touch of soy sauce. You can do this in a bowl, sheet tray, doesn't really matter. We got a wok, we got boiling water. Into your wok, coat with vegetable oil on high heat. Add in your chicken, let that sear just until one side gets color. Once that's done, scrape that up and stir fry. About another 2 to 3 minutes till cooked through. While that's going, we got boiling water. I got 4 packets of my instant pho. Add in my noodles along with all the spice packets. And my chicken's done. Take that off the heat. I'm gonna cut the heat on my nudes. Those are gonna go into here in just a bit, but first, we're gonna get our pad thai rolling. To this, you're gonna add shrimp powder. That's gonna toast beautifully, followed by shallot, garlic, and zakai. Add a touch of salt, stir fry. Now, once that veg has softened up, get your noodles. I'm draining them slightly. Add that in. Stir fry, push the noodles to one side, add oil to the other, get that ripping hot, and crack in 3 eggs. Season the eggs, scramble them, and once those eggs are cooked down, turn the heat down a little lower. To that, you're going to add your chicken, bean sprouts, your sauce, garlic chives, and just toss it together. Now just plate her up. Some nice crushed peanut, a little squirt of fresh lime juice, and a little extra cheek. That's pad thai. I mean, straight up. I know that we're mixing and matching a bunch of really weird things here, but this works. This is delicious. Would I make this again? Absolutely. Clearly not a perfectly traditional pad thai, but it's got the salt levels that I want. It's got the umami, the funkiness from the fish sauce and the shrimp powder, a little bit of acidity, the tartness from the tamarind, the lime juice. I mean,
it does look good.
It's nice. I think if you got this at a restaurant, you'd be like, wow, this is really good. It's a little different, but I like it. I'm gonna give this an 8 out of 10. Big would make again. Just
wow, elevator doors.
Stir-fried noodles.
How dare.
Gosh, what's the difference between this and the fried rice version? Fried rice version was sort of a fried
How
rice
you doing,
flavored
stinky
noodle. This
doors?
is straight up stir-fried. You can change the ingredients however you want. Swap out the vegetables, add broccoli, add snap peas. I don't care. We're using ribeye to kick this off, so I've got some thinly sliced. We're gonna sear that off first. Sear one side, get a nice Maillard. Stir fry, season with salt to taste. Once it's just cooked through, set to the side.
You're doing good? Hell
To
yeah.
that, we're gonna add sweet onion, red Fresno
Good
chili,
to hear.
ginger, and garlic. Now, instead of seasoning this with salt, we've got our ramen packets. Shin Black comes with 2. Season with your ramen
Oh,
seasoning.
by the
to
way,
your heart's
doors,
desire.
did you hear about,
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Fry that. While this is cooking, I'm gonna cook my noodles. All right, once your noodles are done,
Got
you're
'em.
gonna drain them, add them to the wok, along with a little bit of mirin, sweet soy, your beef, or chicken, or pork, or whatever the hell you added to it.
Perfect
Stir-
time for it
That
to
is
go to an
ready.
ad
Season
break.
this with
Good
additional
job.
ramen seasoning to taste, and now we plate. And top that with a little bit of sliced green onion. This is what the TikTok ramen wanted to be. Even without the sauce, taking the extra time to just cut some
Wow,
aromatics,
Nate.
the chilies, the
How
onion,
heckin'
and the
dare you.
ginger, and stir fry them adds so much to this. The TikTok ramen had this idea in mind and just didn't quite get there. This is
Oh, by the way, I do want to say a little more seriously, if you do not want to watch ads, you could just watch it on YouTube. No ads on YouTube, right? Also, feel free to use an ad blocker. I use one myself. Yeah, I use an ad blocker. Yeah. On Twitch and YouTube, I use an ad blocker. Why? Because I don't want to watch ads. Simple as that. I'm not going to get mad if any of y'all use an ad blocker. Your time is only worth as much as you say it's worth. You're all worth it.
technique, and this is wonderful. It's salty, it's got the umami, it's a little sweetness. Just imagine your favorite stir-fried noodle, specifically more like an egg noodle. You're kind of getting that vibe here, but with the texture of instant ramen noodles, you get a little bit of that instant ramen flavor, but it's just a little bit of a note in the back. It's not overwhelming the whole flavor. I like this a lot. 7.5 out of 10. I would absolutely make this again, and I would make this for guests.
Nice.
Very nice. Moving on. Budae jjigae, Korean army stew, one of my favorite stews.
Hey,
of
budae
all
jjigae.
time. I have a recipe for this. The link is in the description. We're starting with our base. Once it's done, you just drop them directly in, nestle them nicely in there, get them submerged. Don't stir it. Bring it up to a boil. We have some seared off spam, which is also going to get placed in there nicely. A little bit of seared off sausage, which I'll put on the other side. I love the meatiness
Hell
of
yeah.
this stew. And then the very last thing, you're going to add 2 slices of American cheese, and then just pop the lid on it. Let that cook just until the noodles are done, which take anywhere between 3 to 6 minutes. Once that's done, you take your lid off. Where'd the cheese go? It became a part of the stew, man. So we're gonna top that with a little bit of fresh green onion. But at this point, I just serve this straight up. It's supposed to be easy. It's supposed to be quick. It's not about it looking like ridiculously beautiful. It's about it being ridiculously delicious and nutritious. So you give this a little stir.
No, I get that too, Nate.
So good. Little tart.
Usually when that
kimchi,
happens, I just refresh
sweet,
and it's fine.
Salty, it's umami, it's a little spicy. One of my favorite soups of all time for a reason. I don't think this is a showstopper dish. This is like an easy to make institution of a meal. You could sit down and eat this with a group of people, feel satisfied, not need anything afterwards, and be ready to conquer the evening, the day, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna give this 7. Moving on. Okonomiyaki with instant ramen. We're using the nigiri spicy seafood ramen, which is cooking right here. All I did was cook it according to package directions. Once those noodles are just barely cooked, set those bad boys aside, start making our okonomiyaki. First, our batter is gonna consist of a combination of potato, all-purpose flour. We set together. To that, you're gonna add 1 whole egg, water. I'm just gonna whisk that together so you get a
Okonomiyaki
nice
is
batter.
effectively like
From there,
a Japanese
julienne
pancake,
carrot, kimchi,
but like the
obviously,
savory
cabbage,
kind.
fresh, thinly sliced green onion. Toss everything together. Give our cooked ramen noodles a little bit of juice. Fold all that together. Now we cook. Non-stick pan, vegetable oil in. This is heated over medium-high-ish. Make sure this is all thoroughly incorporated, and then just pour that into your pan. Press that out. Try to fill out the pan evenly. Let them cook 2 to 3 minutes. Now, once that's congealed into one mass, it should move around. The underside is a little bit browned. Pour this out onto your plate, and you're going to carefully invert that. You got a little bit of toasted sesame oil, which we're gonna drizzle around the rim and sear the other side. Another 2 to 3
Very
minutes.
nice.
You're gonna add a little bit of okonomiyaki sauce, followed by
yeah.
specifically Kewpie mayo, little green onion.
Yep,
and
gotta be the
tornado flakes.
Kewpie mayo.
That's okonomiyaki. I like to cut it like a pizza. Oh. I've been making a lot of ramen dishes today. This by far is the most different, most unique, and most delicious tasting one I have had today.
Hell yeah.
This might be one of the best okonomiyaki I've ever made. I love the texture of the ramen noodles in there. Crispy on the outside, custardy on the inside, nice chew from the noodles, sweet, salty tartness from the okonomiyaki sauce. This is a 9.5. That is probably the best use I could think of for ramen noodles. Somehow, this is the perfect marriage made in heaven. But if you think it's over, you're wrong. We still have 3 more ramens to go. So
Was that a fucking ramen sushi?
you know those crispy rice, spicy tuna things you sometimes
Bruh.
see in those LA restaurants? We're gonna do that with ramen. So boiling water and 4 packs of Shin Black ramen along with its packets. Once that is cooked, and all of your noodles are looking nice, drain them. You're gonna need an 8 sheet lined with plastic wrap. Taste your noodles. If they're not seasoned enough, you can add an extra ramen packet to this to season it to taste. It's your ramen, it's very hot, it will burn. Add to your quarter sheet tray, press that out. From there, you're gonna wrap that again in plastic wrap. To flatten this, invert it onto a larger sheet, and then add soup cans on top of this.
You've seen your
make sure it gets pressed down
sister
nice
make
and
some of
firmly,
these?
and set this in the fridge
Perhaps?
with weights overnight. Unwrap our little masterpiece. You're just gonna cut this into little rectangles. I like to trim the edges. You don't have to, but I'm going to. Cut it into thin rectangles like this, and then split those rectangles in half, roughly. Before we fry these, we need to first quickly make our spicy tuna. Sashimi grade tuna. This already came pre-sliced, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut that into cubes. It's gonna go into a bowl.
Little ramen bar, yeah.
Mayo, sriracha, a little salt to taste, and then fold together. Optionally, you can also add a little fresh grated garlic. Now let's fry. Oil, 350 Fahrenheit. Our blocks of ramen in and fry. All right, once that's lightly browned and beginning to crisp on the outside, drain on a wire rack. We got our tuna, nice and tall, like so.
Tuna.
Fresh avocado, a little flaky, a little sesame.
A bit of tuna in
now
it.
Let's try this. way better than I anticipated. Got this sort of spicy, creamy, salty tuna on top, the creaminess of the avocado, the green onion, little bursts of sesame. What really brings this together is that crispy base. I'm surprised by how well this turned out because the outside of these little ramen bricks is perfectly crisp and the inside is perfectly intact. It's not oily at all. It's a nice al dente, chewy, well-cooked noodle. I'm gonna give this a 7.5. I'd be willing to open up the debate. Is this better than the crispy rice version? In some cases, it might be. Moving on. Cow soy. This is a way to bring instant ramen
I have no
and
idea what cow soy is.
together. Hot saucier pan. Once the vegetable oil is hot, chicken goes in. Season to taste with salt. Let that sear till brown on one side, 2 to 3 minutes. Let those continue to sear just until cooked through. Internal temperature 165 Fahrenheit. Brown chicky pieces, nice and Maillarded up. We got some chicken fat in the pan. I'm gonna try and keep that in there. Now we got all this fond. You can add a touch more oil if needed. Now on medium heat, we're gonna add red curry paste, little turmeric powder, galangal, garlic, and shallot. Cooked on your curry paste.
So it's like a curry
After about
ramen.
30 seconds, you got a nice fond. It's fragrant. You're going to add your chicken stock. Scrape the bottom, get that fond off there, and your coconut milk. We're gonna add a little bit of sugar, come up to a boil, and you're gonna add the special component. Instant laksa ramen packets. It's actually not ramen, but it's instant laksa. This brand, big fan. You're gonna use 2 packets worth of this. You may only need to use 1 of the seasonings. That choice is up to you. Add your chicken back in, along with your noodles, and just let them cook. Once that's cooked, at this point, you can turn the heat down, season it with a little fish sauce to taste, and serve. Looks like laksa curry, smells like laksa curry. First, let's try the broth. Good God. That's a 9.5. We got another 9.5. This is bonkers. Requires a little more effort, 1,000,000% worth it. Everything you could possibly want. It's like a combo of laksa, a combo of cow soy, put together, umami, fragrant, coconutty, creamy, sweet, spicy, rich. Guaranteed I'm making this again. This is incredibly good. Wow. Moving on. Number 25. I'm sure we've seen this before, and I've always wanted to try it, I'm not gonna lie. Using ramen to fix your drywall. It's stupid, but we're gonna try it. I've never even fixed drywall before. What I've seen in videos is they just break it up. I mean, it is filling it up pretty good. You know what else you could do? Just put drywall filler in there and forego the ramen. All right, that's filled up. We're gonna use our dry decks, our spackle, and just get that in there. That's gonna hold that spackle in place. How am I doing, contractors who are watching this? Would you hire me? Don't rush perfection. Yep, this is not working great. I can see the ramen peeking through. I'm never doing this again. So we have our 25, but what were the top 5 that were worth it? Got the answers right here, buddy. Kimchi pancake and the instant cow soy came in at a tie, both 9.5. That might very well be the highest rating we've ever given anything. They were remarkably good, and I think you should all make them. But what about the other 3 out of the 5? Mac and cheese ramen came in at 9.2, ramen carbonara at 9, and my instant ramen at a 9, which is biased, so maybe you can replace it with one of the other ones if you want. I don't know.
They all look
the
great.
real lesson is there are infinite ways to use ramen, really, right? Technically, you could grind it into a flour and make bread, but is that really the practical way? Any noodle dish, any soup dish could be instantized or made better or made quickly because of the power of the instant ramen packet. You have the power. You can do this. I believe in you. Big kiss. Don't forget to subscribe. Love you very much. Bye.
Yay! Good video. All right, up next.
Austin, Texas. This is my hometown. I live in Austin, Texas. Apparently it's not doing so hot.
Hey, what's up guys? John here. These signs are peppered all throughout the outskirts of Austin.
Ooh.
Sold, sold, sold.
Yep.
Lennar, D.R. Horton, a lot of these big home builders, and I'm gonna walk and talk and show you exactly what's going on. It is shocking. It looks like there are maybe 2-3 million housing units or homes under construction or completed. Yep. To me, it looks like we're walking into one of the biggest bubbles in history inside of Austin. The reason for it is Austin was predominantly built based on the 2020 situation.
Well,
you know, people were leaving LA, they were leaving San Francisco, they were leaving New York City.
Austin, new construction everywhere.
It's
a national
nuts, bro.
survey.
Like, you cannot go anywhere here without some crazy shit going on.
Showing it's the most popular place for Americans to move during the
and they were looking for a place in which they could reduce their tax base, have a little bit more.
That's another big reason why people want to move to Texas is because it doesn't have income tax. He did pandemic because it would filter his video. That's the reason why he didn't.
Stability and looking for a place in which they could kind of live a normal life.
It's a YouTube
and so
thing.
everybody went to
Imagine
Austin.
having to worry about
and
that.
Now, You know, it's
What's
gone
crazy with this is that like a lot of my friends have actually gotten priced out of like the neighborhood that we grew up in. Most of my friends cannot afford to live in that neighborhood now. It's like that's actually sad, bro. Like what the fuck?
Change because the home builders essentially took over that opportunity, and now what's happening is these home builders, Lennar, D.R. Horton, and others are looking at this saying, you know what? How can we compete against these other, you know, these everyday property owners here? Well, what we can do is we could reduce interest rates.
I find it interesting that people keep moving like south. The reason I find that interesting is because like temperatures are only going to get higher, right? The temperature on average is going to get higher every year. Every single year. Why would you want to go south? Like, I don't really understand it. I feel like they're just not thinking ahead. Like, if anything, you should move into the mountain areas or move as north as you can. Like, as north as you can afford, right? Like, go to fucking Montana or some shit. Wisconsin, Maine. Or if you don't want to live in America, you could go to Canada. Because the temperatures aren't going down. They're going up. So the idea of moving to somewhere like Texas or Florida, it seems like a very poorly thought out choice. Yes, there are more like facilities in that area, but like, I don't know. I think it's just not a good decision.
We could reduce our prices and we could offer incentives. Incentives that homeowners can't really offer. I mean, look at this. Sold. Next one, sold. Next one, sold.
Yeah, I've been to a neighborhood like I got a couple of friends that live in a neighborhood like this right outside of Austin. And you know, I'm not going to get into specifics obviously, but like I went to one of these neighborhoods and like bro, it's straight out of like 1950s, like you know, like the first opening shots of like Edward Scissorhands or something like that, you know? Like it's all these brand new houses, perfectly manicured, you know, everything like that. Truman Show, yeah.
Sold.
It's nuts.
It's fascinating.
Give it a couple years, they'll turn into crack houses.
Yeah, they're big.
Like this used to be an American 2-car garage. Now this is a new home, right? And these homes are...
Is that small? I don't know. I think that's
They
big.
start in the mid-3s, which is pretty affordable, but they go all the way up to $1 million.
Yeah. I remember they look like, so a couple of my friends came over to my house and they saw like a house on my block was being sold. And they just go and they look it up. They say, how the fuck much is this house? And they say the house, and this house is shithole. Like, I remember whenever we were growing up, like, the people that lived in the house, bro, like, I didn't even think they had a job. Like, I remember the woman that lived there, she couldn't even afford a fucking car. Like, she had to walk to and from the bus stop. And she didn't look like she was liking it, right? It's not like she did this for health benefits. Like, she had to work. And so, yeah, they probably took it. Yeah. And so now, like, that house is like $450,000.
Bruh.
Is a one-story house. That's nuts.
So inside of Austin, like proper downtown, inside of the center city of Austin, they have 120,000 apartments under construction.
They're stacking people up like sardines, man. It's crazy how many apartment buildings they're making. Like, I was thinking of this shit for myself, and I'm thinking like, bro, like I should try to invest in an apartment building. Like, this is a good idea.
Context, there's only 245,000 renters.
Yeah.
So they're bringing forward 50% increased supply. Another one, sold.
Yeah.
Inside of the next 24 months, a 50% increase in supply.
Fuck being a landlord.
So think about this if you're a property owner.
Hire
What does
somebody
that
to do
mean? Well, think about it. If people are going to look at, you know, the cost of rent versus the cost of owning, and they're going to see increase, another one, sold, they're going to see increased insurance, increase interest rates to borrow money.
Yep.
And then they're going to look at falling rents. Who are they going to want to do business with? Probably the landlord is going to be able to rent the cheapest.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
Meaning that a lot of this equity that these property owners thought that they had is going to start to get absorbed. It's going to slowly start to contract. And as this equity continues to contract and taxes and insurance go up, and a lot of the job opportunities that people thought were going to be permanent in Austin start to kind of fade away.
More tech companies move out of their offices in the Austin area. Oracle is considering relocating its headquarters from Austin to Nashville, Tennessee.
I think what you can see here.
I do feel like a lot of people are staying in Austin, but there are people that are relocating outside into the Austin area, right? So like they're not inside of the city limits, but they're right outside of the city limits. Arizona Texas Instruments solid, yeah.
Is a major change. And in this video, I'm going to give you a tour of exactly what's going on so you can form your own opinion.
Yeah.
And you'll see very, very clearly what Austin, Texas is going to look like in 2024, 2025, and 2026. Please hit the like button, people share the content, educate more people about what's really going on in the U.S. economy.
Austin City
If you'd like to fix your credit, we'd love to help you at my company.
Yeah.
GreatCreditFast.com. That's GreatCreditFast.com. If you have late payments, medical bills, charge-offs, foreclosures, bankruptcies,
if you got any of these, you just gotta. I'll tell you what you really need to do. If they call you, you pick up the phone, and if they say, "Is this you?" you be like, "Nope," and then you hang up the phone. Done.
Any negative item on your credit report? Go to GreatCreditFast.com. Click the link. in the description
ABC,
of this
always
video,
be cheating.
Schedule a free
Yep,
call.
ABC,
for tomorrow.
always be
Take a look
cheating.
at that.
That's right.
So inside of this community,
Yep.
about
I've probably been
I
to
would
this
say
neighborhood.
2 or 3 residential
Yeah.
blocks away. It's not big city blocks, a residential block. You will see another community that's being built.
Yep.
And this community, it looks like it's exclusively apartments. And it looks like it's probably somewhere around 150, maybe 200 units.
That's a lot of people.
And they are breaking ground. They're almost done. They're basically completed the framing of this right here.
Look at that.
And this property is likely going to be either condos or for rent. There's 4 floors, 1, 2, 3, 4 floors.
Yep.
And this is just one community that's inside of this neighborhood. When you cross the road, which I'm going to do for you and show you, you will see there's another, I would call it 1,000 houses, maybe 800 houses that are being built right now. So inside of this one community, you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homes. An affordability crisis, people that want to live in Austin, what are they going to do? Well, they're going to live outside of Austin.
Yeah, people have to live outside of Austin, then drive into Austin because they can't afford to live inside the city limits. Like where I used to live, like I used to have like a woods that we would play in as kids, and now those are houses. And I fucking can't believe this. I remember there was so much more. Like we were on the outskirts of town, really, and like now, like we're in the fucking town. Like it's weird, man. It's weird how much shit has changed. Like, cause like I go back, I look at some videos and shit from back whenever we were like 12 and like 9 and shit, and like it was a totally different place. It was. Downtown, yeah, downtown's different too.
And they're going to make
Didn't
the
homeless
commute.
live in those woods? Yeah, of
And
course.
so the people that are living outside of Austin that are going to make this commute are going to look to save money.
Yeah.
And so what are property owners inside of the city of Austin going to do? Well, they are going to try to thin that gap to make it more attractive for them to stay inside of Austin. Just a little bit more expensive to stay in Austin than it would be outside of Austin. But they're going to continue to narrow this gap to try to keep people inside of that city. When you
Well,
look
it's
at
these big companies too that are buying up all these houses and shit too. Like, and you look at like why the housing prices are so high, and like you look at how many Airbnbs are in some areas. It's like people buy out houses basically to turn them into like a miniature hotel, right? It's like this is basically a this is like a cookie factory that makes cookies. You either get fucked. Yeah, exactly. Airbnb costs more than hotels. Yeah, but they still got people renting them out. That shit should be illegal. I know that they're trying to, like, it's definitely an exploit, but they haven't patched it out yet. And you want to know why they haven't patched it out? It's because the people that are exploiting are paying the people, or probably are the people that are writing the rules. So it's like, obviously they're not going to patch that shit out. That's what they're doing it.
How
yeah, they're
fast
paying the devs.
This is all changing. You know, we hear about real estate bubbles. You'll hear about, you know, headlines and things like that.
The lower class will revolt. If the lower class revolts, all the rich people need to do is pay half of the lower class to kill the other half. And then the problem will work itself out. Like, it's not going to be a big deal. It'd be fine.
A big housing crash.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that we're going to see a massive housing crash all throughout, you know, America, but I am saying that we're going to start to see some cities that were extremely overbuilt suffer massive, massive corrections. And I think Austin, Texas is probably going to be one of these cities. So all we do here is we cross this bridge right here, cross the freeway, go right underneath, and then you will see another massive, massive development of, of the same,
this is going
from the
crazy.
same exact home builder, from Lennar. And they have billboards all throughout the city.
Bro, I need to invest in Lennar.
About
yeah, I got to talk to them.
Extremely attractive financing, 3.5%,
We gotta figure this
4%
out.
down, 5% down. How does a homeowner compete with this? When you have a large home builders, Lennar is one of the largest in America, offering these great financing packages, discounted insurance rates, because it's cheaper to insure a property that, you know, is new construction.
You can tell this is a new bridge because there's no people living under it.
Obviously. So what's going to happen? It's going to cost more to buy an older house. That's what's going to happen. And so I believe the built-to-rent space is going to continue to grow, and we're just going to see more and more and more change inside of certain cities and certain pockets. I mean, look at this. I mean, look at how big this project is.
Yep. I was there. I've actually been there before. That's crazy. Yeah, what the fuck? I had to pick up all my ex-girlfriend's shit because she had a storage unit in there.
You can see that out in the distance.
Same as off of 35? Yeah, it's like way
all these homes, thousands of homes. And roughly 1 mile later, here is another project, another brand new construction project. Massive, massive project. And another community directly across the street.
Oh, it's a lot.
Looks like several hundred more units, possibly
They're building
more.
up, my area is going crazy. It's nuts. My down payment is 20% on the spot. ATX is looking to be just north of 10. I-35 is crazy. Yeah, it's nuts. Why is he complaining about more homes? This is how you get homes to be more affordable. The problem is, like, a lot of the people that buy up all the houses, they price fix. So, like, they basically would rather not have anybody in the house than have people in the house at, like, a low amount. Isn't that illegal? No, it's not, because they're doing it through an algorithm. And the algorithm facilitates it without direct communication. And it's like it's like an exploit, right? ABC, always be cheating, right? Always be cheating. It's a third party, yeah.
It's not just one row of properties. It's endless properties. So there's all these communities that are tucked in the back behind all of these different buildings. And they're offering some of these homes from 300s to $1 million.
I've always wanted to make a game that takes a lot of the rules of real life and it turns it into a game, but there's no actual, like, restrictions or regulations. as just a huge like social experiment to see what would happen.
So, I mean, it's absolutely crazy. So when you
Imagine all
couple
the
this
DJ
in
and shit. Yeah, exactly.
with this massive influx of 120,000 apartments being built for rent right now inside
24
of
years
Austin,
of programming that. I just have
what you're
AI
gonna
do it in
see
15 minutes in like 5
is
years.
a major shift in values. Like there's just no way that's not
This
going
is
to happen.
nuts.
A major shift in values. And this is just one little pocket outside of Austin. Like if you type in on Google Maps Lennar homes, and you put in Austin,
they got a
you
lot.
will see dozens and dozens and dozens
damn.
of projects just from Lennar and just from different
Holy
builders
shit.
about these opportunities.
Bro, Lennar is going, dude, imagine the guy that owns that company. Man, he's doing work.
Acquire these properties. I mean, they're traditionally a lot of 3-bed, 2-bath.
John Lennar,
just,
yeah,
normal and 2-bed, 1-baths. Just normal apartments, normal little houses, normal townhomes. I'm going to show you the skyline next, and you can see for yourself how much inventory is coming and what this is going to mean for Austin, Texas. On the way to Austin, I drove less than 3 miles, and there's another community that is now being built.
Yeah.
It's called The Colony.
The Colony,
It
that's
looks
good.
like Lennar and these big home builders went out and acquired.
Because they sell these big houses, right? Like all these houses, they're selling them for like, because like I was going to buy a house with the same as Izzy, right? With Pink Sparkles, we were going to buy a house together before we broke up for like the 780th time. And so I was looking at the prices of houses. That shit was crazy. It was nuts. Like this shit would be like $2 million.
Thousands of acres all throughout the city.
And it's in the middle of fucking nowhere too.
Dallas,
by the way, like it's not like it downtown. It's in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Austin, to build all different types of homes.
Like, cause I said like, listen, I'm not gonna fucking buy a fucking house if I can't walk to the gas station. Like, what if I want to get a drink? But the nearest Wendy's is 18 minutes away? And I paid money for this? I paid $1 million to have to drive 20 minutes to Wendy's?
All different types of buyers.
That's a nope.
It looks like here would be where the CEOs, executives, wealthy people would live, and then the other condos and those smaller properties are going to be where a lot of the staff live and a lot of the up and comers are going to live. I've never seen this much construction in my entire life, and what's crazy is this pales in comparison to the amount of construction that's actually going on in LA. I mean, look at the community. Look at the poor upkeep. This could be a sign that the home builders could be in trouble. Look at how high that grass is. The house directly next door.
I mean, I don't want to. It's not high to me.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
The one right after that one, same exact thing.
It's not high to me.
The one all the way down at the end, same thing. Home builders could be in really big trouble. They could be in really, really, really big trouble. All dead grass. I mean, is this a home builder to, in your opinion, that looks like they have really strong financials? Or is this a home builder that looks like they're not going to be able to move this inventory and they're almost quitting? Let's see how many more communities we see on the way back to Austin. It's only 20 miles.
Oh.
20 miles. And it's a straight shot. I've driven 3 miles.
Damn, look at that.
From where the intro is filmed. And you're seeing all of these properties,
It's crazy.
homes. I've driven about 4 miles from the initial.
Mowing's such a scam. Nah, because you get snakes and shit in there. You have, like, one time that was the problem, is because I had this one snake in my yard. Man, this bitch was like 9 feet long. I was like, what the how? Because I tried to go out there with the axe and cut him up. I can never get him. I don't know how the fuck he got away. I could never fucking get his ass.
Magic. That's how.
Point where this video started,
Did you eat it? No,
There's probably
He
another
got away.
500 units or maybe 700 units in just that community. And so let's count the cranes in the sky. So you can see
Let me
1,
see.
2,
Let me see if he showed.
3, 4. Basically, the entire skyline
Yeah.
is being redone right now. And this is just one section of the skyline.
Yeah.
When I show you a different angle, you can see cranes in the back behind these buildings. You'll realize that these home builders and these condo builders and
This is
apartment builders
nuts.
are in such big trouble, and America doesn't realize it just yet.
I think that people, like, it depends on if they bring more businesses to Texas, right? Because, like, there's been talks of, like, Tesla moving more stuff to Texas as well, and other places doing that. Like, even the governor here has been trying to, like, bring more people in to, like, make businesses here. And, like, whenever this ends up happening, like, bro, like, unless you're a software engineer, you're not going to be able to live here. They just did. Yeah, I don't know if it happened yet, but, like, I knew it was going to. Immigrants moving in? No, the immigrants don't live anywhere near here. Like, they're living on the other side of I-35 on, like, a riverside, like, even farther back than that. Like, they're not anywhere near here.
So what these builders do is they borrow or raise money. And a lot of the money in which they borrowed a couple of years ago was at much lower interest rates, and rents were much higher because everybody wanted to be in Austin. There's big job opportunities.
It's
It
big.
was the place to be. And so now as rents are starting to come down and you're seeing a lot of inventory hit the market and interest rates skyrocket and property tax and insurance skyrocketing.
And by the way, for some of these apartments up here, $6,000 a month.
Bruh.
More? Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, like that. Yeah, that's where it's at. Expensive stuff. Yeah, and I have obviously like that's not a lot where I live. Yeah, I know. Like I'm sure Train probably like his apartment that he's at. I bet that's probably like 15 grand a month or something like that, right? And like it's worse, right? Like I had another friend that lived in downtown like New York, and like he was splitting rent with like 3 other people, and they were all paying like $4K or some shit. So like yeah, it does go up from there, but still that's nuts. He lives in a condo. He bought it. Oh, for real? I didn't even know that.
Falling dramatically.
I never talked to him about it.
And so as these owners and these investors and these REITs have to refinance these loans over the coming year or two, it's going to be a big issue because rents are probably not going down by 5 or 10%. If you're increasing supply by 50%, you just use your imagination. Rents are going to be coming down in a very, very, very big way. And so a lot of these landlords won't be able to get these loans. And so ultimately, what's going to happen? Well, they're going to be giving the keys back to the bank. And so the new investor that's going to buy these deals, as the bank sells it, will have a much lower cost basis. They'll be able to reduce rents even lower and still be profitable.
Y'all see this building right here? I remember I went to a job interview for a marketing firm in like 2011 in this building. It was the second tallest building in the entire downtown. It might have been the third at that point. Now it's like, bro, like, where is it? Yeah. That's nuts.
Well, putting more pressure on the new investors, and it's an endless cycle where the rich are going to get a lot richer, and a lot of the people that own these traditional tract homes inside of Austin and just on the outskirts are going to be in very big trouble, you know, especially if they don't have the capacity financially just to hold on during the hard times. I think the hard times.
Oh, bro, this Wendy's, see, like, I know exactly where this is. This Wendy's, I think Cody worked here for a while. And, like, everybody would always, like, because this is where 6th Street is, like, right here, I think. I'm pretty sure. If this is where I think it is. And everybody would get drunk and then walk across the street over this Wendy's and then sit on top of the Wendy's and drink and smoke weed. Like, this is, bro, like, this is the Wendy's.
Times are coming in in
Living it
2025,
up, yeah.
2026, all throughout Austin, I think it's going to be a bloodbath in this housing market. You know, unless something really changes, I believe we're going to see more people looking to leave Austin over the coming couple of years than came, and we're just going to see a lot of desperate property owners trying to rent out their homes so they can't sell them.
I hope that happens.
And a lot of these landlords just desperate to rent out these units to try to bring in cash flow. And so Austin, believe it or not, could be a city where people relocate to based on affordability.
Yeah, I believe it when I see it.
Cities,
Bro,
because
this
it's just so much.
Sounds like copium to me.
More cost effective to be in Austin than go to other areas. I would bet there's probably somewhere around.
I'm moving to Austin because I can't afford to live here anymore. Yeah, that's smart. Yeah.
You're 40 cranes in the sky right now.
Yep.
In Austin, like 30 to 40. It's absolutely crazy. Coming here, I wasn't really expecting this. I was expecting, sure, you know, like a housing bubble, people talk about it. Think about it, Meta just closed their locations here. They just closed up a really big project they were working on here. And
I think that's just because they closed that, like the company's contracting, right? Like, I don't think that's necessarily indicative of like a trend in Austin. I think that's just because Meta is creating it like a smaller like company.
Thank you for wasting your biddies.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
They overhired for COVID. They overhired for Metaverse. It didn't happen, and so obviously they had to fucking fire people, right?
The other tech companies are going to be doing the same exact thing. They're going to look to outsource more and more talent. Here's some on the other side of this building. So you just think about how many units are going to be coming to market here.
I met S-Fan at this Hilton hotel. I'm pretty sure it might have been this one. It could have been, I don't know. It could have actually just been this one here at DreamHack, or it was like some party. Yeah. We had a friend who was staying here.
You want to live in Austin? You know, I think Austin's a pretty cool city, but I don't think it's a city I'd want to move to. Like, I think it's cool to come here for a weekend, maybe. I wouldn't go out of my way for Austin. I'm nothing against it, but I just wouldn't go out of my way for it. I think there's a lot of really cool places to go in the world. And now everyone,
I'm pretty sure Gearhead lives in Austin.
Or working remote. So
I know he lives in Texas at least.
This is a Doom video. You think
but
so?
I do think if you're a real estate investor, you're probably going to be able to scoop up some pretty crazy deals inside of Austin over the next couple of years.
Maybe that's what I should do, bro. Like, should I go on a landlord arc? You know, like Miz bought that gym. Maybe I should go on a landlord arc and I can live stream like evicting families. And I can have like a chat poll, like if I like evict a family or not. Call it an eviction stream. I'm gonna call it the end of the line.
That would be actually awful. Someone in chat, IRL pan appeals.
I'm thinking about this, right? Because like, there's this one lady on my Instagram or TikTok or shit, and she runs like basically a sweatshop, and like she'll like talk about like her employees like complaining because they want 25 cents a day, and then her talking about like, should I fire them, or like, you know, like what should I do with them? And it's like, that would be crazy if I did that. Just remodel Judgment Day. Fucking call it Judgment Day.
A lot of these people that bought these properties with a 3% mortgage.
Sort of have a meltdown.
Thinking they just knocked it out of the park and paid $700,000 for a house. And then you have Lennar offering a similar house for $400,000 with a 5% mortgage rate with reduced insurance, and then Lennar has 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 homes nearby. You know,
yeah, we got
2 or 3 or 4 miles.
We got to buy
your
some
house.
of those.
You think about that. What would that mean for you if you were that property owner? Well, how do you compete with it? You're going to tell the new buyer, hey, buy my home, same price, but just pay 2 or 3% more on your interest rate. Pay more.
Do you think the reason they're building is because of so many immigrants? Well, you talk about like immigrants, right? Are you talking about like illegal immigration that happens from Mexico, or are you or like South America, or are you talking about immigrants like somebody like legally immigrates from like China, India, Canada, something like that, right? Because like the people that are illegally immigrating, you know, they're not buying these houses, guys. They're not. Like, they are on the down low. Like, so like if like they are Like if this is straight, you're looking like this way, and they are down that way, 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 way far. That's where they're at. They're not anywhere near this.
And have an older house that you're gonna have to probably do more upkeep on.
You know, slums?
Possibly.
It's like the
there's kind of mixed
Shadowlands.
reviews about Lennar.
I've been there.
But do your inspections. But that's gonna be the question.
Like, I brought a few friends down there because they're like buying drugs down there and shit.
Wow,
And this is,
Nate.
Like, maybe like I'm talking.
Can't
like,
believe you've done
like
this.
10 years ago, something like that. And like those places, I would not say it was a PvP zone.
What a nerd.
But I would say that it's like a neutral zone.
A lot of home buyers are going to be
PvPers.
asking. So,
What?
What do you think about this situation? What do you think about
Jeez, what the heck,
Austin real
Nate?
estate?
Yeah, it's a
You think
contested
we're walking
area.
into the biggest correction in real estate in Austin's history coming up over the next year or two? Let's have a conversation about this below. I'm thinking that we are. Like, without doubt, I'm thinking Austin's going to be a city that's going to make real estate history in the coming couple years. I think 2025 is going to be an absolute bloodbath for Austin. And I think we're going to see so many developers handing back the keys to the bank. Let's have a conversation about this below. And if you'd like to fix your credit to position yourself for financing, we'd love to help you. At my company, greatcreditfast.com, that's greatcreditfast.com. If you have late payments,
I legit
medical
think this
bills,
dude's wrong.
charge-offs, foreclosures,
I think he is too.
bankruptcies, repossessions, or any negative
I
item
don't
on
think.
your
I
credit
think
report,
I think he's wrong in the long term. He's potentially right in the short term.
go to greatcreditfast.com. You can
That's
click
my
link in the
that's
description
what I
just below the
think.
video. Schedule a free call for tomorrow. Catch you next video.
So
Star
real
Wars,
quick,
the
let me go back.
Hey, what's up?
So we talk about this real quick. So like if I wanted to buy up a bunch of houses, I think I would need to do man. It's like that would probably be a good idea.
I mean, it wouldn't be a terrible idea for Asmund to just buy houses and like rent them out. Like, he's already co-owner of like 2, 3, maybe even 4 different companies. Like, he's got the expendable income to do it. But like, at the same time, I can't help but wonder, like, why would you need to make more money when you're not even spending the money that you have? Right? Just because you can get richer does not mean that you should. Right? That's how I'm seeing it. Like, after Asmund, like, perishes, after he dies, like, who's that money gonna go to? He's not leaving the money for anyone specific. What's the point in, like, hoarding all of this money? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about it weirdly. I don't know.
Buy me a house? Yeah. I think you'd need about 20 million for a real estate fund to get it started. And so could be a risky investment. It's never a risky investment because whenever you buy a house, you're also buying land.
Yeah, people always need houses.
So, like, if you're
people always need
invested
land.
long enough, like, unless you're buying a house in something like Detroit, you know, and like you get fucked over completely. It's a hard asset. Yeah, it's a hard asset. Become a slumlord for the memes? Yeah. Don't forget the tax. Well, yeah, you gotta pay the tax, but then you can also, like, this is a good idea, bro. Like, if they start selling the shit back to the banks, this is a good idea. Well, I think you need $20 million to do this and, like, do it at scale to, like, make it extremely profitable. But, like, obviously, like, you know, I don't really talk about this a lot, right? But, like, a lot, like, people in my family, you know, like on my dad's side, like, I come from very, very wealthy family, and so they have tons of shit like this. I just ask them. And so, yeah, buy a neighborhood and make it a streamer neighborhood.
Yeah, you're right,
That's like
Sadra.
the worst idea I've ever heard.
You're right.
Like, that is the worst idea I've ever heard. Absolutely fucking not. Imagine having a streamer as your neighbor. I mean, my neighbors think I'm great. Like, they like me a lot. And, like, there's been no problems, no issues at all. They never have any issues. Like, why would they have a... No, you think about it, right? Like, I never cause any issues at all. Like, there's never loud noises. We never, like, do anything stupid. Didn't they call the city on you? Nah, he's gone. He's gone. He's done. Like, the new people, like, the guy, so this is crazy, right? So the guy actually came over, and this is, like, maybe a couple of months after my mom passed away, and he actually told me, like, offered his condolences because he had seen my video online, and he was like, bro, like, that sucks. And so, like, I've actually had only good interactions with all of my neighbors. They've been so nice, and I have no problems with them at all. So, yeah. Like, I never have problems with neighbors. Like, it was just that one guy who, like, nobody liked him, right? And so, like, really, like, he's the problem, not me. So, yeah. That's good to hear. Yeah, exactly. Don't fight your neighbors. Never helps. Yeah, I never had that problem. Send to take care of the trash in your backyard. Well, now, like, I have, like, the city's on my ass, right? Like, they're basically, like, I'm actually on a first-name basis with one of the code inspectors here in Austin because she's been called to my house so many times. So, like, now, like, whenever it's, like, a certain time of the year, like, she'll just drive by and just check up on me, right? And, you know, like, I've got her, you know, her name and, like, my fucking contacts list and everything, right? And so it's like, she'll even, like, call me, and it's like, it's not even a big deal. She didn't even, she's like, yeah, just, you know, like, just, it doesn't even write the citation or anything like that. So, hope you haven't died. Yeah, exactly. And so it's really not a big deal. Imagine having Jake Paul as your neighbor. Fuck that, bro. Like, oh my God. Yeah. But what, why? I remember I was on the phone with her. This was like maybe 2 years ago. I remember she said, she was like, she was telling me she was trying to deal with a sovereign citizen. I said, I know exactly what that is. I said, I'm so sorry. Like, yeah, because, like, sometimes they can be flagged for PvP, man. Like, is it property standards? Yeah, the grass was too high. Like, I don't get mad at her. Like, she's just doing her job, right? And, like, it is me being wrong, right? It's like, it's not like this is, you know, like I'm being, like, bullied or something like that. Like, no, I'm breaking the law. And, like, I should, like, realistically, you can't have somebody with the grass. Like, there was a sunflower in my yard, and I saw it growing up. I said, I'm not going to get in the way of this. And so this fucking thing got taller than I am. This shit was like 7 feet tall. Damn. It got so tall, it fell down. Guess what happens? Like in Call of Duty, you prestige, you go back to level 1. It did that. It starts growing back up again for round 2. It got halfway, and then she showed up. I had to get rid of it, right? But yeah, it's just suffering from success. Yeah, it got too tall, and it fell over, man. Same joke again? Yeah, I know. But it was a good time.
All right, before we continue, it is time for another break. Break time. Break time, y'all. Break time. BRB. Hacking got bacas. Baka baka baka. Anyways, I have returned. Welcome back. No, you're back also, but like, yeah, meow. Thank you very much. Videos.
Stop me if you've heard this before, but video games cost a lot of time and money to make. Sometimes that results in smash hits and millions and billions of dollars, and other times it ends up being a massive failure. Today, we're talking about some of those failures. 10 of the most expensive video game failures, or at least perceived failures. Now, take all these estimated budgets that are going to pop up with a grain of salt. Anyway, enough disclaimers. Let's get started off with number 10. The original Shenmue, believe it or not. Yes, this game is an absolute classic, and a lot of people are in love with it for a reason. When this released, there was nothing else like this. The character was appealing, his quest was appealing, but just kind of walking around and engaging in life felt really novel and charming at the time. Plus, you could, kick some ass sometimes. Now, from what is floating around out there, the estimated production and marketing cost is anywhere from 47 to 70 million US dollars, which apparently also covered some of Shenmue 2. It's not totally clear, but we do know that Shenmue, the original game, sold 1.2 million, but apparently didn't recoup its development costs. So that technically means that the game was not a massive win for them. And it's interesting, right? Because this was an all-time classic game. Like I said, a lot of people love it. I think Shenmue 2 was better, but it doesn't matter. It got fans in the door, and people are still begging for new games to this day. So it's an all-time classic, but the budget was completely unheard of at the time. In 2001, it was the most expensive game ever made at that point, we believe, and yes, here, it wasn't able to make its money back. Next, over at number 9, we have Too Human. Now, I know we've been bringing up this game a lot recently, and a lot of that is because of the failure. Too Human was seemingly an expensive disaster by many metrics, so we know it has an estimated budget of around $60 to $100 million, but there's so much more in between that. I mean, the fact that the game had development deal exclusivity stuff on multiple consoles, both a PlayStation console and the Nintendo GameCube, but ultimately all that kept falling out, and we ended up getting the game on Xbox 360. This 2008 game was developer Silicon
That game
Knight's
looks like
next
shit.
big thing. A
I'm
lot
gonna
of
be
people
honest.
were hoping, seemingly internally as well, that this was going to become a franchise, because it did have a unique spin. It was like sci-fi.
Really hate
and
how
Norse mythology,
slidey
and
it
could have
looks
been
for the
absolutely
combat.
awesome. Unfortunately, when it released, it just wasn't very memorable, it wasn't great, and just didn't really have a lot of staying power.
There, on that statue, they aren't shadows.
But technically, it's important to note that the creation of this game spanned from 1999 to 2008. That alone just sounds massively expensive. Along with that, a few years later, a whole court case cropped up where Silicon Knights tried to sue Epic for failure to deliver on what the Epic Games Unreal Engine at the time could really do. It resulted in obviously massive court fees and the cost of paying lawyers and all that, and resulted in Silicon Knights' downfall.
Bruh.
Next, over at number 8, we have APB, All Points Bulletin. This game was billed as the big multiplayer Grand Theft Auto game before Rockstar really got around to it. APB was absolutely hyped up, and it was a massive production with an estimated $100 million budget. Again, we're getting this from Wikipedia, but either way, the number doesn't really matter.
That's a lot of
The point
money.
is that this game was massively expensive. I mean, think about it. All the networking infrastructure, the building of a whole open world game, getting that online, dealing with characters, crime, players having freedom, so much to it. And when the game released, it really didn't take off like they were hoping. It still has some dedicated fans to this day, yes, but it was nowhere near seemingly what it cost to really make it, especially with the fact that eventually Rockstar would dominate with, Grand Theft Auto Online seemingly forever. There's not really a lot of room for anything else there, but what really was the icing on the cake, or what really made it feel like a financial failure, is when K2 Network purchased the game for a mere £1.5 million in 2010. So even though the game did manage to live on in some ways here and there, that did feel like a massive L from the very lofty goals this game originally set out with. Next, over at number 7, we have something from THQ. Now, THQ was one of the heavyweight game publishers, developers for a long time, but when that OG THQ had a miss, it was usually a massive miss because they would swing hard. Take the U-Draw tablet. This tablet with a stylus kind of peripheral, did start out as a device for the Wii, which I guess is where it made the most sense, but ultimately also ended up becoming something for the PS3 and Xbox 360 in 2011. And yeah, I mean, what even is this thing? Like, what is the point of this thing? I was heavily invested and deep in the video game world and the gaming news world back then.
Isn't that basically a wannabe drawing tablet?
That says a lot. You probably don't either if you're as old as me. This expanded release was considered a disaster. It apparently caused a revenue shortfall of around $100 million. They admitted it. The CFO admitted it on a financial earnings call, and he said that they had like 1.4 million unsold units that were just like sitting in a factory somewhere, sitting in a warehouse. Nobody wanted this thing, ending up with a massive like $100 million L. This is insane. And apparently, according to Eurogamer, the former company president actually blames this U-Draw thing as one of the massive mistakes which eventually did lead to THQ's demise. Obviously, THQ ended up kind of being packaged up, bought, and rebranded into a different thing now in modern gaming history, but the old THQ, as we knew it, fell flat on its face at one point, and I bet one of those trips to lead to that fall was definitely this U-Draw thing. Again, I barely even know what this thing is. It's so stupid. Look at it. Next, over at number 6, we have the more recent Immortals of Avium from last year, 2023. This one sucks because it's something I absolutely love, right? It's not a remake, it's not a sequel, it's its own completely new adventure, it's new world, new characters, and it is a single-player, fairly linear, first-person shooter action-adventure game. It is pure distilled video game fun, and I really enjoyed this game. It is far from perfect. It may not be the most memorable game in the world, but it was a lot of fun, and it was a little different, and that's what we want at this point, right? Well, according to sources, the game's development cost around $85 million, and then EA, through EA Originals, apparently spent $40 million on marketing and distribution. So you can chalk that up to $125 million total. Obviously, it gets a little more complicated with like how EA Originals works and how it's actually pretty generous to the developer, like in the developer's favor, but still, it wasn't enough. It just feels like this game was given no chance. It released amidst so many other heavy hitters. Obviously, you know 2023 was a year stacked full of top tier 10 out of 10 game releases, like Baldur's Gate 3 was around that time, so it was a really tough going for Immortals of Avium. And ultimately, the studio that set up to create this game and this whole new thing ended up shutting down after this. After poor sales, it laid off about 45% of the staff, and then in April 2024, the rest of the staff was placed on furlough. So it's unfortunate because they really tried with this one. Sometimes it just doesn't work out, and sometimes when it doesn't work out, it can be kind of expensive. Next, over at number 5, we're switching gears here for a sec with Final Fantasy: The Spirits Within. This is not a mainline Final Fantasy game. This is actually a feature film, a computer animated full-length film from 2001.
I remember that.
I totally admit, I absolutely
I have it on DVD.
It had heavy hitter stars like Steve Buscemi and Alec Baldwin in it, and it was absolutely crazy. Is it goofy? Is it very early 2000s? Yes. Does it really carry a lot of the philosophies of the Final Fantasy games? No, not really, but it sure was something. I don't know, maybe it's nostalgia. But according to sources, it was $137 million to make, which is equivalent to $214 million in today's money, and apparently only grossed $85 million in box office. This was considered a box office bomb by all means. I mean, they really went big on this one. It had TV commercials, it had fancy posters, again, it had a lot of famous actors in it, all that press, all that stuff, and it's still totally
You need food? Well, then go get food, Nate.
Of Square Pictures, which was set up to be a thing, a new endeavor, and it apparently nearly ruined the entire company. Next, down at number 4, we have Marvel's Avengers. This was the big, expensive, live service Avengers game. It was like the first big Marvel game that would unite these heroes and give us fun new versions of them, and it was designed to keep us playing endlessly. It was one of those games. It actually had a pretty cool campaign with some decent story, but the game did the live service thing of something like a Destiny or the Division or whatever, where it's designed to keep you playing and looting and doing multiplayer shenanigans with your friends as Thor and Iron Man or whoever. Unfortunately, even though this one did find a small dedicated audience, unfortunately it didn't quite land. It was estimated between 170 to $200 million to make this thing. Obviously, the Avengers, Marvel superheroes, that's a big thing, and that comes with a big price tag. What we do know is that Square Enix estimated a $63 million loss the year the game came out. Now, I know Square Enix is famous for all of their games essentially underperforming. They have extremely high expectations of all their games, but Avengers felt like it hit different. There was a lot of press, there was a lot of backlash to this one, a lot of people just totally dunking on it, and part of that was justified by looking at the player counts. Like, not enough people were playing this massive, expensive game to really keep it going. It did get all of its expansions, it did do some stuff, and it did get better, but it definitely felt like it ended up wrapping up, you know, really closing its doors way earlier than it could have. Or really, way earlier than the publishers wanted, that's for sure. Eventually, before shutting it down, they ended up giving away everything in the game for free for people, and then that was it. Add it to the pile of live service game failings. So many studios try to chase that dragon, try and get a piece of that pie, but ultimately end up totally flopping, and sometimes, with Marvel's Avengers, it's really freaking expensive. Now down at number 3, we have Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones is Ubisoft's open world multiplayer pirate game that has been in the works for what feels like almost a decade. That alone right there leads to a cost ballooning. If you have multiple studios, tons of people working on this thing for years and years and years, that cost is just going to keep going up. And the project reportedly cost Ubisoft $200 million. We don't know
What's
for
wrong,
sure,
Seidra?
but that's where it's at. And
Isn't it a
just within
wonderful
couple of weeks
quadruple
after its
A
release,
game?
the news report broke that the game
Right?
reportedly sold less than 1 million copies after release, making it a massive financial flop for Ubisoft. Now, we do know just recently they did announce new content for it, so maybe it'll get a second lease on life. Ubisoft tends to support some of their live service games and then they turn it around. I don't know though, like with other games, like there's
It
been some
literally
excitement
plays
around
like
it.
a
With
mobile
Skull and
game. What the
Bones,
fuck
it
are you
really
doing?
felt like a lot of people did not care, so I think it's a tougher
$70
battle. And it's a
for
damn shame, 'cause
basically a
pirates are
mobile
cool,
game
and we always need
with a ton
more
of
pirate
shitty
games,
mini
but
games.
Skull and Bones just feels like it's not quite landing with people. Again, this is an early one. The story is still going. We only know
We all know
so
what it
much
is.
about what really went on behind the scenes.
We all know
here,
what you're doing.
and whether or not the game is eventually going to die and be totally considered a failure. We've seen crazier turnarounds. I don't know with this one, but I just wanted to mention that.
What's wrong,
Now down at number
Seidra?
2, we have Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. This is another recent one. One of the most recent dead bodies on the pile of live service dead bodies at this point.
Yeah, it
this
is.
one might be one of the more expensive ones, with Warner Brothers stating recently that they took a $200 million loss on this game. God damn. And that's not something that's going to slowly recoup either, right? Because the player counts are...
The biggest problem with Suicide Squad is nobody wanted it. I feel like even if it did have good gameplay, still nobody would actually want it. Why? Well, the Suicide Squad is just not interesting. They're just not interesting. Simple as that. If it was a Batman game, people would play it. But this is Suicide Squad. Like, come on.
Low, the interest is low, the game really came and went, and it doesn't really seem like they're releasing too much exciting content for it. With it being a live service game, the idea is that, you know, new stuff gets added, the game gets better, more interesting, or it keeps players coming back, and none of that seems to be happening. The most recent thing they released was a total bomb, just a little boring half-assed Joker content that nobody really wanted. This one really sucks to see just because we love DC games, we like a lot of the Warner Brother games, but Warner Brothers weirdly enough doubled down on this one. They wanted a live service game, they tried to get it with a game and a property where it doesn't really make sense.
That's
and
because
took
they're
a
a bunch of
fat
tone-deaf
loss. They said
idiots.
They still want to continue to try live service games and continue to seemingly make mistakes like this just because they want a piece of that pie. They want their own Fortnite, their own Destiny, their own whatever, and they're going to do whatever it takes to get it, and that's unfortunate, especially with other big successes staring them in the face. Hogwarts Legacy was a massive hit for them, and that wasn't a live service game, that was a regular old-fashioned open-world video game. But with Suicide Squad failing, it seems like they got...
You know what? All they would have to do if they really wanted to make money is make a Harry Potter MMORPG. Just do that. They have a good foundation with their Hogwarts Legacy bullshit. It's practically an MMO already. Just make it with like instanced zones with like up to 20 people. Have channels. There you go. Problem solved. It'll be like the Fallout 76 of Harry Potter, so to speak. You want to make money? That's how you do it.
Got another one in the tank. Just please don't do it with another beloved property. Don't turn Batman into a live service game. Don't turn Scooby-Doo into a live service game. I don't know, man. I can't take this anymore. Now down at number 1, we have Tiger Electronics Gizmondo. You remember this thing? I barely do, but it's now like
I don't
enshrined
think I've
in the
ever
halls
heard of
video
that.
game legendary failures. This thing did garner some attention at the time. It really had potential. It had like an ARM-based processor. A lot of people were thinking it was kind of stacking up to compete against Nintendo and Sony, and they spent so much money promoting this thing with all kinds of crazy advertisements, promotional stunts. The Gizmondo was slated to be the next big gaming handheld. It was shocking just how much money was invested in this thing. There is an insane story behind it too. The guy that was apparently in charge of Tiger Electronics reportedly had like Swedish mafia connections. I don't know. The whole convoluted story behind this thing is absolutely nuts. But ultimately it ended up with the company being $300 million in debt because this silly device sold less than 25,000 copies. Yes, after all these flashy product reveals, promotional stunts, advertising, storefront stuff, press attention, that's it. 25,000 people, if even that.
That's basically nothing.
Nobody really liked it. It was dubbed one of the worst game consoles of all time. Part of the reason was because it released with practically no games. It had like 14 games planned to release in the US and only 8 of them ever came out.
That's
they
fair.
were all pretty much stinkers.
Not what is called sticky balls. Nice.
$300 million for this thing. I mean, just look at this device on screen here. This is crazy. It's amazing what kind of massive messes people will get themselves into, especially in the world of video games. But that's the point of this list. This is 10 expensive video game failures. Obviously, some of them aren't really too big of a deal, like Shenmue, which eventually lived on, or Immortals of Avium, which just sucks because it was an actually good game. But the crazy stuff like Suicide Squad or the Gizmondo, those are the ones worth really highlighting, and we want to hear from you guys in the comments what you think. Now, if you like this video and you like talking games with us every day, clicking the like button's all you gotta do. It really helps us out.
Or you could just do, you know, these nuts.
There's a scam game on Steam right now called Banana that has over
Banana!
630,000 players as of me making this video right now. And it is by all definitions a scam.
Oh yeah.
And that player count is pretty misleading because the majority of it is either bots or people that just have the game pulled up in the background as they wait for drops. The Spiffing Brit just made a great video going over this entire scam, and now 3 days after that video came out, it's even more popular than it was when he covered it back then. Which is so interesting to me because he fully explained how the scam works, and yet people are still just flooding in to enthusiastically buy into it. It's like if you had read the headlines about Sam Bankman-Fried like scamming billions of dollars away from just your average Joe, and then you're like, all right, I'm gonna do my business with Sam Bankman-Fried. I can't wait to get on this, and then you throw your arms up in the air like, oh, how did I lose money? Where did I go so wrong? It's more pathetic than anything, honestly. The Spiffing Brit took the scam, spanked it around, threw it on the bed, bare ass, butt cheeks in the air, and still people dove in to give it a rim job and are wondering why they have shit on their mouths now and lost money from it. You have only yourself to blame, and you absolutely deserve to be made fun of, which is what I'm here to do. Heroes, not a word I like to use often, but I think what I'm doing here today is very heroic and brave. Someone has got to insult you for what you have done. If you are one of these people that are buying the fucking bananas in this game. It's not a game, it's actually just a PNG of a banana that you click and the number will go up, and every few hours you'll get a random drop. If you play anything on Steam, you know what this is, like CSGO cases, that kind of thing. But in the banana game, you get banana skins, which aren't even usable in the game. There's actually no functionality to even take that skin and use it in the game. The developer says he's going to do that at some point, but I highly doubt it because he doesn't need to. He's still just printing money from this dog shit from the absolute imbeciles, the fucking idiot buffoons that are buying into it. So why would he even bother doing that?
Absolutely.
Bare minimum. So what you do is you get these drops of these banana skins, and they just go into your inventory and they sit there collecting dust. And then you get out all your religious relics, light some candles, and start fucking praying that someone is going to pay you real-world money for those useless banana images in your inventory. That's it. This should ring some bells here because it's very similar in concept to the NFT craze from a few years ago, where basically you buy this image and you hope that someone comes along down the line and buys that image from you for more than what you spent on it. You don't want to be left holding the bag. It's the same concept in the banana game, except this one's working significantly better because they found much more vulnerable goobers here. Gamers. So the gamers here are buying these banana skins for up to like $50. There's actually even $1,000 banana skins in this game. And I need to stop calling them skins because they're not. It's just images in your inventory. You can't even do anything with them even if you wanted to. So you're buying these banana images from Google Images and you are squatting on them, hoping that for some reason down the line, someone's going to pay you more for that just because. That's the entire scam in a nutshell, and the creator is the one making tons and tons of money from it.
The banana market is immense. There are nearly 8 full pages of deep banana lore. Some of things are definitely slightly legally dubious, but the idea is very simple. As you play the game, Steam has an automatic drop system. The Icy Nana is special because it doesn't drop anymore. Wow! So logically, by it not dropping anymore, that actually increases the value of the product, because there's scarcity. However, no one has managed to sell an icy banana for more than 3 pence on the Steam market. Now, one of the reasons that makes me a little bit more concerned that this is a scam is because the creator of this game has set their inventory to private when it was previously public. This is a little bit of a problem because it means that it is impossible to see how many bananas hitting the marketplace are actually from them, meaning it's very hard to tell just how much Steam wallet value they're able to make off of this game.
Definitely worth noting that it's very possible the developer is dumping his bananas into the market, and it's not actually the community buying other community members' bananas, they're actually just buying his. So he's making even more. I'm not trying to accuse him of anything shady. I mean, banana is as above board and by the book as it gets. Now, it's impossible to know just how much they've made from this game so far, but I have to imagine with over 600,000 active players, it's a pretty penny. And there are legitimate people, like actual living, breathing, sentient beings that are purchasing some of the expensive bananas. Like, there's this one guy on Twitter who keeps celebrating that he bought one of the special bananas for $53. I don't know if he bought it as a shit post or if he actually believes he's going to make some money off of it or not, but regardless, that is shameful. And he's not alone. There are some banana enthusiasts that I think actually believe in this for some reason. Now, the main players of this game, no one's actually playing it because there's nothing to play. Calling banana a game is like calling me jerking off a sport. Like, yeah, it's kind of a physical activity, but I don't think there's any real argument you can make for me being an athlete because I masturbate, right? Same thing with banana. It's technically a game, I suppose, but all the people that are engaging with it are doing is running it in the background, farming drops, or having bots do it, where they open many different instances of banana in order to try and get as many chances at a rare banana drop as possible, which is why the player count is so high. Everyone loves to think that they're 5 steps ahead of everyone else. They're the fucking anime protagonist. No one else had the genius scheme to conceive such a high-level mastermind idea of using an auto-clicker and virtual machines to open multiple instances of banana to get maximum banana drop potential. Everyone that's opening this godforsaken program is doing that exact same fucking thing. And I guess none of them realize that all of those rare banana drops that are going for like tens or even hundreds of dollars in some cases are unobtainable through playing the game right now. You can't get them no matter how many virtual machines you open. You could start up an entire fucking, like, crypto mining operation just for playing banana and looking for Steam drops, and you would never see one, because it's not possible to get them anymore. I just had a voice crack. This shit is so ridiculous. The only way you get those now is if you're the developer. That seems to be it. From what I can tell, there is no evidence of any normal human being outside of the developer and his close-knit group of friends having access to those rare bananas. So to all the delusional crypto bros who got burned on NFTs and are now just suffering from terminal fear of missing out and latching onto banana, you are wasting your time and you're probably losing more money on your electricity bill just setting up your stupid little operations to farm this. You cannot make money through this game just like you cannot get a date. It's just not happening. The only thing you can do, I suppose, is continue to get fucked by this weirdo developer as you're his little piggy bank to continue to exploit through this awful dog shit. I've said for a while now, people seem to want to be scammed. People go out of their way to get scammed. This is so blatant. And Spiffing Brit did an incredible video showcasing it, and yet it's more popular now than ever. And it only continues to get more popular. That's craziness. You know it's a scam, you're still buying into it. Now, I have seen a lot of discussion about how this game may be being used by other countries whose economies aren't doing so well, and I do suppose that's possible. We've seen that happen in the past with Venezuela and RuneScape, for example. Venezuela's economy wasn't doing great, and so a lot of individuals there started turning to farming gold in RuneScape to sell for money, and that became like full-time professions. But I just don't really see that being the case for this game. In RuneScape, you can make a lot of money just farming the gold in old school RuneScape. In Banana, you can't. The only banana images that are selling, mainly, are like the 3-cent ones, because that's all you can actually really get from drops from what I can tell. So the only things that have any real volume to them are the 3-cent skins, not so much like the rare skins. So to me it just seems very unlikely that something similar will happen here, because it's 3-cent banana images that you're moving, and not even all that often, because the drops come at very long intervals. So it's not even
it's every 3 hours.
Really make a lot out of, even if you had hundreds of bots running it. So I don't
remember
really
from the
see
video.
that being the case. I could be very wrong.
One drop per 3 hours,
One thing I'm not wrong
and
about is how much of a cringe loser
after
you have to be
18
to
hours,
actually think
you're
that these
guaranteed
are
a
wise
rare.
investments. If you are someone that is buying and selling banana Steam inventory images, you deserve to be spit on, 100%. Hey, this is just tough love right here, brother. I'm trying to get through to you. Please, open up. Let me in. This is an intervention. If you are buying and selling fucking banana images in this goddamn game, you are a loser, 100%, and you need to take a hard look in the mirror. This is just another terrible scam game. It's not even that unique in its scam. A lot of these style of games popped up during the NFT craze on Steam, and those all dwindled and died, of course. And I imagine this one will too, when people start to realize that farming 3-cent banana skins is just not worth it at all. And buying $50 banana skins is certainly not worth it when no one's looking to buy them ever again. It's a fucking joke. It's a terrible, terrible joke that the creator's making a ton of money off of, from people speculating on the market of banana images in a Steam inventory. So yeah, I just had to talk about this because it's so fucking interesting that it's only growing in popularity, even after being fully exposed for the scam that it is. But anyway, that's it. See ya.
Hey, what's up guys, Ref here. So we got some more Gamergate related controversy to cover in this video, mainly because Sweet Baby Inc. and its employees just can't help themselves. They can't act normal and they keep creating more problems for themselves.
What? No way.
Today's story involves this headline right here. Sweet Baby Inc. employee Chris Kindred allegedly contacts Smash JT's former employer to get him fired.
That seems like a nice, rational thing to do.
Sweet Baby Inc. employees contacting the employers of their critics to try to get them fired. This is a majorly stupid decision, but we'll get into it in 1 second.
That's incredibly unhinged.
Sweet Baby Inc. has been under fire for months now, and nobody feels sorry for them because it's all their own doing.
True.
And for a company that is struggling right now, their business model is looking really bad. You look at their projects. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League. They were heavily involved in that. They lost Warner Bros. $200 million. We've seen some studios, like the Chinese studio Game Science, look at this woke DEI initiatives that companies, consulting companies like Sweet Baby Inc. offer. And they said, no, we're not interested. Thank you. Please leave us alone. We can handle our games ourselves without your nonsense. And on top of that, we have seen the employees. Who would want to work with people like this who are Sweet Baby Inc. employees who are saying all these foul things about people based on the color of their skin or their religion? And I also talked about this in yesterday's video. We have Chris Kindred. Who would want to work with this person at Sweet Baby Inc.? They are a narrative designer for Sweet Baby Inc. and they have been the focus of all the recent Gamergate stuff because they started it. it is easy to determine that this is the ground zero of months of drama that has happened in the gaming sphere. It began with Chris Kindred starting a harassment campaign against the Steam group Sweet Baby Inc. Detected when it was in its infancy. Okay, that was a very small Steam group, and through the Streisand effect, Chris Kindred trying to get this taken down, this group taken down, and reporting the account of its owner Cabrutus made it blow up. And it was very funny to watch. And again, just remind yourself where this all came from. It was a Brazilian man making a list of games that Sweet Baby Inc. are involved with. Games that they themselves publicly list on their own website. Think about that. And that wouldn't be the only time that they got themselves and Sweet Baby Inc. in trouble for their tweets. This one back in March was made only a few hours after the passing of Akira Toriyama was announced, where they criticized him for the way that they portrayed black characters in their franchises, which is absolutely insane. And apparently they didn't learn their lesson, because 1 week later they went after Asmongold, trying to get him in trouble with his sponsors, claiming that Asmongold is the leader of harassment campaigns, which is incredibly ironic because Chris Kindred knows exactly what a harassment campaign looks like, because they started one against Sweet Baby Inc. Detected. Now here we are with Smash JT. He now enters the fray of this story. He is a YouTuber who is very much hated by many members of the gaming industry, largely because of his criticism of Sweet Baby Inc. and, you know, people like them, but also because he runs a website called Kotaku Detected, keeping track of the public actions of Kotaku journalists and their supporters. And he also has had people try to contact real-life people associated with him. We've seen the Kotaku editor, Alyssa Mercante, claim that she contacted JT's wife on Facebook to say how mean he is online. And now we've reached the next level. The next level, in a very deplorable one, where Smash JT claims that Sweet Baby Inc. employee Chris Kindred contacted his employers to try to get him fired, which is a very pathetic and really just desperate move on their behalf.
Which brings me full circle as to you contacting a place of work of mine that I was at like 3 years ago, okay? And these people, they're very busy people. They have professional jobs. They're working hard. Do some research before you start doing stuff like this. But you leave these messages and you think it's not going to get back to me. I don't know. Maybe you thought it would be anonymous, even though you left your name and your phone number, which is your same phone number that you list on your website, which is how I know it's you. Like, I don't know what you were thinking and why you thought this was a good idea, but this is going to come back full force on you. You are the bad guy in this situation. You don't do stuff like this. I don't know how else to tell you this, but it's just like you just keep taking L after L after L. All I'm doing is calling out shenanigans in the video game industry. I'm shining a spotlight on the bad actors. I'm letting people know that care about video games who the people are that might not have their best interests in mind when covering the games, when talking about the video game industry. And honestly, I feel like that's a pretty honorable position to take, as much as it pisses you guys off because you're the ones getting caught with your pants down with this awful things that you've done and said over the years that are being called out by me and many others, because we want to make the video game industry better. And you are taking it to real life. You are trying to get people fired.
So as you can see, we have reached the next level here. We're now contacting employers of your critics. Is that what the gaming industry is doing now? The members of the gaming industry, they're going after employers of people who dare to criticize them. Let's get this straight. Chris Kindred is only mad at people like Smash JT because they criticize their publicly available works, like it's Sweet Baby Inc., and they criticize the public works of people like Kotaku and other members of the gaming industry. They don't like it, so they resort to insane actions like this that are only done out of personal spite. They're only doing this because they personally dislike Smash JT. This is not for some greater good or protecting people or doing anything like that. It's done out of spite. They want to hurt the personal life of these people who dare to criticize them. And this is completely unhinged behavior. It is completely unnecessary and unhinged. And you only look crazy doing stuff like this, especially when Smash JT and other people have a good relationship with their employers or former employers, where they get a call from someone like Chris Kindred And they share this information with Smash JT because they're like, we're getting a call from this crazy person. I think you should know about them. Which, by the way, is also leaving their full legal name. They're using their legal name for this and also using their real phone number. So it's all traceable back to Chris Kindred. It's such a boneheaded decision, especially when you think there might be some legal action in process here. I mean, let's think about it. We have a lot of people in the gaming industry claiming that they're going to raise legal claims against some of their critics for reasons that make no sense, and also that don't make sense not just on a legal sense, but also there's no damages to collect in these cases. They're not suffering actual harms. They're being criticized in videos and they just don't like it. In this case, however, we're reaching an actual harm, something that fulfills or might fulfill legal requirements and also have damages. If you get someone fired or you mess with their employment opportunities because of stuff like this, you are committing a tort. You might actually end up in court and getting sued. Much more realistic than what these game journalists and alike are trying to attempt. So you can see right here, with 1 second of research, there's multiple versions of this, and it depends on where you're from, but tortious interference with a business relationship or a business contract, they're basically the same elements. Let's read this. The elements of the tort can vary by state, but generally include the following. A business relationship exists between the plaintiff and a third party that affords the plaintiff some legal right, like their employment contract, and that exists between JT and the employer, whether it's former or present. And the next one is the defendant has knowledge of that relationship, which obviously someone like Chris Kindred would if they're contacting these employers. The next one says the defendant has the requisite intent to interfere with the relationship between the third party and the plaintiff, which would seem very clear if they're calling up the employer and saying negative things and even what is alleged lying about some things in order to interfere with that relationship or contract. And then here, the defendant lacks justification to interfere with that relationship. I think that explains itself. And then the last one, the breach causes damages to the plaintiff. That is something that will actually happen. If you get someone like JT fired by contacting their employer or messing with their future employment opportunities, that's an actual set of damages that would be something to collect on in a legal case. Like, I don't understand why you're doing this to yourself. If you're Chris Kindred, why are you going through all of this just because you're mad about online criticism? You're actually going to throw yourself out there to potential litigation and damages you might have to pay. What is in it for you, even if you're able to mess with his employment opportunities? It's such a boneheaded move. And also, Smash JT would release this statement basically wrapping up the thoughts on what's going on with Chris Kindred, saying this: I've sent the following message to Sweet Baby Inc. via the contact form on their website. Hello, one of your employees, Chris Kindred, has recently reached out to a place of employment of mine asking about my job status and stating false things about me at my work. I would like to know how you plan on handling this situation and what your stance is on such actions. This is incredibly out of bounds and bordering on legal action as I take this matter extremely seriously. And that's the thing. You ask Sweet Baby Inc. or Kotaku or some of these other developers, and you ask them, how do you support this behavior? Are you going to address? I mean, at this point, Sweet Baby Inc. doesn't have some massive roster, so they have to know about this situation. They have to know about the behavior of Chris Kindred, and how can they sit there and either pretend to ignore this and act like they're not seeing this, or think it's acceptable, because it's crazy. It's absolutely insane. There's no self-respecting company that would allow someone to act like this. And much like the harassment campaign they started against Sweet Baby Inc. detected, I would likely guess that there was a possibility, at least, that this was done on the clock. Like, they were doing this behavior while they're being on the clock at Sweet Baby Inc. and they're being paid by Sweet Baby Inc., which would also tie in Sweet Baby Inc. to everything that's happening by virtue of their relationship. It's such a stupid move. And the fact that they're going to try to bury their head in the sand as Chris Kindred might go off and keep doing more and more of these things is really, really bad. They're only making it worse for themselves by not rebuking this behavior and saying, hey, we don't support this, or getting rid of someone like this. I don't understand how you can possibly think this is appropriate in any sort of a sense. But moving on, oh wait, it would happen again. Another person right after that would contact Smash JT's employers. And this person is apparently a streamer. Don't know much else about them because their account is now private. They are afraid of receiving any criticism. And again, I would ask this person the same thing I would ask Chris Kindred. Is this all worth it to you, and the potential risks that you might face and the consequences you might face? It doesn't seem worth it. Like, this criticism you're so angry about, maybe let it go or find a healthier way to go about this than trying to get people in trouble with their employers. But of course, we all know why this is all happening in the first place. There's a lot of support from the gaming industry, including from journalists. And we have seen people like Nick Calandra here. They were involved with some personal beef with Smash JT as well. They are a co-founder and editor-in-chief at Second Wind Group. And you can see they led a campaign to falsely report the Kotaku detected website that Smash JT runs to Wix to get it taken down. And they were successful, by the way. They got it taken down for about 36 hours, and then Smash JT was able to contact someone at Wix, and they immediately fixed it. They understood that these were false reports and that he wasn't doing anything that required his website being shut down. And you would see people like Alyssa Mercante celebrating this takedown and even saying that they're pursuing legal action, which again, comparing that to the actual potential harms that might be happening with the contacting of employers is really ridiculous when this boils down to he's being mean to me online or criticizing me. And on top of that, you can see she's at Kotaku, and she is the one who recently made a very, very bold statement in a clip that we reviewed a few days ago where she challenged anyone, an open challenge to anyone, to a physical fight, which of course she has been very, very much backing down on. In fact, she has gone private over the last couple of days. That's how embarrassing things have gotten, and we will update you on that situation in the coming days. But for now, that is the update on all of this Gamergate related controversy. It seems to never end, and it's always self-created with the actions of Sweet Baby Inc. as a company and their employees, and then all of the members of the industry who are supporting them. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Let's see here. Gordon Ramsay, crazy injury from bike crash.
Hi guys, it's Gordon. I'd like to share a very important message with you all. You know how much I love cycling and triathlons and Ironman, etc. This week, unfortunately, I had a really bad accident, and it really shook me. And honestly, I'm lucky to be here. Now, from those incredible trauma surgeons, doctors, nurses in the hospital that looked after me this week, they were amazing. But yeah, honestly, you've got to wear a helmet. I don't care how short the journey is. I don't care, the fact that these helmets cost money, but they're crucial. Even with the kids, a short journey, they've got to wear a helmet. Now, I'm lucky to be standing here. I'm in pain. It's been a brutal week, and I'm sort of getting through it. But I cannot tell you the importance of wearing a helmet. This weekend is massive. It's Father's Day.
What the fuck?
Fathers, old fathers, middle-aged fathers. I want to wish you all a very happy Father's Day. But please, 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 please wear a helmet. Because if I didn't, honestly, I wouldn't be here now. Happy Father's Day.
That's crazy, man.
Damn.
I feel like this is the best kind of PSA, where it's like, yeah, man, like I was in an accident, I got fucked up. You better wear a helmet. Look how much I got fucked up. You better wear a helmet, or you're gonna get even more fucked up. All right, I gotta go. Like, I feel like that's a pretty good PSA. The PTSD is visible. Yeah, God, fucking that. That's glad he's still
fucking
alive.
shaking.
Yeah, for real, man. That's scary.
Oh, time to get hungry, y'all. ASMR cooking. Look at that. Turn it down a bit. It's a bit loud. Time to get hungry, y'all. Nom nom nom. A wood-fired stove here. I guess this one technically isn't out in the wilderness. It's kind of in the wilderness, but kind of not at the same time. Because, like, using like a proper stove. You know, get some garlic. Olive oil. Salt and pepper. Yeast, sugar, flour, salt. Got some nice hot water with the yeast. Cut up an onion. Just showing off how sharp the knife is. Drone shot. Very nice. The yeast has become that. There you go. Mmm, delicious. In goes the olive oil. In goes the veg. In goes more veg. And here we have the garlic and bone. Salt and pepper. Squishy, squishy. Butter. There's the garlic. Squimsh. Garlic goes into the butter. Nice roasted garlic. In goes the bone marrow. Marrow. Rosemary. Thyme. Salt and pepper. Flour. Oh, that didn't work how I thought it would. That's thistle. Oh, little bee. Nice. Funny enough, I actually learned how to distinguish certain plants from playing like the Elder Scrolls games. Like I always knew what milk thistle was. And I can recognize Amanita mushrooms. So that's pretty cool. Hey, look, it's bread. That's what your mom likes. She really likes to be bread. You know, just become bread. You know how it is. Who doesn't want to be bread? Right? That reminds me of that one time in VR chat where my mind did not register the joke as it happened. One day I was streaming in VR chat along with Doom, and I believe a few others were there too, maybe. And chat was like, hey, you should ask if he wants to be bread or something like that. So I just like go over to Doom and I'm like, can I be bread? Because I thought it was like the food, because that's how it was spelled. But my brain did not register that it was the other kind of bread. Or more accurately, it was like when you say stuff and it is not read but said,
Aura is the big OL hecking cutie and needs all the head pats. Orasso 3 head pat, 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 Orasso 3 chibi pat, Orasso 3
thank you for the
pat, Orasso 3 chibi pat, Orasso 3 mask pat.
Yay. Thank you very much. How you doing today, Lechon? Lechon? How's the Lechon? Monsieur Skulk? Hope you're having a wonderful day. My goodness, that's a lot of garlic butter. Hope Leshen's having a wonderful day. But yeah, my story was basically concluded. I asked to be bread. And I didn't get it right away. What I had asked. And I was a little bit embarrassed. Yeah. Other than life grabbing the sandpaper lube, I'm life. Oh yeah, I saw the tweet. Gotta fix that radiator, eh? So Leshen's car, the radiator is borked. So he's gotta figure out how to get to work tomorrow. Leshen, you should see if any of your buddies at work can, like, pick you up. I'm not a fan of booze, so I don't really know what to say. My goodness. That is effectively just a giant, cheesy garlic bread. Holy crap, that is loaded. Every time he makes food, he makes it like caveman proportions. Like, I get that it's supposed to be like good, delicious food, but holy shit. I just find a lot of it wasteful because it just like goes everywhere. Yes, it looks good. It looks absolutely delicious. But like, how are you supposed to eat that? Literally how? Your mouth does not open that big. If you were like 9 feet tall, I would understand. But like, nah. Managed to convince an IRL friend to drive me to and from, and her husband is helping to replace the radiator. Hey! Good on ya, my dude.
The world's strongest man versus TikTokers goes exactly as expected.
Round 3, Eddie yells, I'll stand in the middle. Even if I stand in the middle, you still do nothing. This isn't a...
My favorite part about this is about how these guys immediately revert back to caveman thinking. Is like you have one person getting the buffalo's attention from the front, and then you flank behind the buffalo and you get it from the back.
freak fight.
Sounds about right.
Hit me, come on. Go on, can Eddie catch him? Oh, he fell over. That's the most exciting it's been. Oh, he went for a tackle, swingy backhand, punch, punch, power bomb.
Yeah, this...
Destination, fuck.
Yeah.
There it is.
What did you think was gonna happen?
His leg, like when you fight your big brother.
Those two are so much smaller.
Oh, the one that's still mobile and conscious has to go back.
It's
in.
just
This
bare,
is getting sadistic. Little
bare bones, bare fisted, bare naked. Uh-oh.
He's down. Just climb out. I don't care at this point. You guys put on a good show. You can run away.
He's trying to make...
Nah, Ed's got you. Now, Ed asks permission from the ref. Can I hit him? Yeah, go for it.
Can I
Couple
hit
of
him?
hits. No worries. Just
All
tap, really. Just toying with him. Yeah. This is what I expected to happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Funny, man. And he hauls the tank. He is, bro.
That's pretty obvious what was happening.
Massive.
Like, come
he's a
on.
Goddamn buffalo. I can't believe this. 2 rogues versus 1 warrior. Yep, there it is, man.
No, that's a barbarian, not a
Table
warrior.
Football was first patented by a British
Hey,
inventor in
foosball.
1923. It became popular throughout Europe, with leagues forming by the 1950s. A decade later, an American working in West Germany brought the game to the US, trademarking the German word for it, Fußballen. In France, the game of foosball is known as babyfoot, while the Dutch word for it translates to game of tiny men who can't escape no matter how hard they try. Production begins at a foundry where workers melt
some
down
Dutch friends.
footballitanium, although tables made in the United
Oh,
States
footballitanium.
use softer instead.
Yo.
A buller machine alternates between casting
I mean, it looked a lot
tiny
like aluminum, but...
players and bullering the factory, whatever is most necessary. These crystallized men, when left overnight, may blossom into an entire crystal men ecosystem.
Nice. Wow.
The tiny men are then placed into their beds for the night and are, oh dear Jesus.
Nice. If only I could have someone do that to me.
Firmly held in place as a drill
Breaks up,
pierces
so
their
I got
entire
to
tiny
get going.
bodies,
Have a great stream,
paralyzing
or
them so they can't
I'll pop
escape.
back in later if you're still
As
alive.
the hole for the rod is drilled into the placer's back, fast-acting
probably
bonding agent
won't
is continually
be-
dumped over the men so their screams
Unless it's like
become
within the next
inaudible.
hour.
The men, now husks of their former selves,
But-
are sawed from the top, giving them the sweet
good luck.
release of death.
I
and
wish
an
you the
easy
best
way
of
to
luck, my
tighten them
dude.
To the rod. The base coat of white paint is sprayed onto the tiny men's sarcophagi to hide their suffering. But now, you'll never forget. Meanwhile, in a pretentious hipster art studio, the tiny men are painted by being bound and waterboarded by an airbrush.
Hell yeah.
Then they're moved and locked into a tiny Iron Maiden. The giant painters feel absolutely no sympathy for their tiny brethren. Then, the player's hair color is chosen from a stylish array of brunette, blonde, and redhead tones, giving them a very fashionable look.
Whoa.
The table itself is made out of solid beech, but with all the heroin needles and douchebags filtered out. The company name is engraved so when the wood is recycled, a tree will grow out of it with the company's logo on its trunk, securing free advertising for hundreds of years.
Sounds good to
The
me.
wood pieces and support bars are screwed into place, in a process that's more boring than the art styles of any comedy cartoon made after 2010. Back at the paint house, the wood is painted and varnished, and I'm questioning why this show even needs a narrator sometimes.
Shiny.
A slope panel is added to the bottom to return any balls that are scored into the field of play. For more information on how tiny men use their balls to score, consult your mother. The scoring units are mounted in case customers are too stupid to count up to 10. The tiny suffering men are mounted onto a hollow rod and properly spaced and screwed using a template. The men must never be allowed to touch, or they might kiss and stuff, and that's completely unnatural according to the old, mystical, and outdated folklore of foos. When the process is finished, if everything is done correctly, the players' faces should perfectly reflect the experience they just went through in order to come to life. Fun fact. Every one of these tiny players is named John Foosball. And finally, the rods are threaded into holes in the table, and plastic trim is added to protect the top edges of the table, making the foosball table ready for shipping. Except for the handles on the outside and the legs. Those are pretty important. Whatever, it's good enough.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Pointless Top 10, a show where we make top 10 lists of pointless things. Why are we flying by as Pointless Statue in Booty Bay? Because inside pointless things are treasure. Let's begin. 10. Number 10 are the stairs located at Encourage in southwestern Silithus. And the thing that I love most about these stairs is that the sand has taken them over. So you look all around and there's just sand on the tops of the stairs, in the middle of the stairs, the bottom of the stairs. It's just... The stairs are just covered with sand, like sand dune style. And I really love the aesthetic that kind of provides, right? Like you have these big side rails and then the stairs going up, and then sometimes there's just big clumps of sand blocking the way. Other times there's just sand pushed to the side, so it makes you go around it, even though a lot of people will just ride over it. But that's part of the fun, right? And so yeah, Encourage is one of the most well-known raids, and you know, Silithus was always a little bland, but I always enjoyed the outside area of Encourage, in the ruins and with everything around here leading into the raids, so that's why the Encourage stairs are number 10. 9. Number 9 is the Stair of Destiny, and according to Wowpedia, the Stair of Destiny is a massive foundation of the Dark Portal in Outland, located on the edge of the world in eastern Hellfire Peninsula. Place. Before the destruction of Draenor, this location was a convergence of ley lines. And for anyone that's like, what are ley lines? Ley lines are channels of immense power that course through the earth of planets, like blood vessels carrying arcane magic instead of, well, blood. But the main reason I'm putting this on the list is this is a very nostalgic and important area in World of Warcraft history. Like, this is where we entered the portal and came out the other side, and we were like, dude, we're in Burning
That's
Crusade,
how you
right?
got
Like, we are
to
in
the Outlands.
And you had to go down the stairs, and then
I remember
don't know
that
about
shit.
you, but I remember all the demons
It was
fighting,
annoying.
and I was like, what is going on here, right? There's an insane amount of demons just trying to attack you, and then I love the big spikes on the stairs as well. There's these big, like, spiky spikes, I don't know, that they're sticking out of the sides. I always thought that was neat. And, you know, the stairs themselves are okay. They're just stairs, but sometimes it's what's around the stairs that makes the stairs. You know what I mean? And that's why the Stair of Destiny is number 9. 8. Number 8 are the Broken Stairs, and the Broken Stair in Karazhan is the winding, partially destroyed stairwell that winds along the outer edge of the tower, ascending up to the menagerie. There's also some holes in the wall which allow you to see Deadwind pass below. And I really wanted to include some Broken Stairs on this list because, I mean, Broken Stairs are just kind of cool, right? It's like they've been through some stuff, they've seen time. It's like in HGTV whenever they're like, this house has character or whatever, right? It really just means this place is old and run down more than anything. But I do love how all the stairs are just planks of wood. I think that's pretty cool. And then there's a campfire there. I don't know who's camping out here, but somebody is. And then the hand railings have actually held up pretty well, surprisingly. And on top of all that, I always like this part of Karazhan because this was when you started progressing up to the menagerie, like I mentioned, because you already killed Moros, you did the opera event, right? You did all the like baby floor stuff. And it was like, dude, now we're really progressing up into Karazhan. Like, I always enjoyed that part of it. I thought it was cool. So that's why the Broken Stair is number 8. 7. Number 7 are the Path of Light and the Ruins of Karabor. So the Path of Light is the old version, well, the new Draenor version of the old version of Karabor, where it's the main road leading into Karabor, while the Ruins of Karabor are the Outland version, where it's already been destroyed and it's the Black Temple and all that stuff. So I wanted to put a little bit of both for the compare contrast between the two, because I think it's really cool to look and be like, dude, there's like the path going to Karabor, and then here's just the ruins of Karabor, right? And on the Path of Light, I really love how beautiful it is. You have all the big fountains, and you've got the grass and the greenery and the shrubs and the flowers all lining the middle and the sides, and then you've just got all the stairs.
Very
right? There's just
beautiful.
stairs and stairs and stairs leading you all the way up to the temple. And I think it looks really cool. And then meanwhile, in contrast to that, you have the ruins of Karabor, which is just the southern part of the Black Temple, and you've got all these blood elf demon hunters walking around, and you got Doomguard there, and it's much more war-torn, but I think that kind of provides that vibe too of like, damn, this place, like I said earlier, it's got character, you know what I mean? And so for those two reasons, that's why the Path of Light and the Ruins of Karabor are number 7. 6. Number 6 are the stairs at the Pyramid of Dazar'alor, and the Pyramid of Dazar'alor is the royal palace of the Zandalari Empire. And I put this pyramid on the list because I think this might have the most stairs in World of Warcraft. Like, whenever I think of Dazar'alor, I just can't help but think of stairs. Like, there's stairs at the front of the pyramid, the back, the base, the sides. There's like stairs.
Does that mean they would win in a contest?
Everywhere in this
A
place. But I also love the side rails on a lot of these
contest
stairs as well. You've got a lot of gold, and then there's this red stone, which I guess could be clay or something, and then you've got a lot of grass and trees growing all over with the vines coming down, and it's just, I think it's just really beautiful architecture from the Zandalari Empire, or just, you know, the WoW dev team. And I say this time and time again, but BFA was disliked by so many people, but I personally loved it for the sole reason of how amazing the art was. Like, BFA, I think, has some of the best art in any expansion in World of Warcraft, and I stand by that. I truly loved BFA for how cool the art was, and so that's why the Dazar'alor Pyramid Stairs are number 6. 5. Number 5 are the stairs on the outside of the Icecrown Citadel, and this was one of those places that I always thought was underappreciated, because the Icecrown Citadel itself, a lot of people see and they're like, oh, it's the big tower up there, and then there's the big, you know, metal sides with all the skulls and everything, and it looks sick, but there was always this big flight of stairs you can see right here, and I always thought that was so cool, and very rarely would people ever run up the stairs, because you could just fly, right? So, I mean, most people had flying by the time you got to this point in Wrath of the Lich King, so everybody would just fly up, but you know, I'm sure there's some people that were, you know, not as rich as some of the other people, and maybe they had to ride their ground mount all the way up these stairs, or there's somebody that's roleplay walked all the way up these stairs or something, but I always just thought it was so cool that he's got this giant flight of stairs leading up to the Citadel. Like, I thought Arthas was just thinking, like, you know what
stairs.
I just want a big flight of stairs leading up to this place. Wouldn't that be so cool? And they're just like, yeah, I guess. I don't know. And for me personally, I always remember standing up here getting ready to go into the raid and looking down and being like, whoa, that goes way down there, all those stairs. So I wanted to give them a little bit of a shout out, and that's why the Icecrown Citadel stairs are number 5. 4. Number 4 are the Steps of Fate, and the Steps of Fate are a grand stairway leading from the Cursed Landing to the Halls of Origination in Uldum. And the Steps of Fate are also a Tol'vir archaeology dig site. And there's a few reasons that I love these stairs, one of which is for how long these stairs go on. I mean, it's like you go up one set of stairs and it plateaus for a while, then another set of stairs and it plateaus, and it's just over and over again until you get to the big pyramid area, which is the Halls of Origination. The other cool thing is, just like the Ankaraj stairs from earlier, there is some sand dunes kind of taking over some of the stairs, although not as badly. These are much more taken care of, I guess. It just feels like the Tol'vir maybe take care of them, or maybe it's just not as windy. I don't know. But I also love all the statues all around, and you've got the obelisks that look really cool, and the big stone pillars, and you've got the little fire torch things in the ground. I just think it's pretty great, and so that's why the Steps of Fate in Uldum are number 4. 3. Number 3 are the stairs located at the temple in Zul'Farrak, and a lot of people know this one because this is where the big fight happens, where you slowly walk down the stairs and then you get to the bottom and you fight the whole group of people, or it bugs out like it did when I was here and then nothing happens. So, you know, just a classic Zul'Farrak experience. But a little history for you I thought was interesting. Tanaris used to be a jungle and territory of the Gurubashi Empire, and Zul'Farrak was a city there. When the Great Sundering shattered the ancient landmass, the area swiftly became the desert of Tanaris. The Faraki tribe of trolls were stranded here and eventually adapted to their harsh new environment, becoming sand trolls. But I had to put these on the list because these are easily some of the most well-known stairs in World of Warcraft. Like most people, like even if you didn't get to endgame raiding in World of Warcraft, you've probably ran Zul'Farrak in, you know, the 40s area, or the level 40 range. The 40s area sounds weird.
It's not
like,
a fun
that's the 40s
instance.
area. Like, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you've probably ran Zul'Farrak, and you've probably experienced these stairs. And they've got really cool side railings with wall art on them, and I guess the wall art's like all over the place. You can see it on the actual walls on other parts of the Zul'Farrak area, but I love this place. I had to put it on the list, and I was like, you know what? Number 3 sounds good. So that's why the Zul'Farrak Temple Stairs are number 3. Number 2 are the stairs found inside the Nashal the Watcher statue, and Nashal the Watcher is a large statue found at Nashal's Watch in Stormheim. And this statue was one of the top things in my pointless top 10 things I forgot to put in other pointless top 10s, but the stairs in this statue are just one of the biggest staircases in the game. Like, you go into a little hidden area and you go up the statue, and it's just, the stairs just keep going, and they keep going and going and going, and you're like, all right, I'm almost to the top, and it's like, nope, they just keep going, and it takes so long that there's an actual staircase achievement called Going Up, and it's Ascend to the Top of Nashal's Watch in Stormheim. Like, this staircase is so tall that they made an achievement for climbing the stairs. Like, that's pretty impressive. And I also love that along the way you run into a bunch of skulls and cobwebs and like skeletons. So I don't know if people fought here and then died, or maybe they just tried climbing the stairs. They're like, it's too many stairs, man, I can't make it. And they just sat down and died. Like, I don't know, but there's stuff along the way you'll find climbing the stairs. And I also really like the way the stone looks, and there's torches along the way. I don't know, it's just really cool and really unique, and that's why the Nashal the Watcher stairs are number 2. And number 1 are the Path of 100 Steps, and the Path of 100 Steps leads from the grassy Klein in the Valley of the Four Winds to the Tavern in the Mists on the Veiled Stair. High Road Grummels can often be seen taking the stairs with a heavy load on their backs. And funnily enough, there are a lot more than 100 steps on this path. But I think these are some of the most unique stairs in the game. Like, I love the way they're crumbling. You can see there's like stairs that used to be there, and they're kind of morphed in with the mountain. Some of the stairs look more like a ramp than they do stairs. And then after a while, the stairs actually just turn into a big path. So it only lasts for so long, but I think the Path of 100 Steps is one of the most unique set of stairs in World of Warcraft. And on top of that, I love that it's just hidden away in the mountains, and it's very fun to find this place for the first time and be like, whoa, it's a hidden path, and go in there. I don't know, it's fun to explore, and it's really cool, and I love finding these types of things in the game. And there's a bunch of Grummels, and who doesn't love Grummels? What's our lucky do? And that's why the Path of 100 Steps is number 1. Hey everybody, thanks for watching.
All right. Before we get to more stuff, it's time for another break. Up. Haba. That's right. That's right. Haba. That's right. I say haba. You say hababa. Oh my god, there's still so many videos. You know what? I want more Rev. I want more Rev. We're gonna watch Rev next. I'll put this down here. There we go. Rev.
Hey, what's up guys, Rev here. So today we got some more Gamergate related controversies to cover, beginning with a revisit to Black Myth Wukong. This is a game we talked about a few days ago, and a game that a lot of people are looking forward to when it releases in August of this year. And a lot of people are also focusing on the Chinese developer Game Science that's responsible for it, because recently they have claimed in a popular post that Sweet Baby Inc. was offering their woke consultation services, and in that process demanded $7 million from this Chinese studio, which the studio would flat out reject because they identified the woke agenda they were trying to inject into their franchise, and they had no interest in that. And they also cited an IGN article that came out about the same time all this Sweet Baby nonsense was happening, which slandered them with this accusation of sexism. Here's the title of that article. It says, "How Black Myth Wukong's developers' history of sexism is complicating its journey to the West." And as we covered in the previous video about this, the evidence used by this IGN article is already shaky at best. It's basically relying on innuendos and offensive jokes to claim that the women in the development team are being harmed by them, and women generally are being harmed by these actions. It's already a very big stretch if the evidence was true. Well, as it turns out, the journalist lied, because the evidence was the result of mistranslations, and this was something covered in this video from Asmongold's clip channel, and big props to Asmongold and his editor for discovering all the mistranslations and providing receipts for them.
This is the most retarded article I've ever read in my life.
Context. IGN published an article trying to smear the company and the devs behind Black Myth Wukong as some sexist freaks because of some of their employees' social media posts. The article cites one of their artists who basically did the still wood meme about this monster. The problem is that this game journalist, either by sheer incompetence or malice, completely mistranslated all of these posts and added words to them in the most uncharitable way possible. And this is nothing compared to the most
Other way around, Sadra.
After one of the game
Rev is looking at Asmon's video in this.
Apologizing for the lackluster trailer of Black Myth Wukong just released. Now, how on earth do you get?
I want to expand my circle and hire more people. Get licked until I can't get an erection.
In reality, the actual translation completely changes the meaning of what he was saying. Not satisfied, I went back checking if anyone called this out when it happened, and they did.
I can't believe that there's a person like this that has access. IGN needs to have this person writing guides on the banana game.
So clearly there is something going on with this article and its alleged sources. There's clearly errors there. But as always with these sorts of articles, they can only be produced as the result of two things. Either blatant incompetence, or this was intentional. This was an intentional bending of the truth and providing mistranslations to serve some kind of a bias. So either way, very bad results. And this would be reflected in this community note that would be applied to the original tweet sharing this article, saying this: "The sexist quotes shown in the article are poorly translated. Accurate translations show the statements being vulgar, but definitely not sexist. IGN reporting on these fallacious, unverified claims as though they're a fact is yellow journalism, which community notes were made to combat." And once again, the community note system on Twitter proving to be the best feature on Twitter, stomping out misinformation being spread by accounts like IGN. And on top of that, it turns out that article we've been focusing on is only the tip of the iceberg. As Mark Kern shares here, that is just one of about a half dozen articles that IGN has made about this game, where they are trying to claim that its developers are sexist. You can see, even in an article just talking about Wukong having a release date, sharing down here that they haven't responded to reports of sexism. And you can see in other articles, they share this same narrative that they had in the initial article, claiming that there was evidence of sexism within the company, and they do that again in this article and again in this later article. And here is the author, or one of the two authors behind this article from IGN, the series of articles from IGN, and they are of course private, and they claim that they're no longer on Twitter. However, that has not stopped journalists from rallying behind this author and the article that they produced. And this thread right here is great. I definitely suggest checking out if you want some more information about this. But this is a great great thread because it shares not only kind of the breakdown of how all these woke DEI scams work, especially how they interact
Right, Sadra?
with the game journalists, but also they share a long thread of various journalists who are trying to prop up not only the author of these IGN articles, but also the article itself. So let's begin with the co-author of those articles from IGN, who had to say this. The whole idea that Sweet Baby has extorted money from the monkey game devs and that the mob are systematically hunting down everyone who writes anything about the monkey game is honestly so mind-blowingly dumb that I can't even begin to engage with it in good faith. And that is very, very dishonest. They're trying to paint basically everyone as crazy who is trying to dig into these claims from the studio. And on top of that, let's just get this right. They're mad because people are trying to do what? Discover who wrote the articles? That's all people are doing. They're not hunting anyone down. They are doing research. You should try it sometime. People are seeing that there are multiple articles by IGN with the same two authors in most of them who are making these slanderous claims against this studio using evidence that has mistranslations. People are doing evidence and trying to ask, why are you providing mistranslations as fact, and why are you making these false allegations against the studio over and over and over again? What is your response? Are you going to take this down? Probably not. But anyways, you can see a lot of people believe these allegations and think they might have merit because it reflects the attitude of Sweet Baby Inc. Demanding that people use your services or face some sort of threat of cancel culture is exactly what the CEO of the company, Kim Belair, has said in direct quotes.
If you're a creative working in AAA, which I did for many, many years, put this stuff up to your higher-ups, and if they don't see the value in what you're asking for when you ask for consultants, when you ask for research, go have a coffee with your marketing team and just terrify them with the possibility of what's going to happen if they don't give you what you want.
Now here's another member of the industry saying this. Grifters and weirdos will never stop switching targets and moving goalposts to keep the swindle going. They are the real cancer trying to attach to the game industry.
Good job, fan.
If you look closely, they don't have a foot in the door, and the reason is they suck. No one wants them around. Again, I'm not really sure what they mean by grifters and weirdos who are trying to get in the door. I'm assuming they're just kind of dismissing all of their critics under that label, which is, of course, shifting the goalposts just as they're criticizing their supposed opposers of doing. But anyways, that just seems like a real cop-out. Like, we understand who the real problem is in the gaming industry. It's reflected in the numbers. Look at Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. They worked with Sweet Baby. What happened to them? They lost Warner Bros. Over $200 million. The proof is right there. And on top of that, you have another journalist here making this comment saying Rebecca Valentine, the author of some of those IGN articles, is one of the best reporters on the beat, has broken countless stories, and has done genuinely important work in this industry. Some folks got to find better ways to fill the hours. Now, if you want to see better ways to fill the hours, just visit some of the pages of these journalists where they literally tweet every 10 minutes for the entirety of their day. That's a better way of spending your time, apparently. But I will say this. I find it very disingenuous. These people say, oh, Rebecca Valentine is the best reporter. They ignore the reason she's being criticized. They won't even mention it. They won't even acknowledge it. She shared a mistranslation and then an accompanying false allegation. Nobody is acknowledging it. You know what? I'll take you at your word. And I will say, you can even say like, okay, maybe she is a good journalist overall, but she wasn't in these articles that she made about Wukong. She made mistakes and she made false allegations. She messed up. She still might be a great journalist overall, but in this case, she made a mistake. I would have infinitely more respect
that happens
for these game journalists and Rebecca Valentine herself if they could just admit those articles were a mistake. But overall, we do better work in other aspects. If they could at least admit some fault when it's clearly right there, I would have a lot more respect for them, but they just can't do it. They mock people for being a part of the supposed culture war, but that's exactly what they're doing. They're a part of it too. And they will not admit any faults because it would damage their own narrative in this culture war. And here's another comment coming from the industry. This person saying, with a tag of the author saying is the best journalist in the industry, bar none. She's done more for gaming than Kern has ever done, and that's a fact. Brother, can you say rent-free? You see an author being criticized by thousands of Twitter users, gamers, and alike, and the only person in your mind is Mark Kern. He is dominating your thoughts. Like, I say this genuinely. Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk in any sort of a way, but when it gets to this, when someone is occupying your thoughts this deeply that you're thinking about them, anytime you see a negative thing on the internet, you might need a break. Like, seriously, take a breather, take a break. It's not that big of a deal. You
That
need
seems
to take
like
a
good
step
advice.
back because
Yeah.
this is just kind of doesn't look good, dude. But anyways, this was the initial screenshot that was shared at the beginning of this thread, and I think it's a really good breakdown of how these things work, of how these DEI and woke narrative sharing all kind of works, right? There's a simple formula that we're seeing happen over and over and over again, and give credit where credit's due. I guess it's a good business model because it's been working for years to the tune of millions and millions of dollars. So this is how the scam works. Number one, fake journalists and their cancel pig accomplices complain about lack of representation. 2. Video game studios cower in fear because they may lose ESG investment. 3. Sweet Baby Inc. says, pay us to make these problems go away. Number 4. Video game studio hires SBI. Number 5. SBI injects video game with Marxist DEI nonsense. Number 6. Fake video game journalists praise the studio's DEI efforts. 7. Players get the horrible, unplayable woke game. 8. Game flops, studio closes, layoff devs. 9. Fake journalists blame racist, bigoted gamers. 10. Rinse and repeat with a new studio. Does
That sounds
sound
about
familiar?
right.
Does this formula sound familiar? Because we have seen it happen over and over again with studios. They hire Sweet Baby Inc. under the fear of cancel culture and all these things and losing their investments. And then they employ them, pay them millions of dollars, and then the game flops, the studio crashes, but then the journalists who are propping up this movement with Sweet Baby, and also Sweet Baby themselves, they just move on. They're the ones who don't lose anything. In fact, they're the ones profiting from this. The studios take the bad end of this, right? They shut down. They believe this nonsense. They thought it was going to help them, and it doesn't. The only winners in this scenario are Sweet Baby and the journalists that are trying to prop them up. That formula has been at work for years, and thanks to the actions of people like Chris Kindred, the Sweet Baby Inc. employees who try to take down the Sweet Baby Inc. detected Steam group,
how you doing?
They have brought a big spotlight to this formula, and now people are calling this out and connecting the dots of where Sweet Baby Inc. has shown their influence and how they have crashed the games they've worked on. And now some studios like Game Science are looking at that and saying, wait a second, I don't want to hire these people. They are a magnet for negativity. They're a terrible PR move. And at the end of the day, we're going to lose money. I don't want to hire you. And honestly, that should be the push moving forward. More awareness of Sweet Baby and what they're doing. And of course, just like the Streisand effect with the Sweet Baby Inc. detective group when employees tried to get it taken down and it made it blow up in popularity, right now, the most wish-listed upcoming Steam game is Black Myth Wukong. Now, this game already had a lot of praise and hype, but with the recent attention from IGN and all this nonsense in Sweet Baby, there is a huge, huge stage for this game and its development team, and a lot of people are once again rallying behind this product because it is rejecting the woke nonsense of these journalists and Sweet Baby. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, another round of seeing a bunch of game journalists shoot themselves in the foot and expose their schemes to basically profit off of wokeness being injected into games. But that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Twitch denied Destiny's appeal.
All right,
so let's
apparently
read this.
Destiny
So we'll go ahead and see. Now, why is Destiny
is
banned?
now banned
A
from
lot of
Twitch.
people don't know. Your account
Whoever
was
that
recently
is.
suspended for hateful conduct. A member of our team has reviewed your appeal, and after taking a look into the details of your case, we have determined that your account will remain suspended due to your violation of our community guidelines. Now, what did Destiny do wrong? Nobody knows. Nobody has any idea what he did wrong. He said he was suspended for saying that trans women shouldn't have been allowed to compete with women, and calls the trans content creators subhuman outside of Twitch. So
he's
I
being
think
held
this is kind of like
accountable
an
for something that he said outside of Twitch? Wait, so let me get this straight. He's banned from Twitch for something he did not say or do on Twitch. That makes no sense. Unless it actually occurs in his videos, it is not a bannable offense. If it was actually said and streamed on another platform, yeah, absolutely, he would probably be banned for it. But it was not. So, like, I don't see how he's banned for that.
Thing, right, is that the majority, as far as I know, of American adults think that, like, trans women should not compete against biological women in sports.
That's because they don't know.
This is a majority opinion. So what do we talk about?
Science behind all this.
How do you get banned for something that most people think? Like, so you're saying most people think this and he got banned for it? It's so dumb. Sneeko got lifted. Yeah, so how is it this? Because Sneeko probably think the same thing. Sneeko probably say the same shit. How's Sneeko get unbanned and he doesn't? Maybe it's for saying the word subhuman? I've called people subhuman all the time. I never got banned. So I don't really understand how Destiny is banned. I think that it's completely unjustified that Destiny is banned and other people are not banned. Now, if you want to be consistent and ban everybody who's
if he
a bad
had
actor,
said
that's
it
fine,
on
right?
stream, then
rules,
yeah, definitely
but
ban
I don't
him.
see any way that
But if it's not on
Destiny
stream,
uniquely
can't be
broke
banned
the
for that.
rules.
You recently signed a kick deal, right?
I did a 3-month one a while ago. I might be signing another one, but
Is it absolutely? Did it end?
Yeah, it was just for 3 months, but I'm in the talks of signing another one potentially.
Oh,
so,
you are. Are
yeah.
you able to talk about that?
I can talk about whatever I want to talk about.
Okay, and you also have a Rumble deal as well.
Yeah, I do. Yes.
And how's? Why
There's
are
a
you
lot of
signing-
stuff in it.
Dude, you got a lot of deals.
There's a lot of
why
stuff
are
in
you
it.
signing with all these companies instead of Twitch or YouTube?
Dude, you got more deals than we have.
Well, on Twitch, I'm perma-banned for being transphobic, I think.
That's why you got perma-banned.
I guess so. I'm not sure. They don't actually tell you. But
what
I
did you
think
say
so.
that was transphobic?
Initially, I thought that there's a part on the TOS that says you can't like discriminate people from certain activities, and there was a lot of discussion the day before, I think, about like stuff related to trans athletes and everything. So I thought maybe I got banned for that. Then I've talked to a couple people that are like friends of the company or work in the company.
Is that it though?
Apparently, I got banned for calling a bunch of people subhuman, and they
subhuman.
Yeah, that's like my go-to because it's like it's not a slur really.
Who were
know?
you calling subhuman?
The group of people I was fighting with, but I guess their interpretation was that I was saying that all trans people were subhuman.
So you're
Well,
fighting.
who would say that? By the way, I think that this kind of stuff is why you see people that are going so extreme on Twitter and shit like this now. Is because, like, very obviously Destiny has been openly and outspoken, like, advocate for trans people for years, right? He's said positive things for them for years. He's done this for a long, long time. Then he goes and he says this thing, and then he gets banned for that? Nah, bro, like, everybody can see this is bullshit. Everybody can see it. This is what's wrong with the world. Yeah, exactly.
Someone who is trans.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's
so you're telling that person, not all trans people.
that
just
group of people.
That person.
It's funny how the guy calling for Destiny's death on stream never got punished. Well, the reason why is because he's on the other side of the political, he's not even, right? But he has the right politics. Like, the truth is that there are the right politics to have and the wrong politics to have, and he has the right politics. And if you have the right politics, you can call for killing people, you can use racial slurs, you can do anything you want, and Twitch will totally fucking ignore it. And I think that's exactly why people in chats are fucking tired of this shit. That's why people on Twitter are tired of this shit. You go to the YouTube comments, they're tired of this shit. They're tired of people, and this is the reason why. It's because a monkey can tell if something is unfair, bro. Like, you give one monkey a banana, give another one some lettuce, and after a while, the monkey with lettuce is going to be throwing that shit on the fucking ground and saying, I want a goddamn banana. That's right. So you imagine what people think whenever they see this bullshit. It's obviously fucking bullshit. Well, people get two different sets of rules. It's hypocritical. It is. And it's not, it's a double standard is really what it's not hypocritical. It's a double standard. It's that some people have the rules applied to them and other people don't. And so you have people like, for example, like I'm not really like super extreme, right? But like I see this and I side with Destiny because he is being treated unfairly. And I think that unfairness is bad pretty much no matter whenever it happens. Like if you're applying the rules for one person for one reason and another person for another reason, then you're not applying the rules the right way. That's fucked up. And so, yeah, it's bad for everyone. It is. And so whenever I see this, I completely support him. 100% I support him. Absolutely. Like unequivocally, like 100%. Now, unless Twitch can come out and say, or he can come out and say, this is actually the reason why, and it's something that makes sense. Nah, bro, like whenever you have people like that one girl, like upping the ante for like that bounty, and she's like, oh, it's a joke. Yeah, it's a joke. But what if one crazy person thinks it's not? You have another guy saying that people should kill Destiny. Like you have people, you know, that Frogan girl calling people crackers. Like, bitch, what the fuck are you doing having them on the platform, but Destiny's not? Like, I got no problem. You want to keep them here, bring him back too. That's fine. Hey, let's have everybody. Let's have free speech. Let's have everybody on the platform. But don't go and play sides. Don't go and play sides and be like, no. Whenever he says somebody is subhuman, he's permabanned, but she uses a racial slur. And this is, again, cracker. Listen, there's a reason why we say cracker in the N-word, okay? But if you go and you call a black person a monkey's not a racial slur, but you call a black person that in the right context, and it fucking is. And I guarantee you, somebody says that, they're banned permanently. And you know what? Good riddance. Fuck them. Racism sucks. And you know what? It sucks no matter who's doing it. It doesn't matter what the direction is, who the color of the person is, anything. But if you're going to allow one type of it and not the other types, you're going to get a lot of people pissed off. And you know what I think? I think you're going to hurt your cause in the long run because people are going to think about you and they're going to think about liars, double standards, and unfairness. And they're not going to like you. And you know what? They shouldn't. That's what I think.
Absolutely.
The people
so misinterpreted what you were trying to explain.
It's not a misinterpretation because a misinterpretation implies a mistake. They knew what Destiny meant, and they did it anyway. They did it as a show of force.
What you think happened?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, it might have been an accurate. Maybe they think that calling groups of people like subhuman, like a group of people you're fighting with, is not good. But I think it's pretty obvious. When I'm talking. I mean, like I've got a big trans community. I do a lot of trans issues on my stream.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not transphobic. But when I was arguing with this group of people,
and that's the thing, right? Is like it's the intentional dishonesty of it. It's the intentional dishonesty about how he's not like. Obviously, he's not transphobic. Why would he? Like, do you really think like? Because let's step away and let's think about this logically. Destiny has had at the time, 8-year career and probably 4-year career at that time of being a political social commentary content creator, of being supportive of trans issues. And he just randomly decided to, in this moment, totally flip the script and go and go transphobic. After 4 years, like really, like do you really think this happened? This is it's the most dishonest thing that you can imagine. This is the problem. Is like whenever you actually ask the person to, whenever you really think out the line of thinking of how you get to the decision to ban him, it's ridiculous.
These extreme like activist types on YouTube or on Twitter are all subhuman. Like it's not worth engaging with.
He's
them.
always problematic since eSport days. What does that have to do with banning him? Who cares? Somebody's problematic? Okay. So what? Why'd you block his name in your chat if you care about free speech? What about him using slurs for black people? Well, slurs are bad, but like again, like when's he using it? What's he doing it? What's the context? Is he using a slur towards a black person or is he just quoting the word? Like you're not going to go and why do I have his name banned? I'll tell you what, we have a lot of shit banned in this chat because people can't shut the fuck up about it. Like you can, I don't think you can type Palestine or Israel in the chat either, because people can't like they just can't shut the fuck up about it. So that's the reason why.
Gonna bother. And I think when they heard that, their interpretation was like, well, that could be interpreted as him calling all trans people subhuman. So yeah.
What was the ideology that these extreme trans people were purporting that you disagreed with, or that you thought was subhuman?
There is a oh my god, you're making me dig back about a year ago. I got involved in a weird personal fight with a creator who claimed that I brigaded their chat with my chat to harass them, but I didn't even know this person existed yet when that particular thing happened. And then this was around a time when we had been arguing about a bunch of trans issues already. And my position on trans stuff is, I believe that there is a fact of the matter about whether or not a person is trans, and I think that having dysphoria is an important part of getting trans treatment, and that kind of stands in contrast to right now there's something called the self-ID movement, which is you're trans if you say you're trans, and I butt heads a lot with those people, and because of my position, which they sometimes summarize as trans medicalism, they call me transphobic essentially.
And how does Twitch just go and misinterpret what you have to say?
And like that's fine, right? You can have a debate, you can have a conversation, it's whatever, but the problem is whenever you shut somebody down for like not having an opinion that's like 100%. Like it's crazy because like Destiny is like aligned with these people 90%, but that's not enough. Like the moment that you question them, they immediately use the most dishonest tactics possible to destroy your career. That's what it is. They've been waiting to ban them forever. Like, but that's stupid. Am I crazy for thinking that? But that's stupid. Like, what? Why?
And then cut off what would probably be your primary source of income. Do you think that this is a problem with Twitch itself? Or maybe do you think if you could go back in time, you would have rephrased what you had said?
I'd probably rephrase. It might just be that sometimes Twitch like slowly evolves their standards over time for what's acceptable, what's not acceptable, and it doesn't necessarily.
They don't evolve them, bro. Like the reason, if you had said this about the wrong people, about the right people, you would not be banned. If those people had said that about you, they would not be banned. That's the truth. And everybody fucking knows it. It's crazy because like people go like, oh, well, you don't know that. We know that. Come on. Like, it's so obvious. You're saying it's personal? I'm saying it's probably like with Destiny, because of how much history he has, it's probably like 4 things at the same time.
Go by the TOS. So, for instance, you're not supposed to use the words like retarded or autistic. That's bad for Twitch, but nobody punishes for it. So everybody uses the terms on the platform. You don't get in trouble for it. But I think one day you might say it, and they might decide to start banning for it. So sometimes when I rant at people, subhuman is like a thing. It's like, oh,
bro, I see. Like the thing is, if you ban some people for a rule but not other people, then it's not a rule. That's my opinion. It's like if I, oh, well, sometimes you get in trouble. And I get that people get away with it, right? People get away with it. But I'm saying, like, if you get reported for the same thing as somebody else, you get banned, they don't? No. Nope. That's a choice, yeah.
I never got into trouble for it in the past, but maybe now they've kind of updated internally that people aren't going to say that word anymore, and that's what I caught a ban for. Maybe, I'm not sure.
No,
I don't have like any
official
official communication with them, so I'm like really guessing.
So they didn't really tell you exactly what it was? You're kind of just assuming?
No, it's the email that I got was for hateful conduct. But
that's
don't,
it. Yeah, it's just a very broad, sweeping, hateful.
I don't think they're ever going to give you a specific. I think
the reason why they're not going to give a specific is because they know that. Here's the reason why: is because they know it's stupid. That's the reason why. Because if you go and you say what the reason is, people are going to be like, oh, but what about this? What about this other thing, right? What about these other things? Legal action could be taken? Well, no, because they can ban you for any reason.
Alexander von Jesterstein, howdy, how you doing?
No incentive to, right?
Yeah, any social media platform. They have the right to terminate you at any point for really any reason.
I don't think they can terminate for discriminatory reasons, but other than that, as far as I know, that is accurate.
their platform at the end.
You
of the
see
day.
There's a couple of
They
other
make the
exceptions,
decision
but yeah.
whether you agree or not. I mean, they're not going to tell you because you said this, because then it gives you something to disagree with.
Well, I wish you
Mm-hmm.
luck with that.
So,
But then, what do you think of the Twitch platform in general? Are you bullish on it, or do you think that these weird policies make it seem like it's not going to last very long, especially with all these other competitors, with all of this funding coming out and then buying up streamers?
Yeah, very bearish. I think Twitch has a lot of problems related to like company bloat. Like that company grew to an insane size.
It's crazy because I guess Dan must have watched this, because after this, Twitch cut 35% of its workplace. Or workforce, excuse me. Yeah. He was right.
I think they're having a lot of trouble figuring out internally what they want the culture of the company to be. And there's a lot of different stuff that a lot of employees are working on that aren't really providing any value to users or to viewers at the end of the day. So yeah, I'm not too big on it, but I mean, who knows?
it seems like a lot of people are leaving right now. I'm seeing a lot of kick deals.
This is a
lot
while
of Kick,
ago.
a lot of Rumble. Yeah.
What do you think it is about those platforms that differentiates from Twitch at this point? Is it purely because they're throwing money at creators? Or do you
Right
think
now, it's
they're
purely the
offering-
money.
Okay.
Yeah. The problem, the issue with trying to build competing platforms is a few issues. In my opinion, I think a lot of the talent acquisition is not being done in the best way, because the goal is to acquire talent, but you want their users to stay on the site. It's not enough to just like buy a streamer and then have them stream there and then hope that the users like stick
You buy an
around. Like you
ecosystem.
have to kind of build that organic viewer base so that people are drawn to the site naturally. That's a really, really difficult thing to do.
I heard that
Well,
a
it's
lot-
something that took Twitch 10 years, right? You can't expect Kick to build Rome overnight. Like, that's just the truth. Like, Kick's viewership has gone up. Like, if their viewership is going up in a market that they're the, the challenger to, right? They're the underdog in. I think that's good.
a lot of the kick revenue is coming from state.
Yeah, I never even heard about Kick until the deal with XQC, I believe. Pretty sure I never heard of it before that. And like, if I recall correctly, like the moment that deal was like solidified, like there was this huge rush for everyone to get on Kick. I think it was also around the time when Twitch was pushing some new bullshit. And I believe everyone saw the cut that people were getting from Kick. Like it being a 95% instead of like the 50-50. Like what a huge difference. Like massive difference. Plus the standards to get affiliate on Kick are much more lax than on Twitch. Much more lax than YouTube as well. And well, that makes sense because they're trying to bring in more people. The majority of the money that they're making isn't even from the site. It's from the gambling tied to the site. Like, I don't know what to say.
And that when I went on Kick, I saw that gambling was one of the top things that they were, I don't want to say directing people to, but when you go to the website, on the top of the screen, you see like gambling, and you see more people are watching that than just about anything else. So
Yeah,
it
which is
seems like-
probably why they're trying to acquire more talent, is to get other types of streamers on the site. Yeah.
Of course, because I could imagine you pay somebody, let's just say $10 million to stream on there for a year. How much more revenue are they going to get on the back end from?
If I ever did stream on Kick, it would have to be a little bit longer down the line. Probably another couple of years, I would guess. Because as it is, I don't believe the moderation systems are quite ideal as of yet. Because as most of you probably know, while I don't talk about it all that often, I am LGBTQIA+. Like, I don't like to talk about it because it brings in weirdos. Right? There's a lot of bad people out there, but I try to focus on the good people. It's hard to do that if I were to go to a site like Kick, where, from what I've seen, is the exact type of people I want to avoid. So before going to somewhere like that, I definitely need to think about my own mental health first and foremost.
Mistake from people who go watch gambling streams, think, oh wow, maybe I'm interested in this too. Do it, lose, and then that goes back and pays for the creator.
I think ultimately the goal is to make the site profitable. I don't know if it's
no, that's definitely what's happening. That dude's 100% right. Kick operates as a loss leader for stake. I bet that's a fact, right? I mean, like, Eddie
Yeah,
would
absolutely.
never fucking tell me this, but I mean, does he need to? Does he, like, it's fucking obvious. Like, are they making money off of Kick? Fuck no, they're not making money off of Kick. No ads, 95% sub split. Fuck no, they're not making money off it. But if you factor in the people that are playing on a gambling site and then the Kick operating as like a, what do you call it? Like a portal to that, then it is making money. So like it makes money in the aggregate, but it doesn't, it's basically it's like one card in a house of cards. It's holding it up, it's building it up, but like by itself, it fall over. It's a common term in business. It's a loss leader, right?
only supposed to work as a funnel
Indirect
to
sales, yeah.
stake,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then for stake to give them
Right.
kickbacks to run the site. I think that's the goal,
Yeah.
but you should bring that Eddie guy in and interview him.
Yeah. There it is. Right, and they're never gonna go and say that, but like that's definitely what it is, and like that's just that's the fuck. I mean, like that's the business model. Now, is that a good business model? Is it an ethical business model? No, it's not. But you know, everybody's got to make decision of like where they stand, right? Is Amazon ethical? Amazon has gambling on Twitch, right? Like that's a, you know, like where do you decide like what's fair, what's not fair? And that's a personal decision. For me personally, I don't really have an opinion about it. No, I do actually. I think that it doesn't matter. But you know, I can't tell somebody else what their opinion should be, right? Like everybody's got to make their own decision. Now, I'll read a few of these comments. Not of cleavage. Forgot to add the sub. Scott. But streamers call for his and others' deaths remain untouched. Yeah, and that, well, the reason why is they have the right politics. That's the reason why. People who works at Twitch really hate Destiny or is a fan of this other streamer. Yeah, exactly. Recently suspended equals 2 years. What do they do? Yeah, he just has the wrong politics. And I'm gonna be real. I said it whenever it happened. I'll say it again. Let's be real. The fact that streamers like Hassan can remain untouched really shows you. I'm gonna be real. Like Hassan hasn't done anything to get himself to warrant a ban in like a long time. Like it's Hassan's, like maybe his friend, like Frogan's like one of his mods, but that's not Hassan doing it. Like don't go blame this shit on Hassan. He didn't do that, right? So yeah, interviewing a terrorist. Oh, I totally support the interview with the terrorist. I completely support it. I think it's important to have journalism, and even if you ask stupid questions, I think that interviewing and talking to a person like that is a good idea because it widens the scope of what the public is aware of. So yeah, I know. I get that it's a controversial opinion, but I actually support that. I'm okay with that. Was the Luffy thing silly? Yeah, it was silly. Yeah, it was silly for sure. But like, I support the idea. But anyway, there it is. Guys, yeah, no, I get it. But anyway, no, Hassan, like, bro, like, it's not Hassan, it's other people. And also, Hassan's not making the decisions. If somebody works at Twitch, like, well, I don't know why people bring up fucking Hassan. It's got nothing to do with him, right? Are there streaming platforms without moderators up the ass? Yeah, absolutely. Like Kick and Rumble. Like, you go on there, there's, like, almost no moderation. Absolutely. So, yeah. They interviewed Dahmer, too, and others in the past, too. Yeah, exactly. And that the idea was good, execution of it, and Hassan was terrible. That's fine. That I think it's fine to be critical. By the way, it's fine to be critical. I just don't think it should be bannable, right? Like I don't agree with that. Like I very rarely do I think that somebody should get banned. Like I think like bans should only happen for like calls of violence, doxing, showing like really bad stuff on stream, like critical fucking like red alert stuff, right? Other than that, let the community decide. Let the community decide, and if they don't like something, they just collectively stop watching it, right? Like it's just really that simple.
Hi, Mama
right?
Leshin.
That's the way I see it.
How you
Hassan literally tweeted, "The gun
doing?
used to kill Japanese prime minister as U.S. representative."
Hope you're doing
Yeah, that
great.
was
Well,
dumb for
I
him
know
to
you're
do that,
not
but why should
doing
Twitch ban him?
amazing
Like,
because the whole radiator situation. I heard about it. I hope that gets sorted out soon. Aside from that, I hope your day's going good.
if he did that and it was a legitimate threat, then he would probably be in jail or investigated. I thought it was stupid for him to do that too, by the way. I thought it was so silly for him to do that. I don't know why he would do that. But he didn't get fucking visited by the Secret Service. So like, if they don't think that's the case, then why should Twitch ban him for it, right?
All right. Do I want to watch more stuff? Thank you for the head pet. Burning Blockery. How you doing, Val? How's my honey bun? Mwah, 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 mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm a quack. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah. Blah. Meow. 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 You're on your lunch break right now. Oh. Congratulations. You have survived long enough to have lunch. Good job. I'm proud of you. I'm debating whether I want to continue streaming or call it here. I've been going 7.5 hours. Be proud of yourself first. No, you. Why be proud of myself when I can be proud of others? Yes. Big brain. My brain is enormous. My brain is huge and wrinkly. That's right. That's right. Big brain, many wrinkles. That's right. Hydrate. Y'all better hydrate before you dehydrate, folks. Ow. Yeah, I've got a big brain. Sure, it may be like in a jar, but that's still a big brain, okay? I didn't say it was my brain. Okay. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you, thank you. Yay! Head pats are the best. Head pats are the best. Yeah, head pats are the best. Head pats are the best. Best head pats. Best. Or something like that. Head pats are the best. Meow. Also. Meow. Bop. I'll just do this. Since I'm not currently, like, actually doing anything. Might as well just chat, you know. Oh my god. And tomorrow is going to be stressful for me. Because I has a doctor's appointment with the podiatrist. That's right. Basically, it's a follow-up from my previous visit. Long and short of it is, effectively, I had a really gross nail. And I had the option of doing a thing for it. So I did the thing for it, and now we gonna get the follow-up, which is tomorrow. In the morning. So, if I don't have much energy tomorrow, you know why. Only the best deserve the best, after all. Does that make you the best to the best to the best, sir? Or something? I don't know. Hangnails are a bitch. I agree. I've got 2 hangnails on the same hand. Left hand, thumb, and left hand, index finger. It fucking sucks, man. The thumb one doesn't hurt, but the one on my index finger does hurt a bit. Yeah. It's not great. Not great. Not great at all. Just how it be. Just how it be. You know, they have clippers for taking care of those. But like, Doesn't that take like effort and also like money? I don't really have either of those. I don't know. I don't know. Seems kind of sus among us. But da 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 da. Ba da da. Meow. Hababada. Habadababa. Habadabadababa. That's right. I said it. Saving yourself surgery down the line is always worth it. Surgery? Why would I ever need surgery for a hangnail? What the heck? You all right over there? Like, bruh. Not sure, like, what that would even entail. Like, what? They can get infected? I mean, I guess, but like, in all of the years that I have had hangnails, I have never gotten an infected hangnail or any infected wounds of any sort to my knowledge. Like, what? Huh? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not gonna happen to me. Ain't gonna happen to me. I have a pretty good constitution, so I very rarely get sick, and I don't think I've ever had any like actual infections. Like, the only no, I don't even think of any. No. You're pretty lucky then. They can grow through your skin and cause more trouble down the line. Well, you know what else can get under my skin? Your cuteness. Ha, got him. Get heckin' rizzed. Hashtag Riz. Are you gonna stick out your yacht for me now? Cause I'm the Rizzler? Rizzle me this. My bad. Is that cringe enough for you? Hell yeah, let's go. Yay! Baka. Suppresses cuteness? What do you mean? Are you trying to suppress me? Are you trying to suppress me? I refuse to be suppressed. How dare you? Warg. Warg. I don't know what warg actually means, but who cares? It's cute. Yeah. Ah, bah, bah, bah. I'd rather oppress you? What? That's not creepy at all. Sager with the pats. Hey. But who are those pats for? That's the question. Who knows? Perhaps we will never know. 'Twas not directed at any given person. I understand if you don't want to give me pats. It's okay. I'm used to not getting pats, even though I want them. Meow. Meow. I learned like the proper term for like the reason why I keep meowing all the time. It's called vocal stimming. I learned that the other day. Like I had read it before in the past, but I saw it again and I'm like, oh, so that's what it's called. That's right. Like me doing meows or going like ha ba ba ba, that sort of deal. It's stimming. Stimming is like short for stimulating or stimulation, right? Something that people with ADHD and or autism do. So now I know. Yay. Yay. Habba-ba-ba-ba. Habba-dabba. Habba-dabba-ba-ba. Meow. Meow. Squishy. Oh, I just remembered the name of the thing I was thinking about earlier. Oh my god. So there's a song that like goes through my head every now and then. I literally just now remembered the name of the anime. It was the ending or opening for Paranoia Agent. Fucking I loved that that song that was in it. It had like the laughing people and it was such a banger. Like holy shit. I loved that song. Let me see if I could find it. Paranoia Agent. I think it's the opening. Yeah, it's the opening. Holy shit. Uploaded 18 years ago. Oh my god. Fuck me. That's a long time ago. Bruh. That means I was 20. I was about 19 or 20 when it was uploaded to YouTube. Holy shit. Oh my god. I'll wait until the ad is over to switch over and to play it for y'all. There's a good chance I won't play the entire thing because there's some like some songs like they get caught by the algorithm and you can't play them on streams. Yeah. Meow. Ad is almost over. There we go. All right. Bop and bop. Here we go. Paranoia Agent. This song. Sometimes I just have this song playing in my head. I always remember this opening because it's just laughing people in weird situations. Like, it's funny, but also creepy, which makes sense because it's Paranoia Agent. Holy shit. Yeah. Anyways, that's enough of that. I don't want to get DMCA'd. Yeah. It's just one of those songs I always remembered. And every now and then it just goes through my head. It's just in the back of my head like ba ba da ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da ba da ba 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 ba. You know? Cause it's like it's one of those songs that like when I was in like high school, I think it was on Adult Swim, and I don't know how popular it actually was, but it's one of those series where I never actually got to finish it. Like even after I got my hands on the entire series, I still never went back and watched it all. Like I saw like maybe 4 or 5 episodes of it. Like it's only a 14 episode series. And that's about all I saw of it. And like, damn. What a strong opening theme. I absolutely love the song. But yeah, very, very different opening theme compared to like the normal stuff these days. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Man, I kind of just want to listen to music now. But I can't really do that all that much because, like, YouTube not happy with that if I listen to music. Twitch also not happy with that if I listen to music. Well, it's mostly like certain groups that are the big problems. Like anything Warner Bros, absolutely not. Right? That will cancel your entire fucking channel if you listen to Warner Brothers stuff. Right? Because they are literally the worst. Yeah. And let's go back to Bop and Bop. I had to remember what my keybind was. Yay! Meow. Ba-da-ba. Ha-ba-da-ba. Ha-ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da. That one's from Cowboy Bebop, I believe. I don't remember which song that was called. I think it had jazz in the name. Perhaps. Yeah, there are certain songs that just live in my head rent-free for no apparent reason. Just, they're good songs. And they just always in my head one way or another. And then there's other songs that, like, I'll say a certain word or phrase and then it gets triggered, like, haha, you have triggered my trap card. And then, like, it just, like, pops up. Like, if I say the words in my head, oftentimes my brain will be like, in my head, in my head. You know? So, or guess what? If it's about the radiator, I am already aware of it. Aside from that, chicken butt. How was your Father's Day? Happy Father's Day, Hollow. Because you are a father. It's time for the Chimkin Redeem. Very nice. Anyways, thank you for the Chimkin Redeem. Scusi. Man, it feels like it's been a while since I last, like, actually chatted, you know. Father's Day could have gone better, but some eventful things aside from car stuff from Leshen. Ah, I see, I see. You know what else is eventful? Events. And also, if you take the E off, then it becomes sus. It is no longer eventful, it's just sus. Yep, true facts. True facts, that's just how it be. That's just how it be. Yup, yup. It just sus like that. Sussy bakas. Baka baka. Baka baka. Meow. 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 Habada-bada-bada, habada-bada, habada-bada-bada, habada-bada. Ba-ba-da, habba-ba-da-ba-da, habba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, habba-ba-da, habba-ba-da-ba-da, habba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, habba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, habba-da, habba-da, ba, habba-da-ba-da, habba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba, habba-da-ba, habba-da-ba-da. You know what? I should probably end things here because my brain is clearly not in the correct situation for streaming because basically I'm just like tabbed out, distracting myself while my brain is on auto. So, boop. I shall be ending things here. After I hydrate before I dihydrate, y'all should better hydrate before you dihydrate as well. Delicious. Anyways, that will be all for today. If for whatever reason you would like to see more of me, feel free to hit me up on my socials. Follow me on all the things. If you're watching this on YouTube, you could find all of those links in the description box down below. I stream every day, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. However, tomorrow there is a good chance I may be late or even early, or might not even stream at all. Keep your eyes peeled out for that, because I have a doctor's appointment. Simple as that. Yeah, that's about it. Like, comment, subscribe, hit that bell, and I will see y'all next time. Bye-bye. Bye, everyone. Bye.